If I could ask panel members to please take your seats. We will be starting our bilateral session in 2 minutes. So 2 minutes, we will start bilateral sessions for the day. Thank you. Bilateral public session to order for our second day of meeting sessions. For those of us, or for those of you that are joining us for the first time, my name is Steve Gotch and I serve as the Canadian Chair of the Yukon River Panel, and I'd like to welcome all of you to our meeting sessions. For our meeting proceedings today, we'll provide a brief overview of our agenda, and then we will immediately move into our post-season presentations, or pre-season presentations, excuse me. So very quickly, yesterday the panel had the opportunity to receive reports from the Joint Technical Committee and discuss the upcoming season with pre-season forecasts provided for Chinook salmon, as well as the proposed management strategies in the United States and Canada. The panel also received a number of scientific and technical presentations focusing on a diverse number of themes, but primarily around the topic of Chinook salmon interests. One presentation was moved from yesterday's session to this afternoon's session, and that was item number 10 from our day one of public sessions, and that's the 2022 Bering Sea Pollock Fishery Salmon Bycatch Summary. So we will be receiving that presentation later this afternoon. As far as our regular schedule for day two of public sessions, we'll start off with preliminary forecast as well as proposed management strategies for Canadian origin Mainstem chum salmon stocks, and that will be followed by information presented for Porcupine River Fishing Branch Canadian origin chum salmon stocks. Later this morning, we'll receive a presentation on the Alaska Peninsula Area M fishery. I know there's lots of interest in learning a little bit more about that fishery and its relevance to Yukon River salmon stocks. That presentation will be followed by the 2022 Bering Sea Pollock Fishery Bycatch update. And then finally, before lunch, the Yukon River Salmon Conservation Hatchery Exploratory Discussion overview. We have lunch scheduled from 12 until 1:15. This afternoon, the panel will resume in bilateral session with a report from the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee. And that will be followed up by reporting out from the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund. So providing information on the status of projects funded in 2022 through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund, as well as project selections for the upcoming season and the panel's decision in that regard, as well as the 2024 call for proposals. This afternoon, we will conclude our meeting session with a review of panel correspondence, some other business, including reporting from the panel's Traditional Knowledge Committee, and then confirmation of our 2023 postseason meeting timing in January 2024. There will be an opportunity for public comment and testimony, both in person as well as virtually, from 3 until 3:30 today. For those in the room, there's public testimony cards available at the back of the room. If you could please fill those out and provide them to Victor at the front of the room by 2:45 today. And please identify if you have any preference for going first or last, or if you don't have any specific interest around sequencing as well. For participants that are online, if you do have an interest in providing testimony virtually, if you could visit the Yukon River Panel's website, there's information there on how to register for testimony. Again, the opportunity today from 3 until 3:30. The panel's bilateral 2023 public meeting session will conclude at 3:45, so 3:45 Yukon time, and then the panel will meet briefly following in closed session to finalize some of its meeting reporting, as well as administrative activities and confirmation of preparations for our 2023 postseason meeting. Mr. Chair, any additional items that you'd like to identify as far as our sequence of events and our agenda for today?
I think you covered it quite well, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that review of the agenda. All sounds good, and I think we're ready to proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So with that, we will start with our first presentation, and that is a outlook for Canadian origin Mainstem chum salmon forecasts, and that'll be provided by Bonnie Borba from Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Adam O'Dell from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Borba. As the Yukon Area Fall Season Research Biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, I will present an overview of the 2023 drainage-wide fall chum salmon forecast, followed by Adam O'Dell of DFO, who will present the Canadian origin outlooks for the Mainstem Yukon River stocks. Next slide, please. This map orientates us to where fall chum salmon spawning occurs, which is primarily in the upper Yukon, above the Tanana River and upstream of its confluence in the upper portions of the Yukon River drainage. Slide 2, please. There are 3 main components that we use to develop a forecast. We use the total harvest from all fisheries in US and Canada, and we use estimates of the drainage-wide escapement along with our age composition. Fall chum salmon have a fairly long data set we use back to 1974. Slide 3, please. This graph shows the escapement portion only back to 2000 to enlarge it. The yellow bars represent the estimated drainage-wide escapement of fall chum salmon. The solid and dashed horizontal lines represent the escapement goal and current range. The 2 gray bars in the blue square are primary parent year escapements that will be producing the age 4 and age 5 fish this year in this year's return. For the 4 age classes returning in 2023, the parent years for both 2017 and 18 were above the upper end of the escapement goal range. 2019 was within the range, and 2020 was below the lower end of the range. Slide 4, please. This graph illustrates the productivity of fall chum salmon. The solid horizontal line is the 1-to-1 line, representing each parent replacing themselves with an offspring. The jagged solid blue line is the observed production, with most years showing offspring surviving and providing surplus for future generations. From 2000 to 2018, the average production was 1.8 return per spawner. The red line with the symbols on it is the predicted future production based on historical back to 1974 using Ricker, but we have no actual returns from these years yet. This year's age 4 component from 2019 was based on the predicted return per spawner. Next slide, please. Then we adjusted it downwards for lower productivity observed in the recent years and is represented by this lone blue diamond. Next slide, please. By overlapping the previous 2 graphs, we can illustrate the production relative to observed escapements. In the past, there are examples of large escapements producing poorly, as in 2005 and 2017. And if conditions are right, fall chum salmon have also produced well from low parent years escapements as observed in the early 2000s. The factors driving this year's forecast is the low productivity of the age 4 and age 5 parent year escapements. In recent years, the blue line has dipped well below the replacement line, with the lowest occurring in 2017 at 0.09 return per spawner, and a slight improvement was seen in 2018 at 0.40 return per spawner. There is little information on the returns of age 4 fish from the 2019 parent year, but is predicted to be closer to 0.57 return per spawner, as shown in the lone blue diamond. Slide 7, please. This table provides estimates of the numbers of fish in the 2023 return by age class. Normally, the age 5 make up 27% of the run, and the age 4 is 66% of the run. The return per spawner predicts below average productivity for both parent years. Age 4 fish are forecasted to contribute 87%, while age 5 are anticipated to contribute only 11% of the run. Adding each of the numbers by age class in the rightmost column of the table provides the point estimate for the forecast. This forecast is 251,000, and it's similar in size to the run observed last year in 2022. We will evaluate the age classes returning based on the lower Yukon test fish in season, beginning with the summer chum salmon entry. Slide 8, please. The 2023 forecasted run size is a range of 112,000 to 602,000 fall chum salmon. The point estimate of 251,000 represents the well below average run size, which is nearly 1 million fall chum. Next slide, please. This graph depicts the historic preseason run forecast with the line, and it has high-low bar lines on it. It's compared to the observed total run size, which is in the bars, back to 1995. Severe depressions like observed in the late 1990s to the early 2000s and explosions of returns like observed in 2005 and 2017 are not well captured by RICR. Note that the 2023 forecast is slightly improved from the predicted last year that ended up underestimating the return. This year, the range around the estimate is also wider due to the uncertainty of the estimate. Next slide, please. In this graph, the summer to fall chum salmon regression is added as the dashed line with the solid circles. The summer to fall model also does not predict explosions of production, but does a better job indicating declines in production than RICR does. The 2023 forecasted fall chum salmon run size is similar to the run size that we observed last year. In-season assessment will be used to determine if there's an improvement in the return. Next slide.
All right, so continuing on with the Canadian Mainstem forecast. Again, I'm Adam O'Dell. I'm with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So recalling that the standard method we've used in the past decade or so for Mainstem Canadian origin fall chum forecast is to apply a 25% proportion to the drainage-wide forecast. So as Bonnie mentioned, this year's forecast has been adjusted to account for poor production in recent years and better represent the observed return in this coming year. This forecast suggests a run that is higher than the past 2 years, possibly meeting or exceeding the IMEG, which is 70 to 104,000. But as Bonnie discussed, there remains to be considerable uncertainty in our forecast this year, given the poor performance of the last few years and the unprecedented low returns. And continue to remember that Canadian management will be well situated to use the in-season projection once it's developed in mid-July. Next slide, please. So as with the drainage-wide forecast performance compared to postseason run size, we can look here at the performance of Mainstem Canadian origin forecasts against reconstructed run sizes. So 25% of the drainage-wide forecast gave an overestimate in 2018 and 19, and this was even more pronounced in 2020 and 21. But the adjusted forecast last year produced a more accurate estimate. This year's forecast range is on the far right, slightly higher than the last 3 years. Next slide, please. So in summary, the age for survival is unknown, but overall production is expected to be below replacement. There may be a slight improvement in the age 5 contribution to the run. However, there is a possibility that the Canadian origin run strength will again be below average as observed in recent years. So the forecast is expressed as a wide range due to uncertainty in the preseason period. This forecast indicates a return similar to 2022, but hopefully we observe some improvements. So the forecast provides a starting point for planning. However, the forecasts will all be revised in season based on the summer to fall chum salmon relationship as Bonnie described. And ultimately, in-season projections will be used to refine management actions, which managers will speak to shortly. And next slide to conclude it. Thanks.
Thank you. And do we have questions or comments from panel members regarding the 2023 Mainstem chum salmon forecast? Well, U.S. panel member Virgil Oppenhauer, please go ahead.
Okay, what I wanted to ask is, and you've got the picture up there, Kluane River. What is your best guess on how much productivity was lost after it had that avalanche that diverted the water?
That's a good question, a difficult one to respond to. I want to preface that by saying that we are currently still looking into that further. I think this is the same response I gave at the last panel meeting too, so I don't really have a solid update on that. But it is something that we are prioritizing to elaborate on. But as far as productivity loss, I believe that the productivity in the Kluane is proportional to the Mainstem as a whole. I don't know that it's decreased substantially. I think the fall chum returns have decreased across the board, and so that's that's influencing it to a large extent in the low returns. Acknowledging that habitat definitely had been lost there, and predominantly the lake level did drop. But I mean, that's something we're gonna have to delve into quite a bit more. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. About how much actually got dewatered of where they used to spawn?
I believe the lake level itself dropped about 1.7 meters, if I recall correctly. Now, downstream impacts, I mean, anecdotally, there were decreases in some of the areas, it does appear, but I can't give you certain metrics to indicate it offhand.
Thank you.
Okay.
And there are streams downstream that now have, the streams have speeded up so they're shallower. There's a place called Salmon Patch that's further down that the salmon really can't get into now because it doesn't have the back current to flow into. And so now it's just a little shallow stream. So there is dynamics happening on Kluane, and I don't know how big an impact that is, but it's a pretty big contributor to the overall picture of salmon. And so we really don't know what the loss is, but it has affected all those sidebar streams that the Kluane River is only half the river it used to be. So how much that plugs into the big picture, I don't know. So.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from panel members? While people are contemplating, I have maybe one question. It's more for the panel's clarification. So on slide number 9, we have the graph that shows us, if we could bring it up on screen, please, graph that shows us the observed run size in the yellow bars compared against the preseason forecast, which is identified as, I'm pausing for the presentation to get caught up on screen. So slide number 9. Thank you. So yellow bars show us the observed run, and I'm assuming that's the postseason run reconstruction. Yes, okay. And then the blue line shows us the preseason forecast. So essentially it's a comparison of how accurate the forecasting was. And for the last perhaps 5 years, we had situations where the forecast was higher than the actual postseason observed run size, with the exception of 2022, where the forecast was approximately halfway ballpark of the actual observed run size. And I'm just curious, so for 2022, was there an additional adjustment made to the preseason forecast to seek to better predict, if you will, the abundance beyond the normal forecasting analysis that would have been carried out?
Yes, last year we adjusted it as well because we knew that it was not going to be, you see how far we're off in 2021, and so we did make an adjustment down.
Okay, great. And then that resulted in, I guess, well, better forecast in the sense that it was within the actual run size based on the postseason run reconstruction. And so then my question pertains to slide number 12. So understanding everything we just covered off, and understanding that the Canadian origin forecast is 25% of the drainage-wide forecast. If I'm interpreting this correctly, for 2022, the forecast was above the actual postseason run size. So can you explain why, if drainage-wide, the forecast was about half of the actual run size, but for the Canadian stock, the forecast was still above the postseason run size? Why the difference if it's I thought it was a straightforward 25% correlation, but maybe I'm missing something. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think first off, there's been a couple of years in the past 3 where the Canadian component has been quite a bit lower than the 25%. So I think that's probably contributing to this. I believe last year it was around 10 or 12% rather than 25.
I see. Okay. So the assumption was that the Canadian run size would be 1/4 of the total run size, and in actuality, it was 1/8, and that explains. Okay. Thank you. That clarifies. And so then for, in that regard, for forecasting purposes for 2023, I know there was an adjustment to the drainage-wide forecast that was made. So was this secondary factor that the Canadian run size is coming in at perhaps half of the expected 25%? Has that been incorporated into the 2023 Canadian origin forecast?
Not at this point. We have discussed it about potentially reducing that proportion, the 25%, but we feel that it's maybe a little soon. I think probably within another year or 2, it might give us a better indication about if there is actual trend. Because I think the year before last, the 25% wasn't too far off, but yeah, so it's a little inconsistent right now, but it definitely is something that we're looking into for subsequent years.
So for 2023, much like, I guess, what was discussed yesterday for Chinook salmon, we would consider the Canadian origin Mainstem forecast as being optimistic on the basis of recent year performance.
Yeah, I mean, Bonnie can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the whole drainage-wide forecast might be optimistic, not just Canadian.
Thank you.
Yeah, but as Bonnie said, the summer-fall relationship is pretty reliable in season, at least.
U.S. panel member Virgil Oppenhauer, please go ahead.
Okay, your question, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're just working on the audio. We should hear you perfectly in a moment.
Okay, well, I've got this, I'll turn it.
We're good. We can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, your question caused me to have to ask this question. Okay, the Tanana River normally produces, I think, about 25% of the fall chum run, or 30%, somewhere in there. Anyway, this last year, it was 59%. I don't know whether there's some kind of a correlation there between the Canadian Mainstem going down and the Tanana River going up, but what's the speculation on that?
Yes, those numbers are proportions, and because the Canadian Mainstem is weak, it does make the other ones go up. But the Tanana stocks were doing slightly better than the other stocks overall, because we got good numbers of Tanana stocks this last year.
I don't know, I know like Kluwani Lake, the water's shallower, but a lot of the Tanana River stock is in the main stem of the Tanana River in pretty deep water. And so do you think that's part of it, or?
In the Tanana River, we have a lot of mainstem spawning because we have the upwelling waters coming from the Alaska Range on the south bank. It would be all along there is where we get a lot of mainstem spawning, and there's lots of islands similar to like Yukon Flats that they can get some warmer waters off there that they key to for their eggs. So they have, it's a larger area besides just the Delta River is only like a mile or so that, 20,000 fish will pack in there sometimes, but the rest of them are all in that, the Mainstem Tanana, and there's more room, so if the water was down or whatnot, it depends on where those upwellings are that they're keying into. Those are still limited, so, but there would have been plenty for the number of fish that we got last year.
Thank you.
U.S. co-chair, Mr. John Linderman, go ahead.
Go to Eric first, Mr. Chair.
Apologize. U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth, go ahead.
So I'm not trying to point fingers at this, but so for the brood years that would have returned this year, wasn't that also the time when we had high water on the main stem when they were spawning?
I don't recall the individual, what the water levels were in the individual years. In the fall, the water level is just going down.
Yeah.
So it gets lower and lower. It's not like the
But
summer, we
during
don't have
the,
as much.
I guess the summer months of June and July, didn't we, I just recall that we had kind of high water at, for that brood year. I was just curious if it had any kind of correlation on affecting the migration of fish.
Yeah, I didn't find any. The timing coming into the Delta River and has more been, some of it's been the warm, before winter comes down, the glacier not shutting off. So there's a little bit of delay going into the Delta itself, but they're still in the Tanana River milling around between Fairbanks and the spawning areas up at Delta. But
Okay,
I haven't seen any other issues on timing.
thank you.
U.S. Co-Chair, Mr. John Linderman, go ahead.
I wasn't sure, Brandy, did you have comments, questions?
No, I think I just got the, I was just asking, I was just thinking.
We get you to, sorry, we can't.
I think I got a little bit confused, but in 2019, I think it was the summer chum, and I was confusing it with the fall chum, but there was a huge die-off that year because it was one of the warmest years on record in the Yukon River. We were recording, at this end anyway, 19 degrees, 18 degrees, and knowing that there, I think it was summer chum was a die-off, it wasn't the fall chum, was it? Am I correct in that?
Yes.
I was just trying to get my information before I asked the question, but you got me before that. So, but also, one more question. I know, it's not a question, maybe a recommendation. I know we don't consider die-off or en route mortality, but I know you're adjusting some of these numbers based on the preseason and the forecast, but I would really, really highly recommend that we look at en route mortality when we're considering this in the management strategy going forward. Thank you.
For fall chum salmon, it's been different than the Chinook. What we do our genetics at Pilot Station and what we see at the border have been, they match up good. We're not having the same issues, what you're seeing with the difference between estimates between Pilot and Eagle with fall chum that they see in with the Chinook. So for now, everything's lining up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brandy, for that question. So maybe to build on that a little bit, there's been no identified in particular from subsistence users over time, not necessarily recently, because there's been no subsistence or First Nations harvest on chum, but no real noticing of ichthyophonus infection concerns associated with it on fall chum. Is that correct?
We have not got any samples from that. Nobody's been reporting anything, but they haven't been fishing. The last diseases that I had sent in from a subsistence user was the prolific kidney disease in the Kantishna River, had some sent in, but that was years ago.
Thank you. More to my question. So on slide 10, recognizing that there's quite a bit of uncertainty, especially in recent years, of the predictive capacity of the models for preseason forecast at this time, and that the, I guess, fortunate aspect that the very strong relationship between summer chum and fall chum run abundance trends, we at least will still have the capacity in season to get a more accurate and up-to-date forecast of what to expect on the fall chum run prior to the timing of entry of fall chum salmon. Is that correct?
Yes, about July 15th or just a little bit before that, I'll start making the projections based on Pilot Station sonar, Andreevsky, and estimated harvest below to come up with what the summer chum run is, and then evaluate that for the fall chum.
So I guess following with that, it's fortunate, I guess, that additive forecasting tool, although it's very much in season compared to preseason at this time, but at least we do have the ability during a time of high uncertainty in preseason forecasting to get a more accurate expectation closer to the start of the run in season that will help to clarify appropriate management approach and strategies.
Yes, it's very helpful. Summer season wishes they had one as well. And they're working on it with the juvenile work. But yeah, it's a real plus for us to be able to use that better relationship.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, question from Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that. I know there hasn't been as much evidence with fall chum for en route mortality, but I do think, particularly in the Porcupine River last year, with the low water and it being warmer, that there's definitely potential for it. And I would go as far as say maybe some evidence to support that as well. So I wouldn't want to say we shouldn't consider en route mortality, because I think it could play a factor, particularly on the early part of the run. If the water's warm in the lower area, they could be migrating through that warmer water. Or in areas where the water is really low, we could see en route mortality. But particularly with the fishing branch run, that would be really hard to determine just because you don't get a good estimate at pilot. So you don't really have anything to compare it to. Yeah, so I wanted to highlight that. And then just talking about the preseason and in-season kind of estimates with summer chum, it looks like because of the low Canadian component, if we do use the in-season adjustment, that it would have overestimated the Canadian component quite a bit. And so I just wanted to put that in caution as when the summer chum come in, and I know they're usually pretty well correlated and does provide that additional information. But this last year, it looks like it would have overestimated the Canadian component. So just to be precautious in that.
Thank you. Next question from U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
It's not really a question. It's that in my plant, you know, we fillet lots of fish. And so I've seen Ichthyophonus in coho salmon and Chinook salmon, but I've never seen it in a chum salmon. Never, ever. And my one filleter, that guy is super paranoid about Ichthyophonus when he sees it, and he can smell it. The fish have a weird smell, but that guy has a good nose on him, and he can smell it, and he tells me this thing's got the fungus. He calls it the fungus. Anyway, I don't think that for some reason chum salmon, I've never seen any that had it for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? We'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
This is more of a comment than a question. I think one of the things that we have to realize is that this entire fisheries, both Chinook and chum and all fisheries, are entering into a new paradigm here with the changing marine environment. The question of die-off, I think, is going to be a much bigger question into the future, because I think all stocks are returning to their spawning streams, entering the river in a with much less capacity than they've had in the past. They're coming in at smaller sizes with less fat reserves. They're just not robust fish. And so I think the question of die-off, we always look for a specific reason for it, but I think it's going to happen, and probably is and has been happening to a smaller extent, because the fish just don't come back with the reserves they need to make it. And of course, the smaller a fish is on a long migration, the tougher it is on that fish to make it. So Canadian-bound Mainstem fall chum are one of the longest running migrations in the world. So they've got that against them right off the bat. You add the fact that the marine environment right now is not conducive to a healthy rearing. It's not conducive to a healthy stocking up of energy to be ready for their return. And one of the reasons I think they're coming back early is because they're just stressed out. And anyway, there's a lot of evidence, scientific evidence, that's showing that to be the case. And I just wanted to point that out, because we always like to point the finger and say, aha, that's what's causing the problem. But I think in general, all fish are struggling right now. So I think we need to be cognizant of that. And now that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions regarding the Mainstem 2023 fall chum salmon forecast? Not seeing any. We will thank our presenters and proceed with our next presentation, which is the United States Management Strategy. And for this presentation, I'd like to welcome Ms. Christy Gleason from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Fairbanks. I'm very glad to be here in Whitehorse. This is my first time, so I appreciate all the hospitality from the reception last night. I think it was really great. It was great to have some conversations with the fishermen and with the staff that we don't normally get to have, so thank you for that. This morning, I'll be presenting on the fisheries management considerations and the strategies for 2023 for Yukon River fall chum salmon. Next slide. This is a summary of the 2023 outlook for fall chum salmon. As Bonnie and Adam explained, the forecast for Yukon River drainage wide is for 251,000 with a range of 112 to 602,000. The Canadian Mainstem Yukon River is for 62,750 and the fishing branch for 10,000 with ranges around those estimates. And these forecasts will be revised based on the summer to fall chum salmon relationship in mid-July. Next slide. Our management actions are guided by the fall chum salmon management plan, and note that our drainage-wide escapement goal for fall chum salmon is 300,000 to 600,000. So for this coming season, we're forecasting a run size below 300,000, so we will be in the red on this table, which requires that we start the fall season closed for subsistence salmon fishing, commercial, personal use, and sport fishing for fall chum salmon. And our escapement goals are not expected to be met with this low of a run size. Next slide. Some additional fall chum salmon management considerations include two positive aspects of the parent years, including that we met or exceeded the drainage-wide escapement goal. And unlike summer chum, fall chum were likely not affected by the warm water that we observed in the 2019 season along the Yukon River. Usually during the fall season, the water level lowers and the water temperature cools down, and so I think the fall chum have a little bit of an easier time compared to summer chum. Two potentially negative aspects of this year's run include possible continuation of the low salmon runs that we've observed in 2020 to 2022. And for the last few years, we've noticed the below average Canadian origin mainstem and fishing branch fall chum salmon stocks. Next slide. Looking forward to the season with salmon closures, we plan to allow for the following subsistence fishing opportunities. We will begin the fall season closed for fall chum salmon. We plan to allow non-salmon gear, and this includes 4-inch or smaller mesh set gill nets for non-salmon limited to 60 feet or shorter in length because we're in salmon conservation mode. We plan to allow for selective gear for non-salmon, pink, sockeye, and coho salmon, where we can require the release of chum and chinook if it's warranted at that time. We plan to start relaxing restrictions on October 1st and transition that date upriver based on the fall chum salmon migration. And these are strategies that we've done the last few years during these low runs. An additional measure that we've taken for salmon conservation above and beyond What we normally do is we've maintained salmon closures in important spawning tributaries through the end of December to make sure every salmon that makes it to the spawning ground is protected the best that we can. And as any year, we plan to adjust management as necessary based on in-season assessment and extreme environmental conditions. Subsistence opportunity on Alaska stocks would endeavor to provide for fall chum salmon passage to the extent practicable to meet the Canadian IMEGs. Next slide. And thanks for listening to the management strategies. I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you. Questions? We'll start with Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Yeah, thanks for that. I guess I'd like to understand your approach to conservation a little bit more. You said that, you know, you're in salmon conservation mode, and I'm looking at slide 3, and these, of course, are very broad strokes, but as I understand it, the targeted drainage-wide escapement goal is 300 to 600,000. And so if it's less than 300,000, then of course it's closed. But then the yellow bar in the middle, 300 to 550, is, you know, possible restrictions. And I mean, that range is less than the upper. So I guess that, so you've got this range, 300 to 600,000, but if I'm understanding this correctly, you know, if you're above the lower end of that range, then you're contemplating openings. You're not, you know, targeting the mid-range or anything. That 300 to 5, there's possible restrictions, but that suggests that there could be some fishing in there, you know, well before you hit the top end of the range. And I guess I'm wondering, how do you characterize that as a salmon conservation mode? I mean, what about that is conservative?
Thanks for the question. So we're in run sizes below 300,000. That is the minimum that we want to get in the drainage for spawning escapement. And so that kicks us into times of conservation in our regulations. And so during that time, we implement some special things for gear and for area and to further protect fall chum. So, for example, we limit nets to 60 feet or shorter in length that are used to target non-salmon. That's a salmon conservation gear. We can now allow set gill nets, and we can also require that they be operated near shore if we wanted to. And then we can protect salmon further by closing important spawning areas through the end of December to make sure that they're more successful with spawning. So that's what we do when we're under 300,000. If we're between the 300,000 and 300 or 550,000, this table is based on what we have in our Alaskan regulations for subsistence on the Yukon River. So during that time, we can allow for subsistence fishing as long as we're projecting to meet our escapement goals and our IMEG and harvest shares with Canada. And so if we're in that 300 to 550,000, we would be assessing the fall chum salmon run. We'd be looking at our other salmon that we have in the river, and we'd be trying to provide opportunity on Alaska stocks while still meeting escapement goals.
Could I follow up? So this is prescribed in regulation. I mean, if you weren't in conservation mode, would those regulations change? I guess maybe I'm not asking that well, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, you know, how does conservation mode compare to non-conservation mode? I mean, is there flexibility or some sort of difference in the regulations, or the regulations just kind of etched in stone that, you know, between 300 and 550, we believe we're going to be above the minimum point on the range, so the regs prescribe that thus and such happens. I guess I'm trying to understand better what you mean by we're in conservation mode here.
Yeah, so if we're projecting a run size that's below our escapement goals, we are in conservation mode for salmon at that point because we're trying to meet our escapement goals. If there's a small identified surplus above that escapement goal, we would likely still be in conservation mode because we're taking a limited approach to salmon fishing.
And I know that this is a mixed stock fishery, and you've got, you know, Canadian stocks which seem to be in worse condition than the U.S. stocks. But even with U.S. stocks, Virgil talked about the Tanana being particularly strong last year. I mean, there are variations. So how do you adjust the fishery to protect the weaker stocks?
Well, we have genetic information back to about 2004 for fall chum salmon, and we look at the genetics and the run strength as different components of the run come in. And the stocks are separated by timing. So first, for the fall season, we see the border U.S. stocks come in that are typically headed for the Tadrinjik and the Shinjek River. And then the next bulk of fish that come in are headed for the Canadian Mainstem. And then the last component of the run is the Tanana River stocks. And so for management, we can take a look at what Alaska stocks are coming in strong and which ones are coming in weak, and try to provide fishing opportunity in that way while still protecting the weaker ones. So we use timing and area.
Thank you for that.
And perhaps we have a few other questions, but a follow-up along the lines of the questions that Mr. Tim Gerberding provided. The chart described on slide number 3, I think maybe one of the elements that generated some questions was that, you know, the red lowest level, so 300,000 or less, with fisheries, subsistence fisheries closed, as well as commercial personal use and sport fisheries closed. I think that makes sense. The yellow zone kind of in the middle, I think it's self-explanatory, possible restrictions on subsistence fisheries, which are obviously the priority with the commercial personal use and sport fisheries being closed. I think where Tim's questions were going was recognizing that the escapement goal range is 300 to 600. It's a bit puzzling that within that escapement goal range, so greater than 550 to 600, that commercial, personal use, and sport would jump from closed to open without any contemplation of any restrictions on those lower priority fisheries. So I'm not sure if that's a question. It's more of an observation that within the subsistence fisheries, there's a transition from closed to possible restrictions to open, whereas in the other lower priority fisheries, the transition goes immediately from closed to open. But question from Canadian panel member Stan Jaclyn.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, on the Porcupine River stock, they were always in conservation zone, and we're contemplating, like, you know, if it's conservation, and it's always going to be that way, let's not kid ourselves that we're ever going to fish that stock. And the fact that there would be a continued fishery, possibly on the Alaska side, off the chum salmon stocks when it's available, with numbers required between 300 and 550,000. Okay, there's no correlation in terms of how to protect the porcupine chum in its migration route, because it's a mixed stock migration. So in that sense, for the record, that's what it is. So in long term, we're in it for the conservation of the chum salmon to make it to the spawning grounds for the ecosystem and aquatic system and that river system itself. And that's that's the reality for the Porcupine River. And I made this point a number of times, so I'll make it again, is that for us to fish those stocks in the future, we will never see the benefits of fishing those stocks if it was open between 300 and 550,000. Point is that that stock will be fished out before we get to porcupine. So we're at the last end of the river, so we're in a position to conserve those stocks. We're made just by geographical location of our community and the fact that we're there. that happens, and considering the run that goes by there, the last one, we're the last village up that river to be able to decide on what's going to happen with that stock. Do we actually fish out the last 10,000? And which can happen. Under our First Nation final agreement, we're entitled to 6,000 annually for chum. And there's some also like obligations with that, but we will never see the benefits of that, is the point. So my point is that, well, to make the fact that we're here to conserve that. That's our presence at this table. In essence, when you want to protect a resource, you want at some point in time use that resource. You can't conserve a resource for the sake of protecting a resource, you know. You got to at some point in time have a percentage to use that resource, is the point also. So would we ever be in that position? So all of a sudden, I'm a conservationist by no choice in that sense, and making those decisions, or providing that anyway. But if we push the envelope, then it's possibly we could fish on that system itself. So the fact that it's not an entitlement, it possibly could be done by need, or the fact that we get bullied into not fishing the last of those stocks. So I think there need to be possibly a better method, and hopefully the resources are there to be able to track those stocks in the future, to look at how we can manage the chum run for the fishing branch. The history in terms of how the numbers, you know, that for the spawning, we haven't looked at the availability of the spawning for chum and fishing branch, and how much the spawning grounds can yield. So that's something we need to actually basically look at that's scientifically as possible to do. And the other unknown with chum and with Chinook is the fact that when they're healthy, it's the oil content in those two species when they migrate up the river system. So that's something that needs to be looked at in terms of the fact that when there's more oil, they're considered more healthy. And there's a lot of factors that play on that too. It's the water temperature and the stress and everything else. So back in 2015-16, the chum salmon, when we were fishing on the Porcupine River, there was a lot of oil content in them when we were drying them on the racks in Old Crow. So the water was really good level at that point. It was good water. So there's less stress on them. So those are some of the factors, I think, but there need to be a more probably like identifying, or just other than visual, to look and say, well, hey, there's a lot of oil in the salmon, is to affect it. Well, how does that affect their health and their stability, their physical health, to make it to the spawning ground? So that's just something I want to point out. And well, thank you for the presentation.
Question from U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
Okay, just a little bit of background first. And that is that in 2018 and 2019, the fall chum salmon were a week to 2 weeks late. And I'm judging by what shows up at the rapids. Because Stan always would be keeping track of when over 50% of the fish would be fall chum. Because there are a few summer chum that spawn in local creeks near there. And normally the first ones to show up would show up right at the end of July, a few fish, and then a few in the first week of August. And usually by the 10th of August, it would be over 50% fall chum. And some of those very first fish most of the very first fish are silver bright fish. They're not marked at all. I don't know where those fish are going. I suspected they were going to the Porcupine, but I have no idea. And I'm not positive whether genetics separate the Porcupine from the Mainstem or not. But in 2018 and 2019, they were way late. And so my question is, does anyone have any idea why they were way late? And then the other part of it is, I don't remember when the water warmed up in 2019, but I know those fish were super late. I do know that. And there wasn't that many of them. Because I was, you know, I take my boat from the bridge down to the rapids. It's 100 miles one way to get fish and spend the night, and I can make one load a day, because that's 200 miles, not counting loading and unloading fish. But anyway, so that's what I'm kind of wondering. The two things, whether they can really tell the porcupine from the others, and whether or not, or when that warm water went away and was normal, because the fish were so late, both in 2018 and 19. Thank you.
Yeah, to answer Virgil's question, in 2019, Bonnie and I were watching the water levels and the water temperature pretty closely, and I remember that it dropped off in July. We had a really warm June and July. And one thing that could have slowed the fall chum salmon down that you were seeing probably the first week of August near the rapids was, you know, sometimes in the lower river, the fall chum and the coho can be a couple days late. And then if they experience some high water during their migration, that slows them down even more. So if they're 3 or 4 days late in the lower Yukon compared to what they normally are, and then they're slowed down another 4 to 5 days due to some higher water, that's really common. So that could equate to like a week or 10 days. And that's typically what we see in the upper Yukon for our assessment projects when we see fish pass pilot. And then if we notice that there's that they're experiencing high water during their migration, it does slow down their migration time, and it can delay them 5 to 10 days. And then I would like to circle back and answer Mr. Gotch's question about our table and why it says open when we get above 600,000 on slide 3. This table was my attempt to simplify our fall chum salmon regulations, and I condensed about 1.5 pages of regulations into something that's palatable for everyone to understand. So while it says it's open, there's actually about 3 layers of management that we have to go through to meet escapement goals, drainage-wide and in terminal harvest areas in order to have an opening. And when I say open, it's not that we're open 24/7. It's still based on the surplus from in-season assessment projects, if that helps you, for any fishery, not just commercial sport and personal use.
Thank you for that follow-up. And I think that, again, maybe just for sake of clarifying the visual, the point was around the fact that the fishery trigger for commercial personal use and sport was within the escapement goal range, and there was no transition from closed to open. And based on what you're describing, it sounds like it's more of a possible restrictions. So thanks for that clarification. Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, and then we'll go to Elizabeth.
Yeah, thanks. Just another question on slide 3 there. So 300,000 in the red closed, 300 to 5,000 possible restrictions for subsistence. So, you know, in the spirit of conservation, do you have any flexibility to require the projected run size to be higher than 300,000 before you would open it at all? Or is that just kind of something that automatically flows from? I mean, I understand the possible restrictions, which help, but could you, in the spirit of conservation, for example, wait until you hit 350 or 400,000 to open at all in that subsistence fishery? Or is that something that doesn't really fit with the regulations?
Yeah, that's a good question. So once we get over 300,000, we have to identify a harvestable surplus above that, and we have to be able to look at in-season assessment to meet our escapement goals. So if we're at 305,000 or 301,000, that doesn't mean we're going to start fishing, because we still have to do those other 2 components of management.
But, I mean, when you've got this mixed bag of fisheries where, you know, some components may be strong, others may be weak, I mean, would you, for example, in just hypothetical scenario, entertain, you know, maybe delaying any possible open to the mid part of the range there? You know, 400,000, 425,000, just for the sake of the weaker stocks? Or I mean, how does that thinking influence your decision to open it?
Yeah, so our criteria for opening fishing would be to meet the drainage wide escapement goal, and then identifies harvestable surpluses above that. But kind of the second big benchmark that we look at is our Canadian IMEGs, both in the fishing branch and the Canadian Mainstem. And we do understand that in recent years, the Canadian run strength has been lower than normal. Normally it's 25%. Last year it was 10%. The previous 2 years it was 17%. And so we definitely take that into account because we understand the fall chum salmon are going to be migrating up the Yukon River and need to make it to the border. And so, yeah, we do have that flexibility to delay fishing for the weaker stocks to meet our Canadian IMEGs.
Thank you.
Question from Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I just wanted to, because we're talking a lot about protecting weaker stocks, and I know this is Mainstem, but Mainstem management really does affect porcupine chum as well. And yesterday we did have a conversation around when you're managing to meet the fall chum Mainstem border obligation, what that means for the fishing branch escapement goal. So if you take those bottom end of both those goals, 70 and 22,000, add them up, you get 92. And if you divide the 22, the fishing branch escapement goal, into the Mainstem, you get about 24%. But we know fishing branch makes up 4% of the run. So if they're being harvested in similar proportions, essentially that's 6 times the harvest over what would need to happen to achieve the fishing branch escapement goal. Which is probably part of the reason we have not achieved the goal in quite some time on the fishing branch, is because the management in the Mainstem is focused on the Mainstem chum and isn't, I don't want to say not considering fishing branch, because I do want to acknowledge the closure on the Porcupine in the Alaskan section that has made a big difference on the Canadian side, and I hear about it from fishers in Old Crow, how the fish look bigger and there are more fish compared to when there was fishing on the Porcupine side. But it's still not addressing the big difference between the potential harvest rates on the much weaker stock. So I definitely want to make sure we're taking the next step and seeking further action to make sure that we are not continuing to over-harvest that much smaller stock. And just to make sure it's in line with the treaty and putting conservation first. As well as I'm hoping that we can start to collect DNA off the harvest if there is a harvest of fall chum, because then that would tell us what's going on and we could confirm if that is what's happening, if we are over harvesting on fishing branch. And that might be difficult to tease out, I totally get it, but if we don't start collecting that data, we won't have it. And having the Canadian harvest of fall chum would really help in doing run reconstructions, which we currently can't really do, and making sure we're meeting treaty obligations around harvest shares, as well as establishing possible harvest shares, which is one of the treaty asks for fishing branch chum.
Additional questions or comments from panel members? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Ms. Gleason. We'll now proceed to the Canadian management strategy for Mainstem chum salmon stocks, and I'd like to invite Ms. Jaclyn Kendal from Fisheries and Oceans Canada to provide this presentation to the panel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So while I wait for the presentation to come up, I will reintroduce myself. As mentioned, I'm Jaclyn Kendal. I am a fisheries manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for the Yukon River, and I'm going to be providing a summary of the 2023 Canadian origin fall chum salmon management for Yukon River Mainstem. Okay, great, thank you. We can actually go to the next slide now, if you don't mind. Perfect. Okay, so this slide really just outlines the fall chum assessment projects for 2023. We have Porcupine River Sonar, which is a collaborative project with DFO and Bendt government. We also have the Fishing Branch River Video Weir, which is again a collaborative project with DFO and Bendt. And then we have our mid-Mainstem, and Kluane aerial projects completed by DFO. So if you don't mind switching slides, thank you. Great. Okay, so really here we're going to look at the outlooks. So for 2023, the total Yukon River drainage-wide fall chum point estimate is 251,000, as described in earlier presentations, with around 63,000 being Canadian origin. So this is below the lower bound or minimum of the escapement goal of 70,000. And so no harvest opportunities are anticipated. Given performance over the last few years, it's highly possible the 63,000 outlook could be even lower. And so, as mentioned, there will be no harvest shares anticipated, and we will be watching the run as it progresses very closely. Next slide, please. Great, okay. So we have seen this information in yesterday's Chinook presentation, but I really wanted to just cover that pre-season planning involves both international and domestic obligations. The international stemming from the Pacific Salmon Treaty principles, as well as any Yukon River Panel recommendations. The domestic side involves engagement with Yukon First Nation governments, stakeholders, and public, as well as conservation, the prioritization of fishery opportunities with First Nations subsistence first, while also considering any precautionary principles. So the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee submits their recommendations for salmon management within each year to the Fisheries Minister, and those that are accepted are incorporated into the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan, which covers annually July 1st to June 30th. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So in terms of the anticipated management approach, given the previous 3 years' performance and the likelihood of the run being closer to or possibly less than the point estimate of 63,000, harvest opportunities are not anticipated. We'll be communicating at pre-season meetings on the outlooks and in season with current information to Yukon First Nation government representatives, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee members, and the public. And the run projection, as mentioned before, will be revised in season to reflect the summer to fall chum relationship. The public angling and domestic fisheries will be closed. And I did mention this for Chinook, but as well in 2022, the department also implemented a long-term closure for the commercial chum fishery. Again, this closure is expected to remain in place for at least one salmon generation or until there is clear evidence of stock growth. And next slide, please. And that's the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions or comments from Canadian panel members regarding the Canadian management plans? Not seeing any. U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead.
Who and where did they take the picture?
That's a great question. I might actually call on perhaps Mark or Adam. Do you know where this? When though? Sorry? September. Okay.
Any additional questions or comments from panel members? Oh. We have a question from Canadian advisor Carly Knight. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. I'm just looking back at slide number 3 with the chart, if we could pull that up. Not so much a question, maybe an observation, but the Canadian origin outlook is estimated on this graph as 62,750. It's my understanding that that's large uncertainty with that number. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Great. So I think maybe in the future when we're presenting hard numbers like that, it'd be good to just put an asterisk and say like what level of certainty there is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from panel members? Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, go ahead, please.
Yeah, for whatever reason I hadn't noticed it, but I don't know if I'm doing the right math in my head, but it looks like 62,750 is exactly 1/4 of the drainage wide estimate. Is that true? And is that kind of how that was derived, or was there a different science used to derive the 62,750 as the Canadian origin outlook?
I may actually, if it's possible, request Adam, do you mind helping just with that drainage-wide estimate piece from your previous presentation?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I mean, I don't want to be passing the buck too much here. I might almost defer it to Bonnie, but yeah, you're correct in that. I think the range around the estimate as well for the drainage wide has been adjusted to account for previous year's estimates and poor returns, and I think those ranges around those estimates directly relate to those bounds created previously in those years. So I'm sorry if I don't answer your question completely here. Please refresh me if...
No, you have, and I guess that, I mean, if the Canadian component is less than 25%, which it seems to have been in the most recent 2 years, then that would be, you know, perhaps an inflated estimate of the Canadian origin outlook.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from panel members? Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Kendal. And from a panel member perspective, the Yukon River Panel has not yet finalized recommendations for Mainstem chum salmon management for the 2023 season. Mr. Co-Chair, anything you wanted to add further? And then I'll also preface that by asking, on our schedule, we have a scheduled break. Would you prefer that we move to our scheduled break and then take up the Porcupine River chum salmon outlooks and management strategies following the break, or push through and break at a later time? Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think perhaps taking a break now might be the best way to proceed. Maybe we can make it 10 minutes as much as possible so that we could get back on the record at 10:30.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. So we will break for 10 minutes. Panel members, please return at 10:30 sharp. We are tight on time, so we'll resume our public session with Porcupine chum salmon outlooks and management strategies. Thank you. With our public sessions. And where we left off this morning, we concluded with the management strategies as well as forecasts for Mainstem Yukon River chum salmon. We'll now be transitioning into the forecast for porcupine and fishing branch stocks as well as management strategies. So for our forecasts, I believe that we'll have Mr. Adam Odell and Ms. Bonnie Borba from Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Alaska Department of Fish and Game, respectively. So welcome back to the podium.
All right, well, thank you. Again, I'm Adam Odell, Senior Biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and I'll be presenting this one solo. Bonnie will be here for support, as she did help create these presentations and the data associated with it. So this is the 2022 Canadian Fishing Branch salmon forecast, fall chum. Next slide, please. All right, so as Bonnie discussed previously in detail during the Mainstem fall chum forecast presentation, this year's drainage-wide forecast size is presented as a range from 112 to 602,000 fall chum salmon. With a point estimate of 251,000, this represents a well below average run size. And as with 2022, this year's forecast has been adjusted down to account for poor productivity in recent years. Next slide, please. So looking at Fishing Branch River, the standard forecast method we've used is to anticipate that 4% of the drainage-wide forecast applies to the stock. And recalling that the IMEG for Fishing Branch chum is 22,000 to 49,000 fish. So in this case, the forecast suggests harvest opportunities being very unlikely, with a point estimate of 10,000 fish and an upper end of the range slightly surpassing the lower end of the escapement goal. Next slide, please. So looking at forecast versus run size performance for Fishing Branch, we see the same large overestimation for 2020 and 2021, but a very close match for 2022. There's also a more persistent overestimation back through the last decade, with the exception of 2016 and 2017. As with the Mainstem stock, the Fishing Branch forecast predicts a slightly higher return this year. However, it is important to recognize that over the past 10 years, Fishing Branch fall chum have averaged only approximately 2.5% of the drainage-wide run. So our 4% estimate may produce a slightly higher outlook. And of course, to remember here, we'll benefit greatly again from the in-season projection that's developed in mid-July and will give us a much clearer picture of what to expect with this year's return. Next slide, please. So the two forecasts are listed here, drainage-wide with a range again of 112 to 602,000, and Fishing Branch being 4% of the drainage-wide as 4,500 to 24,000 fish. So the forecasts were based on predicted and observed returns of the last 4 years, and due to uncertainty is expressed as a pretty large range. And considerations go into these forecasts include the age 4 survival, which is unknown, but overall, as explained earlier, overall production is expected to be below replacement. And there may be a slight improvement of the age 5 contribution to the run. However, there is a possibility that the Canadian origin run strength will again be below average this year. So this forecast indicates a similar return to last year, but hopefully, again, we observe some improvements. The forecast does provide a starting point for planning. However, the forecasts will all be revised in season based on the summer to fall chum relationship. And ultimately, in-season projections will be used to refine management decisions that they will be speaking to shortly. So similar message to the Mainstem, and I'll conclude that with the final slide, requesting questions. Thanks.
Any questions from panel members? We'll start with U.S. member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Probably a question for Bonnie. The fishing or the porcupine stocks, they have a very distinct genetic marker, correct?
Yes.
Yes. How early in the run, I assume the first time you detect them is at pilot station, so how early in the season are Fishing Branch or porcupine fall chum usually identified?
They're in every strata, at least this last year, we start sampling chum salmon when pilot first starts, like in the summer season. And they detect some, but it's not, like we've explained before, they're so small of a proportion that the range around them is unusable. So and the estimates are unusable, even though they are detected because they are unique. It's not enough to come up with the estimates of what they might be for the run at pilot station.
Right, yeah, I understand that, thank you. I guess that kind of So basically what you're saying is they're so dispersed within the end of the summer chum run and the beginning of the fall run that they're almost indistinguishable. Is that correct?
They can detect them, but it's not.
I guess maybe to clarify my question, they don't really run in pulses. They tend to trickle in throughout the entire season.
Well, in the genetics, they show up in each pulse. Yeah, every pulse that we have, there's fishing branch in there. We haven't found that they're like super on one end or the other. They come in throughout the run, and they are in each of the pulses is when we'll see the greater amount. But we're doing a strata by week, so we don't see like how many every day. It's how many in that strata. So.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Bonnie, I'm going to try to pin you down on what Andy was asking. And the reason why is earlier when I spoke about Stan seeing these really early fall chums, the end of July and the 1st of August, when do you first start detecting those fishing branch fish? Is it like the first or second week of July, or when?
Like I said, they're in every strata. Last year we had them in the strata 1 in June 3rd to the June 28th. It's just they're there, but the confidence bounds around them include 0 on all of them, so it's not useful, but they do, they are present.
Okay, then that goes along with what Lisa Sieb found in 93 and 94, where there were Yukon River, Canadian origin chums, and some of the first test fisheries in early June in Area M. That's what that says, basically. And those are the fish that Stan sees that are silver bright the last week of July at the rapids, more than likely. We should do genetics on those once if we ever start fishing again.
Yeah, I don't, I'm not familiar too much with the Area M genetic stuff, but the Chandelar Sheenjack stocks are the first ones in our groups, and the fishing branch are in there as well. But when our first stocks, like you're saying, those are the first ones that Stan sees, those really bright fish, but they could be Chandelar Sheenjack as well as fishing branch. It's the Canadian Mainstem that's a little bit lagged from those other stocks. So our border U.S. stock and the fishing branch may be present at the very beginning of the run. Because when we put the sonar in at the Sheenjack and Chandelar, there's already some fish there as well. And it takes longer to get up to the fishing branch.
Go ahead, Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding.
Yeah, thanks. I just wondered how the Chandelar and Sheenjack stocks are doing in comparison to the fishing branch stocks.
Chandelar is one of the bigger stocks. It's usually even larger than the Mainstem, and then the Tana River is just about as large as well. The Sheenjack itself, we can't break them apart genetically, and the Sheenjack project we didn't have any funding after 2012, so it's been a number of years. We just got it back last year, and they had about 14,000 fish went in there. Typically in the past, it has been a little bit weaker than the Chandelar as a component of the run, more like, it's still a large run. Like the average there used to be like 50,000, so it's much larger than fishing branch. So, yeah, we lost a bunch of data not having the project running for a number of years.
So the fishing branch seemed to have suffered a rather serious decline. Is that also true of the Sheenjack?
We need more years of data now to see if that had changed, because we've only got the recent year, the 14,000 this year, but that's still substantially more than what fishing branch got as far as the ratio on the other stocks. So I think we need some more data on the fishing branch to see if anything had changed. But we do hear some anecdotal information, that some of that, the dewatering, it may be occurring also in the Sheenjack as well. And some of the water does go subsurface, and the eggs, may or may not survive. But we've got a big data gap now from those years, so we need several more years to look at that and see what that relationship with Fishing Branch is again.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from panel members on the porcupine forecast? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll move into our next presentation, which is the U.S. Proposed Management Strategy for Porcupine River Chum, and we'll invite Ms. Christy Gleason from Alaska Department of Fish and Game to provide this presentation to the panel.
Good morning again. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And for this presentation, I will explain the 2023 fisheries management strategies of the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River for fall chum salmon. Next slide. The Yukon River drainage-wide forecast is for a run of 251,000 with a range around that. And the Canadian origin Fishing Branch River typically make up about 4% of that drainage-wide forecast, so we're expecting about 10,000 to make it to the Fishing Branch River. And based on that forecast, it is unlikely that we'll meet the interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000 fish. Next slide. During the season, we used the Mainstem Yukon River sonar near Pilot Station to assess the run in the lower Yukon River. We also used 2 projects in the upper Yukon River to guide management actions in the Porcupine River. These include the Porcupine River sonar and the Fishing Branch River weir. We also rely on local observations and report from fishermen along the river. Next slide. Based on the forecast, the 2023 management actions in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River or in the Yukon River drainage include closures for subsistence, personal use, sport, and commercial fishing for fall chum salmon. And in the Porcupine River drainage, we plan to allow for subsistence opportunities for non-salmon. So we will have non-salmon gear open. We'll have the 4-inch or smaller mesh set gill nets for non-salmon limited to 60 feet or shorter in length due to salmon conservation. And we plan to allow for selective gear for non-salmon and coho salmon. And if warranted, we can require the release of chum and Chinook salmon from gear. We also plan to keep the Porcupine River drainage closed through December because we understand that it's an important spawning tributary on our side of the border. And thanks for listening. With that, I'll take any questions.
We'll start with Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so just a question about the statement. So 4-inch or smaller mesh set for non-salmon limited to 60 feet. I'm just wondering, are there any requirements with respect to how often those nets have to be checked? I mean, do they have to be checked continuously? Can they be allowed in the river overnight? What sort of restrictions or guidelines might apply to those 4-inch, 60-foot nets?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There's no regulations on how often you have to check your net, but it's up to the individual fisherman, and most fishermen check their net probably a couple times a day or at least once a day because they don't want their fish to rot.
So I mean, if the net is only checked twice a day, and if it's in overnight, then depending on how the fish is tangled, a good portion of those fish will be dead when they're checked. So and that goes to the next point, selective gear, release of fall chum and Chinook if warranted. I mean, if they're checked at, long intervals like you're describing, then there aren't going to be many live salmon to release.
Yeah, that's correct. So the selective gear I have here on the slide, typically in our salmon conservation section, We can require the release of chum and chinook from gear types like manned fish wheels, dip nets, hook and line, that type of gear. We do not require the release from the 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets because that's considered a gear where fish have a high mortality rate.
Thank you.
Question from U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, not so much a question, maybe to help Tim understand some of the impacts of 4-inch mesh gear. I've used that quite extensively for 15 years now. And what I have found is that, of course, as the fish go upriver, they change. They get more of a hooked mouth. What catches chum salmon in those is they tend to get hooked in the mouth. And depending on how tight the net is strung, if this net is hung very tight, the fish will basically spin, but they can still breathe. And so if you come upon those fish, you can pull them out and you can untangle the fish and you can release a fish back into the water alive, even after a number of hours, 12 hours or more sometimes. However, if the net is hung very, very loose, the fish will roll, and once he rolls into that, then his gills get tangled up and he'll suffocate and die. The other thing that I've noticed is it seems to kill the females a little bit more than the males because generally their heads are a little bit smaller, they don't have the hook, and so they tend to go in and fight it a little bit harder before they try and pull out, and then they'll get gilled. So I guess the short answer is not all fish are killed by it, and a lot of it depends on how a fisherman hangs a net. So it's incumbent upon a fisherman, if he's trying to conserve chum salmon, to hang his net as tight as possible. That still catches non-salmon species and gives the best opportunity for survival for chum salmon.
Thank you.
Additional panel member questions. U.S. panel member Eric Weiner. Go ahead, please.
Again, I'll speak for my area and not for other areas within Alaska, but typically in fall time for 4-inch net being used is pretty rare anywhere on the mainstream. Most people after the summer run are setting nets inside little sloughs or towards lakes just for whitefish, as that's where they're most prevalent. Even the 1 or 2 nets that are put near the Yukon River, it's very rare in our area to catch fall chum and 4-inch mesh nets. So I just want to make sure that's clear. I am a little bit concerned though that we're starting to dissect whitefish gear. There's a lot of questions here at this meeting, and you kind of setting up some red flags to our users back home, and I don't want to make things, it's tough enough that we're already trying to conserve chum and king salmon, but if we're going to start dissecting whitefish gear, we're going to start battling again, and I don't want to go down that route, so I'll just put that out there. I'm trying to be honest and frank about this.
Additional questions, U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, Eric. I think from my perspective, it's not dissecting the gear, it's making sure that managers have an understanding of the impacts of the gear. It's not to try and restrict it. It's not to try and take it away from people. It's going to be the only feature we have for a few years. I think the big concern that I have is that we really don't have a full understanding, or at least I haven't heard that from managers, of what the catchability is. Once we understand that, then hopefully we can educate people about it, and managers can take that into account when they do their assessments of the runs. We have no in-season data on any fish being caught, really, on the Yukon River. You know, other than, I say it this way, we have no in-season data on non-salmon species, and that's fine. We do. But if you're going to allow our gear in the river, and it has a potential for incidental catch, you have to understand what the possibilities and what the impacts could potentially be to stocks that you're trying to concern. So rest assured, I'm not trying to take 4-inch mesh gear away from anybody. I just want us to have a clear understanding so we can educate fishermen to be as responsible as they possibly can when using that gear. And I think we can do that, but it takes having trust, and it takes the fishermen communicating to Fish and Game what they are catching with that in an honest and open way so that we can protect stocks that are in peril right now.
U.S. Member Eric Weingart, go ahead, please.
Again, I kind of argue that because in our subsistence calendars listed are the salmon species along with the freshwater species in those calendars, and Fish and Game has been collecting those calendars and do have data that's there, and I have seen Fish and Game out there and Fish and Wildlife Protection checking on our nets. They physically go pick them up and look at them, or they come up when we're checking and look to see what we have. So, I mean, there is data, and I just feel like we're trying to chase something that's let's focus our energy on. It's not the 4-inch gear is the problem here. So that's, if you want buy-in from the people, and then you start questioning their use of 4-inch, we're just going to go backwards again. I don't want to go that route. I want to go forward, progress, and make some headway in discovering why the decline of porcupine, the decline of fall chum, the decline of king salmon. But yeah, if we're going to dissect every piece of gear, and it's different up and down the river. And again, I'll just speak. I'm speaking on behalf of my area, from the coastal district on up to say Russian Mission. And I mean, if people are so concerned, I mean, just try to go look at somebody's fish rack. There are no salmon hanging up from the coast all the way up to Russian Mission, and people have sacrificed, and you know, to be quite honest, I had some phone calls last night that people were quite upset that the direction where we're going, and rather than trying to find a solution to get fish back in the spawning ground, or understand why they're not able to produce more offspring, that's a big concern. But that's for another story.
Further questions from panel members? We have Canadian panel member Pauline Frost. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you just maybe provide me a little clarification? So pre-season management strategies, when we're talking about subsistence, personal use, you talk about the porcupine and 4-inch or smaller mesh gill net. Are you referring to the confluence of the Yukon River and the Porcupine River at Fort Yukon? Are we referring to the subsistence harvesters, which is some 300 miles away in Oak Crow? So there's two specific areas. So there's, when we talk about co-management, and we look at a stock or a small number, it's important to differentiate between what it is we're referring to when we speak about Porcupine River drainage. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Frost. So the first bullet there was just to let you know what we're doing in the entire Yukon River Mainstem, which is the migratory corridor for fishing branch fish to even make it to the Porcupine River. And then the second bullet, the purpose is to show what we're doing in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River drainage, and what particular management actions we're taking in that area and the spawning tributaries that are in the Porcupine River drainage. Does that help?
Sure, it does. I guess as a follow-up, I'm specifically curious to know about, just monitoring of the 4-inch gill net, and then do you monitor and maybe get the actual numbers, subsistence numbers of what's taken out of the porcupine with the 4-inch gill net? Or is that left to sort of interpretation, I guess, or reporting by the subsistence users? Is this something you track to manage in-season harvest?
Yes, I believe we do ask on our postseason subsistence surveys how many fish were harvested in the Porcupine River drainage for the communities in that area, like Chalkitsik, Arctic Village, Fort Yukon. And I know the effort is really low in even the last 6 years. The fishermen that do fish in that area, they usually contact me by phone during the season before they head up to the Porcupine River. Some of them are trappers. And I've shared, our conservation concern for fall chum salmon and explained the low runs. And so they are making an effort to not even put out a 4-inch gill net, even though they could. So we do have really close relations with the people that actually fish there, which I think is a really positive thing.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that note, because what happens when you end up in management and you try to regulate, so management and regulations versus sort of some political intervention or some management restrictions and then enforcement, and particularly with such a declining stock and the consideration of defining it as a species at risk at some very near future, it's something clearly we need to define, because we end up in the situation on the porcupine in Oak Crow where we use the 4-inch mesh net and we have a very tracked small number returning, and there are fish being taken out of the river using the 4-inch net, and it's concerning. It's certainly concerning for me, and it's concerning for a majority of the community. The preference would be not to have a net in the river during that time, because it does not make sense that you would put a net in and still, perhaps take some of those really critical stocks numbers out of the river if there's only a small portion of 300 plus numbers. So something for maybe me to consider, I guess, on the porcupine, but for us to consider also on the whole Porcupine River, including Fort Yukon, Arctic, wherever this Chalkitsik and the other communities. Merci.
Next question, U.S. panel member Rhonda Pitka. Go ahead, please.
Approximately how many subsistence fishermen are along the U.S. side of the Porcupine?
You mean typically how many people?
In the Porcupine specifically?
I would say less than 3 fishermen that I know of. And
okay, so it's about 2 or 3. And
yeah.
They usually call you ahead of time so they don't waste any time or money going up there to go fishing if they so needed. Okay.
Yep. And I guess one more thing, just because we have the 4-inch or smaller mesh here on this slide, it doesn't mean that fishermen are fishing during the fall chum salmon migration. That just means that they can fish with that gear type if they want, but we know for non-salmon, for whitefish, people typically fish at ice out, and then they fish late in the fall when the whitefish is better quality. So hopefully that alleviates some of your concerns that people are fishing right during the peak of the salmon migration. That may not be the case.
Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My question is actually for the Alaskan members of the panel, because we've heard of the sacrifices and hardships from Eric that people are feeling in the lower communities. We've also been hearing that it doesn't look like there's going to be a Chinook or chum fishery this year. And then we're hearing lots of hardships. And as much as the people sitting around this table really care about salmon, I think we also really care about the people along the river. So and just some context of some of the things I've been hearing is that we've definitely, I know the lower community has, and people along the river haven't fished in a couple of years, and that is for some people, their main source of income, and it's not a lot. And so that money doesn't carry over from year to year. So people aren't going to have money for gas or for gas to go get food or money for food, and correct me if I'm wrong. But I think what I've heard from some people is that the communities are really suffering. And so I would like to ask the Alaskan panel members, given the kind of the bleak outlook that we have and our care for the people too, in addition to the salmon, if there's things that would help that Canadians could do that could help alleviate some of that stress or just help us understand that situation better, I would really appreciate those insights.
Canadian, oh, sorry. Canadian panel member Stan and Jaclyn. Go ahead, Stan, please.
Just on 4-inch mesh, I think, you know, on the Porcupine River, I think we've done it, put in enough nets on the Porcupine River that we know where to put in a 4-inch mesh for whitefish on the Porcupine River, and not catch any salmon, or hardly maybe one or two, and also to put in 4-inch mesh for coho in late September, those locations on the river, where the chum are really making a beeline for the spawning grounds and cutting corners. So to avoid those areas, we know which areas to avoid on the Porcupine River to set and put in 4-inch mesh to catch freshwater fish. The other part of it is that, well, we can do that in Porcupine. So I think along the river you can mitigate how, that's why we're all here, how we can, how each area can be managed differently. And you just can't have a clean record, you know? It's, other people you can manage the area differently and how they want to basically have their freshwater fish and put in 4-inch mesh and have food for the winter. So that's, there's those situations to consider also, which is probably, which is down the mouth of the Yukon River. So I want to make a statement.
U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ramble a little bit about this 4-inch gear and so on. So down at the coast, we fish, but we fish for fish at certain times. In the summer, we have a migratory run of whitefish, the Bering Cisco type of whitefish, and some portion of least Cisco and a smidgen of Arctic Cisco. But the Cisco that come in the river, we've not traditionally harvested them in the summertime. We wait till the fall and early winter. And the reason for that is they look good, they're fantastic, they're migrating up the river. In fact, some years at the sonar at Pilot Station, they've counted up to 1 million of them in June and early July. And then you see them up at the rapids. Why don't we harvest them when they're running that strong? They look good, they taste good, but when you, for instance, if you bake them, for some reason, I don't know if it's temperature or if they're spawning, their meat is very high in water content. So you bake them, you open them up, and you have a pile of mush. So there's a certain time of the year to harvest those. So okay, we have humpback and we have broad whitefish. Those aren't migratory; those are back in the lakes. Why don't we harvest those? And they're in great good numbers. Why don't we harvest them in the summer? They have, when they move back into the lakes in the summer, they have exterior parasites on them that may be living in that shallow lake environment on the coast. Is part of it, but folks normally stayed away from it. Okay, so we could put them on, we could put these 4 inches, 4 inches by 19 meters, they're about. So I'm going to take my 19-meter net and I'm going to put it where I fish southmouth of the Yukon on a 5.5 kilometer wide river. And honestly, I'll probably put it there to try to get some humpies, some pinks. But, you know, and what the type of gear on the coast we use is gear that you use to fish under the ice. We got nets right now back in the Luknuk, bunch of people fishing under the ice. they're very light webbing. King salmon will go through that thing and you make holes. It doesn't slow a king salmon down. You wait till fall time. It's the same thing with coho. Coho orient towards shallow water. Cohos are fighters. They go right through. That's you know, maybe if we had thicker gear, but you know, and I hear there's concern about 4-inch on a 19-meter net in a 5.5 kilometer wide channel, or when fish come in on the tidal flood. I just bite my lips here, and I'm kind of impressed that Eric Weingarth was so composed in his answers. But the concern for whether it's porcupine or Mainstem, Canadian, you know, and Eric said it better than I can. You don't see no salmon hanging up on fish racks from this 4-inch gear. Sure, you're going to get some for the frying pan, but at least the type of gear we're using down there in, you know, Laknak Nunamikwa and Mauna Kotlik, it's available, and there will be some catch of a chum. I just don't see how a king salmon. I've never heard of a king salmon getting caught in one of these under ice nets that we're utilizing. They got sinker floats on them and so on. So the subsistence, we bring up, when ADF&G asks us to bring up our own subsistence surveyors, we do that. Our company does that. But you know, you go down there, it's just, I don't know what they do further upriver with the 4-inch gear, but I know downriver that the nets we're using, there's just no. You're going to catch a few, but I wish we could catch more salmon. Put it that way, honestly, but it's not a problem. There's probably some other points I wanted to make, but I forgot what they are. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments or questions from panel members on the U.S. proposed management strategy for porcupine chum? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll transition to the Canadian management strategy, and we'll invite Ms. Jaclyn Kendal back from Fisheries and Oceans Canada to present this item to the panel.
Thank you again, Mr. Co-Chair. Hello, everyone. I'm back. I'm Jaclyn Kendal, Fisheries Manager for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And yeah, I will be going over the 2023 Canadian Origin Fall Chum Salmon Management Outlook for Fishing Branch River. Next slide, please. So this is the same map we saw previously outlining the fall chum assessment sites. And I really just wanted to focus here on the Fishing Branch River video weir and its location. So next slide, please. Okay, again, so we have reviewed this information in previous presentations, but it's just really important to reiterate that pre-season planning involves many pieces. So international and domestic obligations, and along with that, engagement with Yukon First Nation governments, stakeholders, public, and Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommendations. So all of this flowing into the development of management strategies and the implementation of the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan. So next slide, please. Okay, so for Fishing Branch chum, the anticipated outlook is for a point estimate of around 10,000, with uncertainty around that number, of course, as explained. Given recent years' performance, Oh, sorry, or even less possibly receiving that given recent years' performance. This is below the lower end or minimum of the IMEG, which is 22,000, and no harvest opportunities are anticipated. DFO will close the public angling fishery, and we will be communicating at pre-season meetings on the outlooks and in season with current information with Bendt First Nation representatives, and the run projection will be revised in season to reflect the summer to chum relationship. Next slide, please. I will point out here that both pictures in this presentation are of the fishing branch. We are taken roughly in early fall.
Thank you. So questions from panel members regarding the Canadian management strategy for fishing branch chum salmon? We've covered off lots of details to this point with regards to panel questions and comments. So not seeing any questions, I will thank Ms. Kendal for the presentation and just confirm that the Yukon River Panel has not yet issued recommendations for fishing branch fall chum salmon stocks for the 2023 season. So we will now proceed to our next presentation, which is the Alaska Peninsula Area M Fishery Overview and Relevance to Yukon River Salmon Stocks. I believe we have Mr. Bill Templin from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game that will be joining us virtually, or is joining us virtually. Mr. Templin, are you online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. So please proceed when you're ready.
Certainly. Good morning. Thank you for that introduction. Just to make it clear, my name is Bill Templin. I'm the Chief Fishery Scientist for Salmon for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Division of Commercial Fisheries. And thank you for this opportunity to come and present a brief overview of the Area M fisheries, how it works, where it is, and how it relates to Upper Yukon Chinook and chum salmon. As I understand it, my purpose today is to provide an overview of these fisheries, along with a quick review of the stock composition studies that have provided stock-specific information about the harvests of salmon in these remote fisheries. I will also provide results that are relevant to the Yukon River Panel and to the US-Canada Treaty. Next slide. In this presentation, I will be providing summary information from 4 large topics, each of which would take all of my time here to explain fully. So I thought it would help if I first gave you a sense of how this presentation will proceed. I'll begin with locating the Area M fishery on the map so that you have a geographical perspective. Then I'll describe the way this fishery is managed. Following that, I will provide information on 2 recent stock composition studies that have been done in recent years. And from them, I will provide results for Upper Yukon chum salmon stock group. Finally, I'll provide a brief description and results from the only year of Chinook salmon stock-specific harvest that we have from this fishery. Next slide. Is that me or you?
Stand by, Bill.
Okay. All right. Can everyone see that there now?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. So we're on slide 3 for those who are phoning in and following this on paper. I'm presenting here just a map of all the fishing districts in western Alaska. It proceeds from the Kotzebue area on the north, down south, all the way and around the Alaska Peninsula up to Chignik. These are the marine and some low river fishing districts. These are the ones that were relevant for a large project called WASIP, which I will describe to you. Next slide. Okay. All right. All right, so we're on slide 5 now. Sorry that map didn't show up, but I can describe what I wanted to show here on this slide. If you look at the inset map on the top left-hand corner, you'll see that same map that I showed you in the last slide. And then I've got a circle down at the bottom end of the west end of the Alaska Peninsula. Within that dot on both sides of the peninsula, on the south side and the north side, that area is Area M. Now, the fisheries that mainly harvest chum salmon and Chinook salmon take place on the south side of that district. So we often refer to it as Area M, but it's probably more correct to call it the South Peninsula or South Alaska Peninsula fisheries. So from this point on, I will describe this as South Peninsula fisheries. But the larger map on this slide indicates the region I've been talking about, the south side of the peninsula, and you can see there how different fishing districts are described. Next slide. Commercial harvest began in this area in 1988, but documentation first began in 1908. So this fishery in this area has been going for almost 150 years. The timing, means, and methods have changed. In fact, up until about the mid-1930s, the main way of harvesting in this area was fish traps. Since about statehood, the only legal gear fishing in this area are purse seines, drift gill nets, and set gill nets. The fishery in this area is managed both by time and area, and there are two main periods, two different management plans for this area, the June fisheries and the post-June fisheries, which include, of course, July, August, and some of September. The June fishery is primarily a sockeye fishery that harvests chum salmon. It's managed with scheduled fishing times. These happen within weeks, and for a whole block of time, the fishery is open, and there's a time when the whole fishery is closed. The June fishery begins on June 6th and ends June 28th. Next slide. So let me walk you through how the different gear groups work. The top 3 maps on this are the same map. It's the same thing I showed you with the lines earlier, but now what I've done is colored in different areas so that you can see on the left is the map that shows the areas in which set gill nets can be used. That would be the pink, the blue, and the orange area. Moving to the middle map, it describes where drift gill nets are used. That's the pink and the blue areas. And then seine works in those pink and blue areas, and then over in the orange. And you can see that there's some areas that aren't open during June. Those are the ones that are not colored in. Below that, I have what we call the fishing schedule. It's basically a calendar, goes for the month. And you can see this particular calendar starts on a Wednesday, the 1st of June, and goes through to the 30th, which would be a Thursday. The black bars on this calendar indicate times when the fishery is open, and when there is no black, then it's when the fishery is closed. So you can see that there are periods, roughly weekly, in which the fishery is prosecuted. This particular schedule was changed in this last about a month and a half ago. So it will, from this time forward, it will be a different calendar will be used with some cuts to reductions in the fishing time. Next slide. All right, to keep everyone up, we're on slide 8 now. As I mentioned, the June fishery in the South Peninsula is a sockeye fishery that also harvests chum salmon. It's directed mainly on sockeye salmon returning to Bristol Bay. Those salmon hit the coast coming in from the Gulf of Alaska, hit the coast in this area, and then travel around and through the islands up and then up the north side to Bristol Bay. The red parts of these bars indicate the sockeye harvest. The green part at the top of each bar is the chum harvest. You can see on the left that this is in scale. The top of this scale is 5 million fish. And then there's a set of bars for each year across the bottom from about 1960 to 2022. And what you can see here are the effect of the very large runs, the record-setting runs of sockeye salmon into Bristol Bay in 2021 and 2022, which are the bars on the far left of this plot. Next slide. All right, so then there's the post-June fishery. Following the June fishery is the post-June fishery, which, like I mentioned, occurs over several months. It's generally prosecuted on local pink, sockeye, chum, and coho salmon stocks. And it too is managed by fishing time, but its management is also amended or changed based upon local pink and chum salmon escapements. Next slide. We're on slide 9 or 10, 9? Yeah, 10, sorry. All right, so as I did for the June fishery, I'll show you a map here, which indicates the open areas. Pretty much all gear types, all areas are open for fishing at this time. And at the beginning of the season, the fishing periods are laid out on the schedule on the right. Again, this is in particular is for the July fishery, and you can see again black bars indicating 36-hour openings, and then periods in between those when the fishery is closed. Next slide. Can people see where we are?
Slide, I believe it's slide 11 in the presentation that was provided is just showing up as a blank
Yeah.
slide.
That's funny because it shows up fine on the version that I sent, so I apologize for that. Is there a way we can fix this, or shall I just proceed?
Bill, we do have the copy of that slide with the graphs, so maybe if you could try and describe it as
Sure.
best you can.
Yes, I'll do that. So we're on slide 11, where I'm presenting a graph of the chum salmon harvest and escapement for 1992 to 2022. Now, this is the post-June, as I described, is upon multiple species: pink salmon, coho, sockeye, chum, local stocks. And in this situation, we're managing for an escapement goal. And what I'm presenting here is just the chum portion. And what you can see on this plot, again, years across the bottom, the bars go up to about 3 to 3.5 million. And you can see the distribution. The bottom half of each bar indicates the amount of fish that were harvested. The darker portion at the top of each bar indicates the amount of the run that was was escaped into the streams, and the height of each bar indicates the total run size for that year. And I've indicated here the 10-year average harvest is about 538,000, 539,000. So we can move on to slide 12. This is really the nub, which is why I was hoping it would show up. There should be a map on there, Google Earth map of the Bering Sea in the North Pacific. I've indicated by a circle in the middle of the Bering Sea that the rough location, it's not just within that circle, but that indicates that in central and southern portions of the Bering Sea, chum salmon spend their summer and fall. And this is true not just for Alaska chum salmon, this is true for Asian chum salmon as well. And the Northwest North American stocks. These same stocks tend to spend their winter and spring in the North Pacific, where the water temperatures are a little warmer and more food is available. What that means is that these chum have to move back and forth each year. They do this migration into the Bering Sea in the spring, and then out of the Bering Sea into the North Pacific in the winter. And they move across and pass through this very same area that this fishery is located, the southwest end of the Alaska Peninsula and the Aleutian Islands. Let's go ahead and move on to slide 13. All right, so stock identification of fishery harvests has been done for almost a century. And if you think back to some of the early tagging studies, in more recent years, like the last 20 to 30 years, the development of genetic technologies have allowed us to use genetics to identify stocks within fishery harvests. The question of what's being harvested in the South Peninsula fisheries has been a question for a long time, just because of this migration corridor that we just discussed. And so in 2004, a group got together of stakeholders, the state and federal biologists and managers, and put together a large comprehensive program that would look at the stock composition of harvests throughout Western Alaska, not just in this area, but in all the fisheries from Chignik up to Kotzebue Sound. I've put the link down here. It could take half a day to describe this project, as well as all the results that came out of it. They're about 2,200 pages, and most of those are tables and figures. It's worth it, and if you're interested, you can go to this website and get an idea. Next slide. But I'm going to walk you through just real quick.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
John here. Hey, I think that the presentation is struggling with the maps. I know that panel members have a copy, but perhaps you could share, if you have the ability to do so, if you're, as a presenter, maybe it'd be best for you to share the presentation on your end using the PowerPoint.
Let me go ahead and do that.
Okay.
All right, let me blow this up. Let's see if this works. All right. So here we are on slide 13. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry if I'm not looking at my camera. I've got to look over here to my screen. So, first of all, WASP was stakeholder driven. The entire process was developed in conversation with an advisory panel that was made up of 11 signatories to an MOU. This included fishing organizations. It included local native corporations, local governments, and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. The intent was to account for all harvests of chum salmon and sockeye salmon for 3 years. For chum salmon, the years that were successfully accomplished were 2007 to 2009. And again, we were sampling from insofar as possible from all harvests of subsistence and commercial fish in the blue areas on the map that you see on the right here. The sampling was systematic. It was statistically rigorous so that there could be the most confidence placed in the results as possible. The sampling over those 3 years collected more than 250,000 samples, of which about 150,000 of them were analyzed. Just to put in context at that point in time, except for the largest 2 labs, which would have been DFO and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, most labs were able to process about 30,000 to 40,000 fish per year. The Alaska Department of Fish and Game was able to do those samples along with its regular work in about 1.5 years. And DFO could have done that as well. The point here was to produce stock composition estimates using genetics, and we wanted stock composition estimates from the harvest in each of these blue areas on the map, so that we knew not just what was happening in the South Peninsula fisheries down there on the bottom of the Alaska Peninsula, but also the fisheries elsewhere, so that we had a complete and total run along with the escapements. So we'd know what the potential effects of the harvests in each area were. All right, we're on slide 16. So I will be presenting to you some WASP results, but before that, Alaska has just begun last year, started another stock identification project on chum salmon back down in that South Alaska Peninsula area. I'm showing here again on the map. Again, just like in WASP, it's going to account for all harvests in subsistence commercial fisheries. It's intending to systematically sample the harvest and then subsample it representatively, so that the numbers that come out are weighted by the harvest in each area, but also by gear types and time. Of course, this is going from 2022 to 2020, and we've only gotten through 2022, so I'll be presenting you the results for that first year. In order to accomplish both of these projects, it requires a range-wide chum salmon baseline. We need to know the genetics of populations everywhere in the range because of where this fishery is located. Fish from just about anywhere could be passing by and passing through that area at the time of the fishery. So we had to represent populations all the way from Korea on the southwest side, all the way up and around, and then down to the Washington area in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. For this project, we broke it into 9 genetically identifiable stock groups. The reason there's a lot more resolution possible there, but providing a stock estimate is could potentially be misleading or it could cause confusion if it was just, say we were looking for just one of these populations out of all of these populations. You could end up potentially with an estimate, but the uncertainty around that estimate would be quite large and it probably wouldn't be useful. So we tend to group them into genetically similar groups. And the grouping is then based on things like, what does the management need in this project? Do you need superfine scale or do you need large scale? Also the stock presence. Do you expect that stock, whatever the stock is, whether it's a single population or a large group of populations, what do we expect its presence to be? It's probably easy to identify if it's there at 50% of the harvest, but what if it's, you know, 0.1% or less? You might just miss it just in the sampling program. So we have to balance these broad scale stock groups with management needs, with the potential presence of the stock that you want to find. We have to then design it with statistical sampling. Is it possible to sample enough fish to get the accuracy and precision you need? And finally, is it genetically identifiable? So in these projects, this is what we chose to group populations into. I want to point out here that this grouping for that upper Yukon portion in the red up in the Alaska, Canada area, we did not distinguish between US and Canadian stocks for this stock group. So that upper Yukon River stock group is for both US and Canadian populations. So here's what you're waiting for. Here are the results. On the left, I'm providing the results from those 3 years of WASIP, 2007, 2008, 2009. And then on the right, I'm presenting the results for 2022 in this new project that Alaska Department of Fish and Game is putting forward. So let's start on the left. On the left, I provided total run. That's the top row. You can see for 2007, the total run of upper Yukon chum salmon was about 1.1 million fish. And then 2008 and 2009, it was 800,000 and then 575,000. This was possible because we sampled all the fisheries and we had estimates of escapement. So with that information, we can actually get a really good estimate of what the total run is. The same is not possible over on the right-hand side in 2022, where all we're sampling for that year was the South Penn fisheries. We did not have actual estimates, actual samples from fisheries north of Peninsula, nor did we have samples from Chignik. So it's not possible to get to actually calculate a total run. We were able to estimate the total run, but as I indicate below that table, that total run in 2022 was estimated assuming that results from 2007 and 2009, the patterns that we saw there, could represent 2022. So this is a preliminary estimate. It needs external review. It needs some clear eyes and some potential refinements. But that's the estimate there. Total run for upper Yukon chum salmon estimated to be about 243,000 fish. Now, if we go back over to the left, again, I'm going to show you what the harvest was in each of those years. In 2007, about 4,000 upper Yukon River chum were harvested in the South Peninsula fishery. 2008, it was about 7,000. In 2009, it was about 1,700. The harvest rate there then is estimated to be less than 1%. It ranges from about 0.3% to almost 1%. Of the total run to upper Yukon River of chum salmon, about in 2007, about 0.5%, 0.4% of that total run was harvested in this fishery. If you look over on the right again, you can see the estimate for 2022 was about 1,700 fish again. And in this situation, because the total run was lower, that number of fish, which is about the same number of fish as was in 2009, this time the harvest rate was about 0.6%. So about 6 in 1,000. I apologize for going back and forth, but I wanted to be able to walk you through how these 4 years work together. A lot more information is available on these results. I provided citations for them below at the bottom of the slide. They should be easily discoverable using Google or going to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game website. All right, so now let's move on to Chinook salmon. Chinook salmon stock composition is only available in 2014. This was a project that was started as a part of the Chinook Salmon Research Initiative. Its objective was to improve the assessment of Alaska Chinook salmon stocks. And these estimates in the South Pen, if you look at the map on the right, South Pen estimates are only available for 2014. Estimates for the mainland and Kodiak Island area are available from 2014 to 2016. Both of those areas were part of the original project. So it was going to extend all the way from Unimak Island, all the way north and east to Kodiak. What happened in 2014, though, was that, or 2015, was that we had an economic downturn, budgets were being cut, and we were only able to fund the work in Kodiak Island. So this one estimate was left from 2014, was left kind of an orphan. And I'm going to mention that here that it was orphaned because in Alaska, our policies and our usual practice is to require at least 3 years of samples and results from any given area before we publish and present those results. These results had to be presented because they were part of the larger project, and so they were presented as an appendix in the report that I cite at the bottom of this slide. And again, this is available. So, just like with the Chum, we needed a range-wide Chinook baseline. Chinook go all the way from California up and around, then they cross over to Russia. You can see in the inset map on the top right of this map, you can see the boxes covering areas on the map. That's what's showing here with the dots. So effectively what that means is Russia shows up as a purple oval down on the lower left-hand side of the map. Here again, there are about 211 populations in this baseline. It was separated into 10 stock groups for this application. And you can see because it was for applications down in the western Gulf of Alaska, and because it was for domestic purposes, all of the coastal western Alaska, the central northern Alaska, Yukon Alaska, and Canada were all grouped into a single reporting group called the Eastern Bering. So here are the results from this project. What happened was in order to provide this estimate, because it was only a single year out of 3 years, we combined all time and area strata to represent the 2014 harvests from Chignik to Unimak Island. So it covers that whole area. The total Chinook harvest in that area was 12,200. Of that, the Eastern Bering Reporting Group, that green area on the map on the right there, the total harvest was about 2,498, or about 2,500, which is about 20 to 21% of the total harvest was from that area. Now, it's important when interpreting these results to understand that Eastern Bering stock group includes some very large runs, including the Nushagak, the Kuskokwim, and of course the entire Yukon, as well as other runs into places like Norton Sound. However, this is the first and only genetic stock composition of the harvest that's available. It was a well-designed and implemented study for that 1 year, so we believe that it adequately represents the harvest in 2014. As I mentioned before, though, our policy and best practices require 3 years before reporting using stock composition results. And that's because in the bottom bullet point here is why we do that. You can have the best sampling program possible and produce a single year, but that does not mean that the next year will be the same, or that the fish will behave the same, or their timing will be the same. It doesn't mean that ocean conditions will be the same, or the fishing will happen the same. There's interannual variability year to year that will make changes. So if we have 3 years that we can use, that allows us to get a sense of how variable these estimates could be. Does the Eastern Bering Reporting Group harvest vary from 20% to 5% to 50% year over year, or is it pretty constantly about 20%? We won't know until we get more years. So with that said, that was a very quick tour through a lot of material. I apologize for the problems with the maps. I probably should have just taken pictures of those. I tried to use the maps that we had used in the past. So, any questions?
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we do have a number of questions from panel members. We'll start with U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My first question refers to page 17, the maps of the baseline for Chums. Okay, it says in the bottom on the right, it says did not distinguish U.S. from Canada stocks in Upper Yukon River. Was that just when they did the WASP study, or what was done in 2022?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Umpenhauer. That was for both, because we, in 2022, again, it was going to be a single year by itself. It had been about 15 years before that the WASP analysis happened. So what we needed to do was to ensure that the numbers were comparable, and changes in the baseline would have made different groups, and it would have been difficult to compare numbers. But that said, at this point in time, we are investigating ways to break that group up for future analyses, and I anticipate that there should be some results about that relatively soon.
Okay, thank you, because in the work that the people on the Yukon do, their staff, they're broken down into 4 different genetic groups. 2 groups in Canada and 2 in Alaska. And so.
Again, thank you for that. It's not because it's genetically not necessarily possible. It's because these were the groups that were used for WASP. So my anticipation is that once we use the baseline to break down this Upper Yukon River chum salmon group into smaller units, we would also need to take account of reanalyzing a whole bunch of mixtures from 2007 to 2009 in order to provide some context for those new designations. That way there would be as complete a historical record as possible.
Okay, my next question is the summer chum for the Tanana River drainage are closer, they're distinct genetically from the summer chum and the lower Yukon, and so do they plan to break them out from the coastal western Alaska grouping?
That is correct. We are looking at breaking those out. I believe that the genetics lab here has already begun that work and is working on that in collaboration with regional researchers from the department. And so, yes, they are working to break that group out.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll switch over to Chinook for just a minute. Is it possible that this Chinook study is going to start again, or you think it's just dead in the water due to lack of funding?
I do know that there is interest in starting up a Chinook analysis again. If there is, and if it gets funded and becomes a project that we are taking on, we will probably most likely use the same project design as is presented in the report that I presented to you earlier, or gave you the results. It will be intended to look at these areas in the map on the right there and to get good estimates in space and time and potentially even gear, depending on whether that's possible, for Chinook salmon harvests in this area during the fisheries.
Okay, thank you. So that leads me to this question. We have numerous genetically distinct populations of Chinook salmon in the Yukon drainage. Tanana River is different. The Canadian stocks are different from the lower river stocks. And so if they do that, will they make the baseline more so that will they break those out so that they're separated?
Yes, what we will do is we will look again at the genetic baseline. It's currently being updated, so there may be more resolution than we previously had. And then the question is I'm going to flip back to this slide here. If you look at the middle bullet on the right-hand side, we will go through this process again and break the coast-wide baseline up into units that are both pertinent to management needs, but are also sensitive to the potential presence or lack of presence of given stocks in the fishery. Generally, we shoot for stocks at least to be represented that are 5% or better. So we'll be looking at the stock presence in the fishery and what can be statistically sampled for. One thing I didn't provide in this talk, which often I do, but often I get people falling asleep, is to talk about the sampling curve. How can you maintain proper accuracy and precision with different sample sizes, with stocks of more or less presence in the fishery? So that's a long way to say, Mr. Umfernauer, that we will go through the process again. That process will involve people who are going to potentially use the results, and we'll come up with, I'm assuming we'll come up with a more fine-scaled stock groupings.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Great. Maybe while panel members consider comments or questions, could I ask a question, Mr. Templin? And it's based on, I think, a series of steps that I want to walk through so that the panel understands the information that's being presented. So we'll start on slide number 17, which is on screen conveniently. So just in summary, you identified that for the purpose of this stock accounting, their populations were grouped into 9 genetically identifiable broad-scale stock groups. And in the context of the Yukon River watershed, essentially the upper Yukon River watershed, which constitutes a number of US and Canadian origin stocks, was grouped into one grouping. And then the lower Yukon River watershed was grouped in with, it looks like Western Alaska stocks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So then on slide number 18, you presented information to the panel with regards to the results of the study, looking at a comparison of total run sizes and then the interception rate in the southern peninsula fisheries. And I'm just curious, the total run sizes, what does that refer to, just for sake of clarification? So you have total run size on the left under WASIP results, and then estimated total run size on the right. Can you just confirm what does total run refer to?
Total run, thanks, that's a very good question. I'll try to explain that again. Most simply, the total run is all those fish that escape in that given year, plus all the fish that are harvested in that year. So if you add those two together, you come up with the total run. Now we have the escapement for all 4 years that you see on the screen. What we don't have for 2022, but that we did have for 2007 to 2009, was an estimate of the total harvest of the upper Yukon chum salmon stock. And that is because during WASIP 2007, 8, and 9, we sampled all the fisheries, including Bristol Bay, Kuskokwim Bay, Norton Sound, etc. And we added up the numbers of upper Yukon chum salmon stock in all of those harvests, and then also from subsistence samples. And then we were able to add that total harvest to the total escapement to get the total run. In 2022, we did not have the advantage of sampling all of those other additional fisheries. All we had was South Penn.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll reframe the question. So in reference to total run, which stock or groups of stocks are you referring to on this slide?
Just the ones that are in the circle on the map on 2017. Just the upper Yukon chum salmon.
Okay, and perhaps why I'm confused is that the numbers there don't align with the information that's published by the Joint Technical Committee as reconstructed run sizes for either drainage wide or the Canadian stocks. So perhaps I'm missing something, or perhaps you might want to double check the information there.
Yeah, okay, so good point, and I should have had that at hand. I apologize. What you're seeing here are the numbers for total run are numbers estimated from the harvest. So think about it as estimating those numbers, calculating those numbers from the fishery forward through to the end of the season, rather than from the escapement and the harvest samples that are available in river during the year. So that help? This is harvest on a much larger scale.
Okay, so maybe I'll try a different line of asking the question, and let's look at 2022 specifically. So on slide 18, it's identifying that the estimated total run of upper Yukon River chum salmon stocks was 243,000. From the postseason run reconstruction that is completed by the Yukon River Panel, our information shows that the drainage-wide total fall chum salmon abundance was 242,000, so less than the total estimated run size of upper Yukon River stocks. And so just by way of comparison, the Canadian origin stock grouping, so that would be a portion of what's referenced in this presentation as the upper Yukon chum salmon stock, reconstructed run size was approximately 22,000. So again, the math doesn't seem to add up here. This presentation is showing an estimated total run size of upper Yukon chum salmon groups that are only a portion of the total drainage-wide run, but yet the number is greater than the total drainage-wide run reconstruction. Do you follow the question?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Given the fact that I'm not right now offhand familiar with the way the run reconstruction would go, I would need to sit with Zach Liller and just go over that and why the numbers are different. I apologize, I don't have that at hand.
Okay, I think what it is, just interpreting the total run size on the left and then the estimated total run size on the right on slide 18 are representing all drainage-wide stock groups. When one looks at the information in the Joint Technical Committee's run reconstructions, the numbers are approximately the same. They're off by about 2 or 3%, but they align very closely. And so the point that I'm raising is that the harvest rates that are estimated for the Southern Peninsula fisheries, that's accounting for upper Yukon River groups, but when applied against the total drainage-wide run size, it's underrepresenting the percentage interception rate. That's the point that I'm raising. So maybe a takeaway for further reflection and analysis. Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chair, Zach Liller does have his hand up. I think he's going to try and provide some clarity on this.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Liller.
See if I can get my computer to work. Yeah, thank you. And Bill doing a fantastic job of presenting this. I thought I could just help with some clarification, given that there were some questions about how these results compare to what the JTC produces. For the public's benefit, my name is Zach Liller. I'm a research coordinator with Fish and Game and the US JTC co-chair. What is referred to as Upper Yukon chum salmon in this presentation is all fall chum salmon in the Yukon. So those are analogous in this situation. So the total run that's presented here, which Mr. Co-Chair you referenced, was just a little bit higher than what the JTC presents in its report for all fall chum salmon, is because what's represented for 2022 on this particular slide 18 is all fall chum salmon for the Yukon River, with the addition of harvest that occurs outside of the Yukon River in other fisheries throughout Alaska. And that's what Bill is referencing our estimates, because we have direct samples from the South Peninsula fishery, and then we have proxy information from other fisheries around Western Alaska. So the harvest rate that's being presented here is Yukon fall chum salmon. And we would expect the number to be slightly higher than what the JTC presents for that same value, because the JTC only considers in-river harvest and in-river escapement, where this estimate is in-river harvest, in-river escapement, plus a small amount of harvest that occurs external to the Yukon River. So hopefully that helps out.
Okay, thank you. No, that does clarify, and I think where the confusion stemmed from was the differentiation of upper and lower Yukon River stock groupings on slide 17. So the takeaway is that on slide 17, the reference to upper Yukon River essentially is indicating that that's inclusive of all drainage-wide Yukon River fall chum salmon stocks, both Canadian and all U.S. origin stocks, correct?
That is my understanding from reading the reports associated with this and seeing prior presentations.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that. Any additional questions or comments from panel members? Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Zach. That definitely helped me out. And I just wanted to confirm then that the harvest rate is on that entire Yukon River fall chum and not just specific to the upper Yukon stocks, just to make sure we're comparing apples with apples.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
That is correct. This is not broken out by Canadian origin only. This is the entire Yukon River fall chum salmon run, both U.S. and Canadian stocks combined.
Perfect, thanks for that. I had a follow-up question, and Bill, I'm assuming you're not the manager, but I did want to share some perspectives from the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. So under the treaty, there's a protected first right of access to the fishery on the Alaskan side for subsistence fishers and on the Canadian side for Yukon First Nations. And the last few years, there hasn't been any harvest shares for either country. So that right of first access hasn't actually been to those people. Instead, it has gone to the fisheries in the ocean. So I did want to point that out. And there's also a requirement in the treaty to quantify yearly and any marine bycatches or any marine catches, and a requirement to try and reduce those catches. So I just definitely want to see if it's possible to get those harvest rates estimated every year, because that is an Alaskan harvest that should be accounted for in the harvest shares, under harvest shares, as well as reported yearly as a harvest by Alaska of Canadian origin salmon.
A question from U.S. Advisor Brooke Woods. Go ahead, Brooke, if you can hear us.
Yes. How is my audio?
We can hear you loud and clear. Please proceed.
I have 4 questions for you, Bill. Thank you so much for presenting to us today. There has been efforts in season to get Area M updates or presentation to fishermen when we are seeing devastating salmon declines and no fishing opportunity. My one question is, Area M is a terminal fishery?
The June fishery is fishing on stocks that are passing through to Bristol Bay, so it's not terminal. The post-June fishery in July, August, and September is mainly a terminal on stocks as they're returning to their streams in South Peninsula. So it's a little bit.
Okay. The other question I have is, how is, for those that may not understand it, how is Area M managed differently than, say, the Yukon River? Who makes the management decisions and why? I believe it's because it's an allocative issue.
So the management of that fishery is, again, it's mainly on time and area. It's recognizing that we don't have escapement information on those stocks as they pass. It's managed by the department, by a manager that's located in Sandpoint. So in the area and is in touch. The information is collected daily, and there can be changes to the fishery made by the department through an emergency order process. So it is essentially allocative in within Alaska because it's harvested on fish that are returning to Bristol Bay, and for the most part, and so but it is managed by the westward region, which is a different management region in the Alaska Department of Fish and Game than the Bristol Bay. Does that help?
I understand the percentage going to Bristol Bay, but there is a large portion heading to Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Of chum.
Yep.
The other question I have is, you provided a graph of harvest, and I noticed that during our last chum crash on the Yukon River, the harvest at Area M was substantially low. I know when we had our last chum crash, there was 3 to 4 management measures put into place in Area M for AYK stocks to have the ability to rebound. And we did see that rebound of chum. And I do credit those 3 to 4 management measures that were put into place during our last chum crash. Do you know those management measurements that were put into place during the last Yukon River chum crash?
I don't know them in specific, but they were generally reductions in time and reductions in areas that were allowed to be fished.
Okay,
during
that chum crash in 2000 is not as significant as what we're seeing now. So I feel like that really was a reason for a proposal put into Board of Fish, and Board of Fish was responsible for making the management decision. And one is because it is an allocative issue with my understanding. The other question I have is, it is my understanding that the 3 fisheries within Area M, the set gillnet, sorry, that's my dog, is typically local folks. The seine and the gillnet fishermen are typically out of state. The other question I have is, I am told that Area M is a bottleneck area, so very difficult for our fish to get through if there's no closures. And from what I've heard from local fishermen is the gill nets can block off an entire area. So I'm wondering what the gill net mesh size is, depth and length both. So what is the mesh size, depth and length for both seine and drift? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't have that right on at hand. I could look that up for you and get it back to you. But
this was my last question. I'm so sorry. I'm very interested in this domestic fishery where AYK chum are intercepted. We know that there's quite a large portion of AYK chum intercepted in this fishery that are sold, unlike the bycatch and the Pollock trawl fishery, where it's basically a discard and a donate. But if it's AYK chum and tribes are shut down for conservation measures, we must, aim to make escapement, meet treaty obligations, and we have a selective year size that we must adhere to. I'm just wondering why the same stocks of salmon are able to be harvested in Area M, whereas tribes are completely shut down from any fishing opportunity.
That's a difficult one to answer, mostly not because I don't have opinions, but because of it's really that question of sharing in the conservation, which is the cost of the conservation, which is really kind of behind that, is why is that not why is that not being discussed here? I believe it was discussed at the Board of Fishery. I believe that the job of the Board of Fish and the people involved in that process is to find ways to divide and share the cost of allocation, as well as allocation of the harvest. There are a couple things that make that a very difficult situation. And I'm not going to speak to the rightness or wrongness of any decision, but it's obviously very difficult because that fishery is a long ways away, and it's on fish that are mixed from all over, from Asia to Canada, BC area, and Washington. They are swimming together, and not all of them are on their way home. Some of them are on their way back and forth between feeding areas in the Bering Sea and in the North Pacific. It's highly complex and complicated. So trying to find the best way that works both for people and for the fish is difficult to do. So I don't have an answer for you. I feel strongly the difficulty with trying to come up with a decision here, but that's about all I can say at this point in time, because I'm out of research and science and into policy and
Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah, thank you. I might be able to help a little bit with your question, I think, Brooke. Just for clarification, this presentation is only focused on essentially relevance to Canadian origin stocks. There are additional U.S. only, Alaskan only stocks that are a part of this equation with respect to the Area M and Peninsula fisheries. This presentation was crafted to be more specific and directed at what we know about Canadian origin stocks. There is certainly additional chum salmon harvest that occurs in that Alaska Peninsula fishery that is called Coastal Western Alaska. That is chum salmon stocks from Bristol Bay through Kuskokwim through Lower Yukon, that's the Lower Yukon component, and Norton Sound Kotzebue that are not Canadian origin. They're not transboundary. So there's more information associated with this fishery and that are predominantly domestic discussions and domestic concerns for Alaskan-only stocks. This presentation was crafted to try and focus it on what would be of interest to the panel on a bilateral Canadian origin stock basis.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Maybe we'll have a final question. We've gone well over our allocated time, unfortunately, but final question, Canadian panel member, Mr. Tim Gerberding, and then we'll break for lunch. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this brief. So on slides 8 and 13, we see the June and post-June chum harvest, and in some cases escapement numbers, and that's for everyone. But I mean, those are some very high numbers in the 2007 to 2009 range. I mean, in some cases on the post-June it's above 1 million, or in the June it's 250,000, but of course only a fraction of those are Yukon River or even Canadian origin. So during 2007 to 2009, large numbers of those fish were harvested to come up with the percentage that could be attributed to the upper Yukon. And then going to slide 18, and Co-Chair Gotch point, you've got these total run numbers, but these, as I understand it, are not only the upper Yukon. This is maybe the whole drainage or something else. And then you've got harvest rate, but as Mr. Gotch pointed out, the way those seem to be calculated, they would be underestimating the rate on the upper Yukon stocks because the proportion is measured against the total run of the whole river. Anyway, it would be interesting to see more detailed information about, just how the sampling worked in, the years 2007 to 2009 against the June, the post-June, and just kind of be able to put it all together. I mean, we're dealing with millions of fish here, and and it just seems like getting, we've already noticed one arithmetic mistake here on the final, or the slide number 18. It'd just be nice to, have a little bit more information to be able to do more precise calculations and make sure that arithmetically, at least, we're representing the proportion of upper Yukon stocks correctly here.
Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Tim. Sticking with this slide, number 18, I think one of the main takeaways for the panel's consideration is that those percentages and the estimated harvest numbers in each of the years that are listed, including 2022, is for the total Yukon River Fall Chum Run. If you think about what we were just talking about recently in the Fall Chum presentations today, of what proportion of that total run is US and Canadian, it's been quite low in recent years, approaching 10%. On average, it's approximately 25%. Now, I want to very much caution that just taking those numbers or those percentages and calculating 25% or less of that is not a proper approach to this. My main point of mentioning this is that whatever the Canadian origin component is much, much less than what's listed on that page for 18. Because the Canadian component of the total Fall Chum Run is a fraction of the total Fall Chum Run.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and I think, where we can leave it is perhaps the confusion is just stemming from descriptors. So typically in this forum, when we speak to Upper Yukon Chum in the fall chum salmon context, we're differentiating from between U.S. and Canadian origin stocks, but in respect of this presentation that was provided on the area M fisheries, provided I understand it correctly, the reference to Upper Yukon Chum actually refers to all fall chum salmon stocks in the Yukon River watershed. So hopefully my clarification clarifies further, but with that, it may be best to take our lunch break. We have gone over time, regrettably, and so what we will do is we will break for lunch, understanding that members need to have a bit of time to have lunch, but if we could strive for an hour and resume at 25 past 1 o'clock, so 1:25, we will break public session for 1 hour and then resume with our presentation rescheduled from yesterday, and that's the 2022 Bering Sea Pollock Fishery Salmon Bycatch Summary. Thank you. Preseason 2023 meeting to order in a moment, so if I could ask panel members to please take your seats, and we will resume with our agenda in 1 minute. So thank you. Okay, well, good afternoon. In light of time, we're at 1:30 Yukon time. 12:30 in Alaska, and we would like to excuse me, proceed with the Yukon River Panel's bilateral public session. As a reminder, the panel will be providing the opportunity for public testimony this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So if you do have an interest in signing up for public testimony, please fill out a public testimony card and drop it off with Victor Keong at the front of the room. For those individuals participating virtually online, I'd ask that you go to the Yukon River Panel's website for instructions on how to register for public testimony, but please ensure to submit any requests that you have for public testimony by 2:45 Yukon time this afternoon. With regards to continuation of the Yukon River Panel's public session meeting agenda, we will be proceeding with a presentation that was a carry forward from yesterday, and this is the annual reporting on the Bering Sea Pollock salmon bycatch summary. So this is an annual report that's provided to the Yukon River Panel, and I believe the report will be presented by the United States co-chair, Mr. John Linderman. So we're just pulling up, and Mr. Co-chair, you'll be presenting on the Pollock bycatch summary. Okay, so with that, we'll bring up the document on screen, and I will pass the microphone over to Mr. Co-chair John Linderman. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Give it a minute here for bringing up the document on screen. Okay, thank you. So as by way of maybe a little bit of introduction, so what this document represents is it's an annual report to the panel on bycatch from federally managed fisheries in the Bering Sea. This information has long been contained in the annual Joint Technical Committee report, and 3 or 4 years ago, a request of the panel to have a specific report developed, drafted, and presented to the panel each year during the pre-season meeting in the springtime in that regard. So what I'll do is kind of walk through the different sections of what it contains and focus on specific information that's more up-to-date through the current season and any current analysis that has been conducted by North Pacific Fishery Management Council staff. As mentioned in the opening statement, the Yukon River Salmon Agreement does identify the need to quantify and undertake efforts to reduce marine catches and bycatch of Yukon River salmon. And this section and overall report provides an overview of the current assessment of that bycatch and what we know about the stock composition of that bycatch as it relates to Canadian origin salmon stocks. It goes into a little bit more background information specific to Canadian origin salmon stocks, which are caught as bycatch in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. That's what the BSAI acronym stands for, in those groundfish fisheries, along with other salmon stocks from Alaska, the west coast of Canada, and the United States, Eastern Asia, and Russia. So there's a wide range of salmon stocks that are taken as bycatch in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries. The total number of salmon captured as bycatch is always much in a given year, a given pollock fishery or groundfish fishery year, is always much larger than the individual harvest or bycatch in those individual stocks, because it's combined or made up of so many different stocks. So what this is then going to start specifying is what we know about the Canadian origin stocks with respect to stock composition of that bycatch. So moving into the current bycatch information, through the 2022 season, so most recent season that was completed at the end of end of December of 2022, the bycatch from all Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries, so that's pelagic trawl, bottom trawl, hook and line fisheries, was 8,342 Chinook salmon. That's 69% lower than the recent 5-year average, which excludes 2022. And that is captured in Table 1 that's further down in this document. So Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pollock fishery, so just a single fishery, and you'll see that it's where the majority of that Chinook bycatch comes from, was 6,337, which accounted for 76% of the total bycatch from all of those fisheries in 2022. The total bycatch of non-Chinook salmon, which is predominantly and primarily chum salmon, in the Bering Sea total groundfish fisheries during 2022 was 245,269, and that was 40% below the recent 5-year average bycatch from all groundfish fisheries. The bycatch of non-Chinook, again predominantly chum salmon in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pollock fishery was 242,375, and that accounted for 99% of the bycatch during the 2022 season. So the vast majority of that non-salmon or non-Chinook bycatch comes from the Pollock fishery as well. So now we go into trying to estimate the impacts or stock composition of specifically Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks. That's referred to as adult equivalent analysis. As I mentioned earlier, the total bycatch that is taken each year in those fisheries in the Bering Sea is not equivalent to what would have been returning in a given year. Those fish that are taken as bycatch, those salmon that are taken as bycatch, they are still considered subadults or juveniles. They are not adults yet when they are taken as bycatch. They would not be returning for a number of years after the date or year that they would have been taken as bycatch in the Pollock fishery. So the National Marine Fisheries Service and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council have developed methods of trying to determine the adult equivalent of what would have returned in a given run year for, in this specific example, Canadian origin Chinook salmon. That analysis had been updated through 2017 for several years. It was the last time that the council and NMFS had undertaken that AEQ or adult equivalent analysis. We did find out during our U.S. section meeting that an update to that AEQ analysis had been completed, and we were able to then scramble a little bit, but provide an updated report to the panel for this meeting through the 2021 season. So to specify what those estimates say for 2021, and I'll talk about the additional years since 2017 as well, but for the most recent year, the total Canadian origin Chinook salmon run in 2021 was 32,970. The adult equivalent model estimates that an additional 493 Canadian origin Chinook salmon would have been contributed to the 2022 run if they had not been captured as bycatch in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pollock fishery. And again, that is contained in Table 2 later on in the report. This represents an impact rate, so a percentage of the total run of Canadian origin Chinook of 1.47% on that Canadian origin Chinook salmon run during 2021. Some of the additional background information on how that bycatch is managed. So what is being done to try and mitigate for and manage that bycatch. So they are managed to limit bycatch of not just salmon, but multiple different species, even non-salmon species in some form or another, and that falls under the federal regulations of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act. That is managed by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and regulated by the National Marine Fisheries Service. The Pollock fishery is the primary focus of bycatch management, as it accounts for an average of 88% of the total Chinook salmon bycatch and 99% of the non-Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands management area. The overall Pollock fishery, so not the bycatch, but the overall Pollock fishery is managed according to a fishery management plan, or FMP, for the groundfish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands management area. Within the document, there is a link to that fisheries management plan, or FMP. Bycatch regulations fall into two general regulatory actions taken by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. They're referred to in more detail in these bullets as Amendment 91 and Amendment 110. And again, there's links to the details of those specific amendments or regulations to get more information. But fundamentally, what Amendment 91 did was implement bycatch caps for Chinook salmon in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island groundfish fisheries. What Amendment 110 also did, that came later, is it was implemented in 2016, and among other things, it established an abundance-based bycatch caps to further protect Western Alaska and Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks harvested in that as bycatch, or taken as bycatch in that fishery. The bycatch caps are set relative to the combined in-river run size for the Uniloclete, that's Norton Sound, the Upper Yukon Canadian origin only, so specific to the Canadian origin run, not the total Yukon River run, and Kuskokwim River Chinook salmon stock groups. So those three stock groups are looked at as an index of abundance from year to year, and a threshold if the, if the combined abundance is below a set threshold, which represents low abundance for those three different stocks, then it triggers lower caps, lower bycatch caps for Chinook salmon in the coming season of the Pollock fishery specifically. So that's assessed on an annual basis in time for the North Pacific Council to take regulatory action at the beginning of the upcoming or next Pollock fishery season, which operates on an annual schedule, follows the calendar year on its schedule. So if the combined abundance of those three index stocks for Chinook salmon is above a certain threshold, it's the caps that are specified in Amendment 91. If it's below that threshold, then there are lower caps that are put in place during times of low abundance, which is specified in Amendment 110. This next section goes into a little bit more detail of the impact methods, or how that adult equivalent analysis is evaluated and assessed to determine what the impact rate is in each individual year. I won't go through that in too much detail, but certainly if folks read through that and they have questions, I'll do my best to try and answer them. And again, those impacts are intended to show what the specific stock, whether it be Canadian origin, whether it be, say, Kuskokwim or other Western Alaska Chinook stocks, specifically in that regard, of what the specific impact is on those individual stocks. That's the overall intent of the AEQ and impact analysis. Some additional, more recent information that in recognition of the declining run abundance of Chinook in Western Alaska, inclusive of Canadian origin, the Yukon River Chinook in that regard, then in October of 2021, the North Pacific Council requested an analysis on estimated impacts of salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island pollock trawl fishery that includes those 4 specific bullets, one being the updated AEQ analysis for Western Alaska Chinook stocks, recommendations on the best way to evaluate impacts of chum salmon bycatch, given in recent years the decline in chum salmon in Western Alaska as well, a request for the state to provide a council with a stock status update on Western Alaska Chinook and chum salmon stocks, and the intent to draft a letter to the Secretary of State to request help in identifying stock composition of salmon outside of U.S. waters, and a letter to the Secretary of Commerce for increased and dedicated funding for salmon research. As I mentioned, we found out during our U.S. section meeting this past weekend that the council staff did complete an update to the Chinook salmon bycatch AEQ analysis. I provided information on the results of that updated analysis for 2021. And I think maybe somewhat quicker move down to the tables. That's the end of the narrative section of the report. The tables then go into specific detail on table 1 of showing the bycatch starting in 1991 through 2022, the most recent completed pollock fishery and groundfish fishery season. And this table is specific to Chinook salmon and non-Chinook salmon, or chum, and it breaks it out by the different seasons of A and B season, and then the total annual bycatch for Chinook, and then the total annual bycatch for non-Chinook or chum salmon, and then for all fisheries and for the pollock fisheries in that regard. So the only thing that's been updated since last year's report, bycatch report to the panel, is just the 2022 season on what the actual bycatch numbers are through the most recent 2022 pollock fishing and groundfish fishing season. The primary updated table is on table 2, and that is the AEQ analysis that's specific to Canadian origin Chinook salmon, and the estimated AEQ analysis of what would have returned as adults in each of those given run years listed in this table if those fish had not been taken as bycatch in the groundfish fisheries. So as I mentioned earlier, for several years, this AEQ analysis was only through 2017. So the additional years of 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 have now been added to this table compared to the most recent report to the Yukon River Panel. You'll see that looking at each of the columns of the first number is the Canadian origin AEQ bycatch, so the estimated number of fish that would have returned as adults, as adult Canadian origin Chinook salmon in those given run years. That's what's in the first column. You can see the specific numbers for each of those years, not just for the most updated years, but also historically back to 1994. The next column is expressing what the total run size was for Canadian origin Chinook salmon in those specific run years as well. And then the last column is showing the percentage of that estimated adult equivalent compared to each year's total run abundance of Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And that concludes the overall report. I think the specific table 2 and update through 2021 might be of most interest. That's new information that had not been reported previously to the panel. And Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to try and address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any questions from panel members? We'll start with U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. John, can you tell me, do you know who funds all of the collection of data and analysis of the data in that industry there for these reports? Do they pay for that through themselves, or is it state or federal funding that goes into that?
So the overall management of the fishery is federal. It's a federally managed fishery under federal regulations via the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And I believe, I don't have specific details, but I believe the majority of observer programs, the data collection, the sample collection, and so on and so forth, is funded through federal dollars through the North Pacific Council process.
Okay, at some point later on, I'd really like to find out who's funding that. And the reason I say that is it kind of goes back to the previous presentation on Area M, and that is that there's, you know, we have a lot of concerns about our Chinook and Chum salmon interception in the Area M fisheries, and there's no genetics being done on Chinook salmon down in that area, which there should be, given the position of the stocks, condition of the stocks that we have right now in Canada, and the fact that they have been reported in the past as being caught in those fisheries. It's my feeling that the industry should bear the responsibility for collection of data and the cost of collection of data and analysis of data if they're the ones that are, for lack of better terms, intercepting the fish that are bound for other areas. So I would like to find out that, and into the future, I'd really like to find out if we could request that the Area M fisheries, the panel, this is a letter I would like to see maybe drafted by the panel, formally request that in season yearly genetic testing in Area M for Chinook salmon and also Canadian fall chum salmon be accomplished to the extent possible. That's all I have, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you. And I guess maybe to clarify, I would like that as a topic for this panel discussion at some point in time. Briefly, I don't think we have to spend a lot of time on it, but I think it might be something that we would have some consensus on to further tease out some of the impacts of other fisheries to these precarious runs that we're experiencing up here. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
And maybe one quick follow-up. So I hope I didn't go through it too quickly, but the council had recommended back in 2021, and as I understand, is making progress on addressing chum salmon bycatch, looking at different actions or mitigation efforts that could be taken to try and address chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries as well. That's ongoing work that the council is pursuing at this time.
Next question or comment from Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious to know the ratio between the adult equivalents and the immature fish that are caught. In other words, I mean, how many immature fish equals one adult equivalent? And I guess it may be different for both Chinook and chum.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm not sure that we'll say up front, I don't have the answer to that question, Tim. But I do wonder if even the staff that conduct that analysis would have it. What they're using is essentially a maturity schedule. They look at what the stock composition is of the adult returns in any of these stocks, inclusive of Canadian origin, and they're applying that general stock composition to develop a maturity schedule of when those fish that are taken as juveniles or subadults as bycatch would return as adults at a future run year in a given system. So I'm not sure if they actually have that proportion that you're referring to, but you've got me curious about it now to some extent if it does exist.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for a ballpark guesstimate. I recognize it's probably highly technical, but anyway, I'd be curious to know that. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Canadian advisor Brandy. Could you join us at the front podium? Is that possible, just for audio and for the video? So, Canadian panel advisor Brandy Mays, go ahead, please.
I see that the community development quota is not included in the bycatch. Is there a reason for that, or is there any records that we can compare to as well?
I'm not aware that it's not included. My understanding is that these reported numbers is all bycatch from all sources.
It says at the bottom of the page, community development quota bycatch not included.
Ah, okay. No, it's a good question. I'm not sure why.
Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that is in reference to 3 years of data from 1991 to 1993. I may be incorrect in that, but
No,
look
thank
to you for clarification.
Yeah, it's just for those first 3 years. It's a great question. I don't have the specific answer to why it's not included in those 3 specific years.
Next question to U.S. panel member, Mr. Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
I didn't really have a question. I think that's when the CDQ groups actually started. It was 91. I don't know, Ragnar has the answer to that.
Chairman, the Community Development Quota program started in 92, the end of the year 92. B season of 92.
Thank you for that clarification. Additional questions from panel members? Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald, go ahead, please.
Thanks, John, for sharing this info with us. And I know it's sometimes hard to break it down into easy to understand pieces, and I think you did a pretty good job of that, so thank you. And I do look forward, I'm very happy to hear about trying to do the same for Chum. That's going to be very valuable, I think, in this process. And then, yeah, just wanted to put the reminder out that for ocean bycatch as well under the treaty, the same comments I had for Area M, just rights of first access to Alaska Natives, Yukon First Nations, and as well as the requirement for the reporting and quantifying, which it sounds like you're taking steps towards, which is excellent to hear.
Next, Mr. Co-Chair with a
If I
response.
may quickly, Mr. Chair, one thing that I know the council has struggled with when it comes to taking and implementing meaningful mitigation efforts on chum salmon is making sure that any efforts that are taken to reduce and mitigate for chum salmon bycatch doesn't inadvertently also increase or affect the mitigation measures for Chinook salmon. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that the council has struggled with in making sure that that does not happen.
Next, we'll go to Canadian advisor Carly Knight. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering if you could speak to the reason why Table 2's values for the Canadian origin adult equivalency and the Canadian origin run sizes differed from the last iteration of the table we saw that ended in 2017.
Yeah, notice the same thing. It's again updating the model, for lack of a better term, that's being utilized. This is my best guess, to be honest with you. This being utilized by NIMS staff, National Marine Fishery Service staff that conduct these analysis on behalf of the council, is that the model can have slight variations in its estimations on those numbers from year to year. You rerun the model and it's going to, when you're adding new data to it, it's going to be recalculating all of those same numbers from prior years, so that you would expect to see slight variations in its estimation as new data or inputs are input into that model. I think it's a question that would be excellent to pose to those NIMS staff to give a more detailed explanation in that regard.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions or comments from panel members? I think we have is that correct? It's hard for me to see. I believe we have a question or comment from U.S. advisor Brooke Woods online. Go ahead, Brooke.
Hi, John. Thanks for your overview. I struggle with just sharing information on the Canadian origin salmon. We discuss all salmon species when we are meeting. I grapple with the Three River Index. So it's for 3 river systems, and it identifies low abundance of Western Alaskan and Upper Yukon Chinook salmon. A lot of times that Western Alaskan component of the bycatch is discredited, where, you know, it's like, it's not an issue, we aren't the problem, is typically what the Pollock sector does say. And there is an incentive to reduce bycatch to a maximum extent practicable to help in the efforts to rebuild critically low Western Alaska Chinook stocks. And with that language, do you know, and I'm sorry if you don't, and it's a big question, but what does that mean, maximum extent practicable? Does that mean it's an option to do your best, or that they are, or that they have to adhere to bycatch reduction?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't know the specific answer, but I think that to the extent practicable can apply to a lot of different things. It could be the data available. It could be the knowledge that is currently available, or best available information that could be used to make final regulatory or management decisions with confidence and certainty. So I don't have a specific answer to that question, but to the extent practicable, I don't think applies to any will or necessity to take action. More so that it applies to, do we have the information, do we have the knowledge to be able to take meaningful action that will have the desired result?
Any additional, excuse me, any additional questions from panel members regarding this topic? Not seeing any. I'd like to express our appreciation.
Maybe just one last one.
Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'll keep it short. I do want to recognize that maybe the impact rate is very low, but just looking at the number, the last estimate for 2021 is just about 500 fish. That's more than returned to the Porcupine last year. That's more than we saw at the Whitehorse Rapids Fishway. So I don't want to undervalue those individual fish, just in perspective of the total run versus maybe what we see on the ground and how valuable those fish are to everyone as well. So I do want to note that, and it's, and I can't remember what the harvest was on the Alaskan side or the Canadian side, but I suspect it's a pretty big chunk of what was actually taken by people along the river. Yeah, so just wanted to make sure that was shared as well.
Thank you. Any final questions, panel members? Not seeing any. We will then proceed to our next presentation, and this is on the Yukon River Salmon Conservation Hatchery Exploratory discussion topic. And I'd like to call on Mr. Steve Smith from Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Ms. Elizabeth MacDonald from the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance for this next presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The plan is that Elizabeth has a presentation that she's going to give. I'm going to kind of provide a bit of context around DFO's initiatives, particularly around salmon, Pacific salmon strategy, and how that relates to enhancement or hatcheries piece. So for those that aren't aware, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in 2021 announced a new initiative called the Pacific Salmon Strategy. And this strategy is designed to stem the declines of Pacific salmon across the Pacific region, as well as support efforts to rebuild stocks of concern. Specifically, my role is to support the implementation and rollout of the Pacific Salmon Strategy for both Yukon and Northwestern BC. Specifically, the components of the Pacific Salmon Strategy do strongly align with, say, the levers or the tools that we have typically in regards to elements that may affect stock rebuilding. Specifically, I'm talking about tools or activities related to habitat restoration and monitoring, harvesting, particularly when we're talking about minimizing the impact on stocks of concern, and hatchery and enhancement type activities. And then finally, the last element that kind of brings this all together is the integrated integration and collaboration with partners, because we know we can't do it ourselves. We need to employ the efforts of all of you folks to make this a success. Speaking specifically to the enhancement component, DFO acknowledges that enhancement activities, including those such as that might be provided by, say, a conservation hatchery, could be a key component to rebuilding Yukon River salmon. A number of First Nations have expressed an interest in the role a hatchery might play in rebuilding Yukon salmon. A number of these interests have been expressed directly to our minister during her visit here last summer, as well as subsequent meetings folks might have had with her in Ottawa. We also understand that, it may not necessarily be the interests of all Yukon First Nations. And I think Elizabeth will speak more to this in her presentation, but in the workshop that Elizabeth and I think the Salmon Subcommittee hosted earlier this year, Fisheries Notions was one of a number of participants in that workshop. And just emphasizing that we are committed to continue the discussion and better understanding of the interests of Yukon First Nations in these types of activities. So with that, I'll hand it over to Elizabeth, and maybe we'll, afterwards, if you have any questions, we can roll with it. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. I'm a little shorter than you, I think. Hey, everyone. So now I'm going to step away from my role as a panel member and be here as part of my day job, which is as the manager of fisheries with Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, which is located at the Council of Yukon First Nations. But before I go further, I just want to acknowledge that the Alliance is more than me and the staff that are part of it. It's all the reps who sit on it. So I am going to be annoying and ask the reps who are in the room to stand up so people can see who is part of this initiative. Cheyenne. And there's quite a few more who are part of it that aren't here today, as well as Marina's hiding in the back, and you're supposed to stand up too, hey? And we have another employee who's joining online today. So these are some of the people who are involved in this work, and I just really wanted to make them all as embarrassed as I am, because none of them agreed to come up here and present with me. So thank you, guys. So we hosted a hatchery workshop just in January, and it was really to discuss the idea of having a hatchery as a restoration tool. Next slide, or do I have a finger? Okay, perfect. So first, I just want to give a quick intro to what the Alliance is, because it's relatively new. So it's part of an aquatic Aboriginal Resources and Ocean Management Department, and these are funded through DFO, and they're First Nations led, and they support multiple First Nations, so a group of First Nations. And some of these departments have existed for over 30 years across Canada, but the Yukon hasn't had one. So there are some really strong advocates at the Council of Yukon First Nation, as well as the local DFO office, who really went out and advocated to get an AROM department here. So a couple years ago, Council of Yukon, they got permission, and Council of Yukon started an initiative to start the strategic plan that you can see here on the left. And I left some copies at the back if people want to have a look. And along with Yukon First Nation governments, which was predominantly staff, they did the strategic planning and then funding through DFO, and staff were hired just back in November 2021. So this is really a venue for Yukon First Nations to collaborate and have a collective voice. And it's supposed to be a collective voice, but also we are not right holders. We do not speak for Yukon First Nation governments unless they authorize us to, which First Nation governments are better equipped to speak to their own positions, so we don't do that. And then we have 5 priorities, and they're too small to read on my little slide, so I'm going to read them off of here. So there's traditional knowledge and an Indigenous worldview, technical research, and I should have grabbed my glasses, data sovereignty, communications, engagement and research, and stock restoration. So that's our focus for the next 5 years. And we are mostly looking at salmon, but that doesn't, we're not exclusive to salmon, so we also talk about freshwater fish, riparian areas, and habitat. Next slide. So I do want to kind of talk about the approach that we take, and it's a First Nation approach. And I did have a video, but I'm not going to show it just for sake of time. And in it, Nika would say, going forward in a good way, or you often hear people say, you got to do it the right way. And it's not just an expression. There are expectations that come with that it'll be done in a certain way. So the video was created by Darcy Prophet, who's a Northern Shoshone videographer, and it was based on our annual salmon ceremony and gathering that we co-hosted with Little Salmon Carmex First Nation just last summer. And it really speaks to looking at more than just Western science, and how knowledge has been lost from residential schools, and how it's more important than ever to listen to elders. It also talked about the pain of losing culture, language, and salmon. But it was also hopeful in sharing how you could revitalize culture by just sharing it. So an example is an elder, Elizabeth Anderson, shared how we're mispronouncing the Tatchin. That's the creek that we were at. It's at the confluence of Tatchin Creek and the Yukon River where we were. She says in Northern Shoshone it is Ta-chun. And I'm not a speaker of Northern Shoshone, so I probably didn't get that quite right, but I feel like we need to share that, and maybe we can start using the correct pronunciation as that revitalization of culture. There was also prayer and an opening done by Joseph O'Brien, who's here today. And we also had the Selkirk Spirit Dancers come, and they were fantastic. They're mostly youth, and there's a little girl, maybe about 3 years old, and just the big smile on her face as she was dancing, holding hands. I think it melted everybody's heart. It was wonderful. And then it kind of ends the video in a way how important it is to carry forward in this good way for the children of tomorrow. Next slide. So we started off the hatchery trying to follow this First Nation approach of not coming to the table with a plan, but instead of coming to the table to create a plan. So we started off by saying we aren't here to push for a hatchery, we're just here to discuss it. And also that a no would have been a successful outcome from this workshop. So there are 2 objectives that came out. So the first one is to gather as Yukon First Nations and share insights, research, and perspectives on stock restoration options, including in-stream incubation and hatcheries. So for this workshop, we included in-stream incubation as a hatchery. And when we were talking about larger hatcheries, from an Alaskan perspective, it would probably be what you would consider a smaller hatchery. The second objective was to identify priorities, necessary conditions, and next steps for a restoration hatchery if supported by Yukon First Nations. Next slide. And we're very fortunate that we were able to build off of previous work completed. So Yukon First Nations have been doing a ton of restoration work in the past. I think one of the longer projects is the TKC's Fox Creek Chinook restoration, and if I'm correct, it's a 17th year. Perfect, Brandon's nodding. And the other thing, we had all these projects that have been going on, and we got that information. We're able to discuss it and use it to inform decisions. As well, I highlighted here a report that Ton worked on, and it was hatchery operation options after the McIntyre Creek hatchery burnt down, and this really impacted the restoration project, so they had already done that work. The other example I have here is the Salmon Subcommittee's Restoration Technical Team. Some of you may be familiar with this because it was funded through R&E, and there are extra reports at the back, but it really goes into restoration options that address specific limits to productions. And so this has been discussed. YSC discussed it, and at that time, First Nations had said no to traditional hatcheries for the most part, and decided to do other restoration activities. Next slide. So we did start discussions off around what has changed since then. Why are we back here discussing it? And what came up is that people felt that the critically low Yukon River salmon runs were a real concern, and people talked a lot about fear of extinction for the salmon. There was this real need of urgency to take action, as well as there are these outside pressures. So yesterday, Minister Niels talked about a letter he sent around to Yukon First Nation governments saying, if you want a hatchery, we're here to support it. As well as Steve talked to the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, and one of the big pillars there is restoration enhancement through hatchery. And the other thing that we're really trying to incorporate is the First Nation-led approach. Yeah, so we didn't want to just sit back and not fish, doing nothing. There was a need to take the next step. Go ahead, next slide. So Al von Finster started us off, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. And he provided a great recap of restoration initiatives and past restoration projects from his 30 years or so of working with salmon. He also talked a lot about learning from Doug Smart Sr. when he was working on highways. And I'm sure no surprise to anyone, he also talked a lot about beaver dams and the large impact they can have if they cut off adult access, particularly during low water years. He also talked about the range of community values that can be addressed through restoration projects, and he cautioned everyone to try any restoration activity on a small scale first to avoid any large-term risks or losses. Next one. Next, we had Ben Shaunaville from Environmental Dynamics Incorporated, and he's worked with several First Nations across the Yukon on in-stream incubation. So he shared some of the results they found, and they found very different conditions in different areas of the Yukon, which resulted in different levels of success using in-stream incubation. And this resulted in, but all these projects resulted in data about very different ATUs, so acquired temperature units, from southern areas and northern areas. They're not consistent across the territory. And he also talked about the importance of walking together and how getting input from the community and elders and really helped with the success of these projects. Next one. Joe Tradley, I think, presented. He's from DFO, and he talked about considerations for a hatchery. So he discussed the trade-offs of a hatchery, both the pros and the cons of having them, the risks of doing nothing and the risk of having a hatchery. He talked about the who, what, where, and whens of hatcheries, and he really highlighted the need to define the objectives of the hatchery. And then once you achieve those objectives, you stop. You don't continue hatchery inputs. And he talked about having lots of redundancies to prevent failure, so having backups for power and water as examples. Next. And finally, we had Jason Wong he's now with Pacific Salmon Foundation, but some of you may recognize him from work he did here with DFO. And he provided advice regarding hatcheries as a restoration tool. He talked about the current situation of warming oceans and the management that we can currently do. He also talked about how hatcheries can help and the effects that those hatcheries might have on upstream or downstream fishery. As an example, if a hatchery stock is stronger, you could overharvest a weaker nearby wild stock. He also talked about remote hatcheries can increase risk, and it could make things worse, not better, if all your fish were to die. But he also said that's not a reason not to do them, just to make sure you have those redundancies in place. And he also stressed how making fish is just the start, that you need to do more than have just a hatchery, you need a restoration plan. Next one. And then I just wanted to touch on how we go forward in a good way again. So we had those wonderful presentations, but in between them, we also had a lot of time for group discussions. We had specific areas on the agenda for elders to provide advice, so they were there listening to the same presentations, asking the questions, and then they got to voice their recommendations to the group. And we also had this great informal panel, which, so a bunch of the people in the room were First Nations who were doing, or representatives who were doing actual restoration efforts, and they shared what they'd learned. And it was an overwhelming amount of work, I have to say. I mean, my life is with salmon, and I didn't know all the projects these people were working on. It's an incredible amount of work that these people are doing. Next slide. And with all that work that's being done, there was this real feeling of kind of a heaviness in the room, and that there were no benefits from all that work people were putting in. And it felt like extinction was resting on our shoulders. But we were lucky we had an elder named Patrick James, And he told us, and he felt that heaviness, and he told us, you know, you never give up. It's just like the Southern Lakes caribou. It may take 30 years, but they'll come back. You just can't give up. So that was really good to have him there, and after he said that, I felt like the feeling in the room lightened up a bit, and people were able to look forward. Next slide. So Dennis was our facilitator, and he gave us a couple of these activities to do. And he gave us 3 statements, and then you got a chip, and you got to pop it in one of the things. But the trick was you couldn't see what other people said, so it was covered up. So at the end, you really got to see how people felt, and it wasn't influenced by others. So the first statement he gave us is, given the state of Yukon salmon, hatcheries are a viable option right now to rebuild stocks. And you can see here that most people did agree with that statement. And just a reminder, hatcheries also include incubation, in-stream incubation in this example. And I have to admit, I was really surprised by these results. I had expected a lot more no's, judging from the previous conversations that had been held. But I think people are just feeling like if they don't do something, we're going to lose our salmon. Next one. So the second statement was, we should avoid additional hatcheries and let wild salmon do their thing. And you can see most people disagreed with this statement. And I think that is because we were already not fishing and doing small restoration projects, but we've only seen runs decrease and get worse, not better. Next one. So the last statement was, I have enough information to go back to decision makers to have a hatchery discussion. And most people did agree, but not everybody. So we are going to work on trying to get some more information out to people. And decision makers in this context would be chiefs and councils, it could be citizens, it could be the community itself, and it just depends on the First Nation. Next one. So I did want to share some of the takeaways of some of the key discussion topics and themes that came out of the workshop. So we heard very loud and clear that we need wild salmon, not hatchery salmon. There were real concerns that if we had a hatchery, our salmon would no longer be wild. But there was also this kind of concession that maybe hatchery salmon are better than no salmon. There's a lot of discussion around if the hatchery should be one central location or there should be several spread out through the communities. And no decision was made, but it was definitely discussed, as well as the option of maybe expanding the Whitehorse Rapids Fish Hatchery to take on a restoration component. A variety of restoration approaches are currently underway by Yukon First Nations, and it was also expected that going forward, there would need to be a variety of different approaches depending on the First Nation. It was very clear that we need a restoration plan, that a hatchery by itself isn't enough, and it wouldn't address the problem we're seeing. That a hatchery would need an end date with clear objectives so that we would know when to stop that hatchery. As well as hatchery would impact upstream and downstream fish, people, and ecosystems, and that needed to be considered before saying yes. And then the one thing everyone will hear from elders is that you don't play with fish, you don't mess with fish. And we certainly heard that from every elder in the room. But every elder also gave a concession that it might be okay to do hatcheries on a temporary basis just to help them out. As well as hatchery would impact upstream and downstream. Next slide. So I also really want to highlight the approach that was taken with the First Nation approach to it, and it's implied that this would continue to be part of the hatchery discussion. And if it wasn't, I strongly suspect that First Nations there'd be fewer First Nations who would support continuing this discussion. Next slide. So the next steps that came out of the workshop is that for Yukon First Nation did support continuing the discussion. So I also really want to highlight the approach that was taken of hatcheries as a restoration tool. But this is not a yes to hatcheries. So I want to be clear on that. More discussion needs to happen, and we need input from those decision makers. And then at the Alliance, we also continue to discuss this, and its next steps are kind of identified as the community engagement, so we need to have those to determine if First Nations would support using a hatchery as a restoration tool. So we are finding funding possibly through PSSI to do that. And then also the other thing that came out of it is we need to restart the Salmon Subcommittee's restoration technical team. I also happen to be one of the vice chairs on Salmon Subcommittee, and I can say that the Salmon Subcommittee is taking steps towards restarting that committee, and the first product would probably to produce and compile the information that came out of this workshop so that in a way that it could be taken to communities to help guide and provide them the information they need to discuss this topic. Next slide. And so I want to end with the note that we shouldn't give up, we can't give up, and it might take 30 years, but if we keep putting salmon first, we can get them back. And I want to leave you with our contact info as well.
Well, thank you for the presentation, Elizabeth, and the introduction and context, Steve. Panel members, any questions or comments with regards to the information that's been presented? Start with Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks for that, Elizabeth. I've got to admit that I'm kind of, split on this issue. I mean, we all want to do something, but when I think of this, I do think that it would be very important to have a discussion at this table about, whether hatcheries are considered appropriate on the Yukon River. And, I'm just looking at the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, principles and guidelines for restoration conservation. I mean, just to read it, restoration, conservation, and enhancement programs and projects shall be consistent with the protection of existing wild salmon stocks and the habitats upon which they depend, given the wild nature of Yukon River and its salmon stocks and the substantial risks associated with large-scale enhancement through artificial propagation. Such enhancement activities are inappropriate at this time. Carly, I think, artificial propagation shall not be used as a substitute for effective fishery regulation, stock, and habitat management or protection. So that's what we've all agreed to, or did many years ago. I mean, there is some interpretation here. I mean, what do we mean by large-scale enhancement? But I just believe that it would be inappropriate for, people on either side of the border, quite frankly, to go a long ways down the road in, planning hatcheries without channeling that discussion through this table. I mean, it's my view of the world that when I think of a hatchery, I mean, in my mind, that's large scale. And I don't know if that's the way everyone would see it. I mean, that's a discussion to be had, but I think we do need to have that discussion at this table. And just one question. I mean, I've been doing a little bit of reading on hatcheries, and there's hundreds and hundreds of hatcheries along the Pacific coast. They go back a long ways with mixed success in Asia. And I mean, I think one of our challenges is that there's just too many fish competing for food in the ocean. So now we're perhaps proposing to put still more fish out there to compete, and yet one of the principles underlying the treaty is the protection of our wild stocks. And I want to just know how all of that weaves together. And the other, just a question, I mean, most of the hatcheries are either pink or chum salmon. Are there examples of successful hatcheries for Chinook salmon?
Yeah, lots of questions, and that's good. So speaking to the first point about enhancement and no large-scale hatcheries, I think enhancement is defined in the treaty, and that's expanding populations past their wild extent, which we wouldn't be looking at doing. We'd only be looking to restore wild salmon to where they should currently be. And then, yeah, I don't know about how people would define a large scale, so that's definitely a conversation that would be good to have. Around, are there success stories? And yeah, we did ask the presenters, and I think both Jason and Joe from DFO, they did provide some examples where using a restoration hatchery was successful, and then they stopped the hatchery and the population continued to maintain itself. But that was only accomplished because they didn't just focus on the hatchery, they also had a restoration plan, and they did additional things to the habitat and to ensure that those fish would be able to continue supporting themselves. And I think that in those examples, a lot of it had freshwater impacts that we may not have on our side, but I think having a restoration plan will be key to keeping them going.
And those were Chinook salmon?
I can't remember the exact examples. I think one was a Chinook and one was a Chum, if I recall correctly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to add about the concern over the wild. keeping the Yukon Chinook wild. One of the components of the Pacific Salmon Strategy is reviewing all the protocols and regulations and procedures around hatchery production. But I can assure you that, even today, there are current protocols in place that are designed to ensure that the wild component of these stocks, or the genetic diversity, is not compromised in terms of the activities that are undertaken through enhancement.
And perhaps maybe as an action item for the panel, building on discussions from earlier this week, the co-chairs will arrange for some time for the panel to further discuss the topic of conservation hatcheries at the panel's 2023 postseason meeting. So, Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Just a clarification on that last action item, because that was, I'm assuming that's from our closed session. I feel like there's a step before we have that conversation. I think we need to have a discussion on the interpretation of exactly what Tim brought forward and clarification and consensus on that, because I feel like the topic of hatcheries itself is very polarizing, and there's science and data both ways. I'm certainly not advocating for hatcheries, or I'm just trying to keep the dialogue open. So I feel like we have to have maybe a two-part conversation, which is a discussion about the provision within the treaty and where that sits with us, so we have clarity on how the treaty, exactly Tim's point, and then I think we can have I think we should have the conversation around hatcheries. I'm worried about mixing those two up, because this is a very polarizing. I've been part of a number of workshops over the years on this topic, and it's incredibly polarizing conversation. And I didn't want to take anything away from what you've done here, Elizabeth and your team. This was great work, and I love the way the report's been written and everything. I just kind of want to just highlight one point that Elizabeth made, and this was really new to me, was that heaviness that she spoke about. That's really, there's some real insight into that, and that's no joke, because I didn't really understand that. The decision, there was a discussion around a hatchery, and there was definitely not a yes/no, but you think that would be just a conversation people could have, and just to kind of reiterate that, it was in order to even have that conversation or acknowledge that a hatchery could be something, there was this feeling of giving up or failure, and that heaviness that they have not supported and failed the wild stocks. And I would go one step further, and this is outside the scope of anything we've talked about, but I've heard this on the URTFA calls in Alaska. I've heard sentiments of it from Alaskan residents. We've certainly heard it from Canada for years. There's this concept of grief as well, and grieving for the salmon, the lost salmon, and I don't think we've done that either. So, it's like the stages of grief, right? We're losing something, and I think we have to, as humans, have to kind of acknowledge that, so we, like I was, we can't just jump to quick decisions. So just all to say, there's a real human, emotional, personal element to this conversation that we have to respect. And I can't speak to the traditional law aspects and not playing with food and some of those teachings, because those are very deep as well. So I'm just there's a complexity, but I really like the work you did here. Thank you.
Thank you for facilitating it.
I would just like to add one piece to that, because I participated, and my observation was that, and you presented, that there's this, it wasn't a complete agreement, but there was a heavy weight towards agreement. And I think we can say that it wasn't necessarily agreement, it was more of just coming to the resolve that maybe this is what we have to do. Right?
Question, comment from U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer.
Thank you. In the past, the panel has funded, excuse me, a streamside incubation projects, and I don't know what the success of those were, but I do know that right now, because we are in a regime of really poor marine productivity, something to take a look at, which I have not tried to take a look at it, is how many
Smolts have been released for the last 3 years here at Whitehorse at the hatchery here, and what the returns have been for the last 3 years, and then go back to what the releases were to produce those, darn it, to see how many fish return from how many fish are released, to take a look at that and kind of analyze that before anything's done. Those two things, I think, would be good. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And I believe that that information is currently contained with the within the Joint Technical Committee annual report, and we can certainly look to summarizing that and reporting out to panel members for your interest. Next, we'll go to Canadian Advisor Brandy Mays. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, in the context of hatcheries, for KDFN and for my respective neighboring First Nations, and how we looked at this hatchery, or the concept of a hatchery, wasn't really a hatchery. We don't want it to create mass amounts of salmon. That was something for fishing purposes or harvesting purposes. What we've come down to, some of our creeks that have produced salmon for how many years are down to, we're not seeing any reds whatsoever. And it's more just to have this salmon come back from the stocks that normally would be in there, taking brood stock, looking at it as an educational tool, research, different ideas around what a hatchery would look like, more of a research, training, capacity building, apprenticeship. But it's not for a mass, in our minds, if we were to go there, wouldn't be for mass production for harvest. It would just be, for conservation purposes, to have salmon coming back to these creeks. I can give a really good example of what broodstock did for Fox Creek. Brandy can talk a little bit more about this, but I've been helping out with this project for a number of years. And it was from broodstock from the hatchery that we had here before that started that project. And we still have salmon coming back to those creeks. And it started out looking like a hatchery fish, but these fish have become wild again. Mixing, if you really think about anything about Mitchie Creek as well, are they wild? They're coming from a broodstock that is being hatched in the hatchery and then they're coming from the original fish from the Yukon River. So these are some of the ideas that we were looking at. And trust me, I've always said I want a wild river with wild salmon. But I think we're at a point where we really have to have the discussion about what are we going to do? And it's not necessarily that even to be fishing, it's just to know that we have salmon in our ecosystem, providing nutrients to the land, the trees, the air, because if we don't have those things, none of us, if we turn it around, we won't be surviving either, and our land won't be healthy. So there's just some concepts that we, as KDFN and some of us, my colleagues, had thought about through this workshop, and taking advice from our elders. It was really important for us to discuss these things. So I just thought I'd put a different perspective and some thought process around this. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll just state that I'm not for or against hatcheries, but I'm trying to have a better understanding and appreciate the presentation and respect the various opinions of First Nation people too, and their thoughts. I know in the Pacific Northwest that a lot of places that had hatcheries or have dams, they're pulling down dams. That's just one point. I know this Whitehorse dam was built a long time ago, and the small-scale hatchery that's currently here was to slightly offset fish population, or in agreement with the peoples on this side of the border, and for whatever reasons they chose, I respect that. You know, I just want to remind people, because I know there's some new people here at the table, and for the younger generation too, to realize that in years past, through the Yukon River Panel at the beginning stages of after the treaty, we did have some funding that went towards the Whitehorse Hatchery in regards to tagging and whatnot. So that's just a thought also, that we have contributed in years past, and over time that's drifted away, and I just want to recognize that and appreciate that too. And then I guess lastly, I just food for thought. I know over the years that I've been on harvesting fish on the Yukon with my family, I'm pretty sure I probably ate one of those hatchery fish at one point or another that was produced here at the Whitehorse Hatchery. I think we need to have more discussion in the future. And again, I don't think we're trying to tell people what to do. I just want to make that clear. I think we can have respectful discussion amongst each other and see what's most appropriate. But I also don't want to wait until the last fish is around too to make a final decision. At what point do, God forbid, but if we have to list fish as endangered species. So I don't know if that helps the matter here today, but again, I think it's a good thing that we're finally having discussion here, and I don't expect an answer right away here, so thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions from panel members? Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe pose to you, Mr. Chair, what you suggested earlier with respect to bilateral discussion on this topic. Perhaps if you could perhaps reiterate that for bilateral consideration.
Correct, yes. Just listening to discussion amongst panel members here, as well as some of our preparatory discussions, my intent was merely to earmark an opportunity at the panel's postseason meeting for the panel to have further discussion around, I guess, two elements. Obviously, the topic of conservation or restoration hatchery initiatives, and to do so in the context of our understanding of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. And so provide for some additional time and space for panel dialogue on those topics.
And I would concur with that recommendation. I think it'd be an excellent topic for further discussion, similar to the various excellent comments and input that members have provided here at today's meeting. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for the presentation, very well done, and the process that Canada is undertaking to address this very weighty topic. So thank you.
Additional comments, questions from panel members? I think very fulsome conversation this afternoon, but to be continued at our 2023 postseason meeting. So at this point, acknowledge we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll do our best to catch up. Our next agenda item is a report from the Yukon River Panel's Communications Committee, and we'll be receiving some information around the Yukon River Panel's education exchange, as well as associated initiatives focusing on communications that the committee is working on the panel's behalf. So,
Thanks. Serena and I are gonna work on this one together, and also Cheyenne is gonna share a bit of an update. So thanks for this. I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual communications committee at large, some of the work that we've been doing and we're undertaking for, we had a more in-depth discussion in the closed session. And then Serena is going to do a presentation, which I think is hopefully of interest to all of you and those online around the educational exchange and the opportunity for this year. So that'll be Serena. And then we're going to close off with, just while we're on the topic of communications, Cheyenne is going to explain this campaign, the Born to Run campaign, and just talk a little bit about that as it relates to the Salmon Subcommittee and where it came from, just briefly. So, sound okay? Good. Serena I had to be up here with her, so. Okay, we're going to, so just to remind everyone, we have this is a formal committee of the subcommittee of the panel. We have a formal terms of reference. We always strive for parity between US and Canada. And so we have a representative, and I don't have my sheet in front of me, but I'm gonna go for it. So on the Canadian side, we have myself. This is gonna be a bad idea. We have myself, we have Cheyenne, we have, this is going to be a really bad idea. Who? Elizabeth, of course. And who else? And Monica Krieger, right? And on the U.S. side, we have Andy Bassich as co-chair, we have John Lamont, we have Caroline, we have Holly Carroll, and we have Serena. And I failed to mention that we have Kathy Merkel on the Canadian side. And we have different roles, but I won't get into that because I don't have my sheet in front of me. Some of the things that we work on, we also receive support from the Pacific Salmon Commission, Sascha, and Sascha keeps us organized, and we have certain requirements within our terms of reference, like meeting plans and communication strategy, so she does keep us organized, as does Kathy, so thank you for that. So one of the things we've been working on is we do have an annual meeting plan where we make certain decisions. We support the Yukon River Panel process around the R&E communications proposals. That's one thing we do. And I should also mention, we do, and thank you to the panel, we also have a very small operating budget that just kind of allows us to keep our work going. It's very small, it's $4,000, but we're very thankful for it as a subcommittee. Some of our communications committee focuses right now are the Ed Exchange, which Serena's going to speak to. We have some legacy video projects that we haven't been able to complete, in large part due to COVID and a number of changes, but we're working on those. We've discussed more newsletter content throughout the entire Yukon River drainage, just to make sure that Canadian and US, there's opportunities to communicate with each other. We're really looking at ways to support youth and youth outreach. So, we've recently made connections with Salmon in the schools, and Andy's taken on a lot of that with meeting Alaskans, meeting Canadians, and perhaps there's exchanges that could happen between classrooms or sister cities. And we're also working on a communication strategy right now, which is very exciting because it allows us to hear what's happening, all the dialogue, all the testimony, all the panel members' perspectives, the science, all those other intangibles, and build themes around it. So I'll just share some of the themes that we're working on right now. And these are bilateral, so this is not Canada or the US saying this. This is what we've kind of agreed as things to discuss and put out there. We're looking we feel like there is a bit of an echo chamber, and we're talking to a lot of the same people, so we want to make sure we do reach out and have some externally focused communications. And for example, just so they know how dire it is, how low the salmon runs are, that we are a culture in peril, that there is a salmon culture in peril, and that salmon people are suffering. The second theme is the shared connection, how one works together, the Yukon River Panel process and the treaty, some shared values, food security, advocacy, cultural connection, and also trying to reframe what has been a narrative in the past between Alaska and Canada, or Alaska and Yukon, in the sense of there has been occasionally a bit of an us versus them mentality, and trying to we are all in this together. There's this concept of salmon warriors was brought to the table, just sort of something that's a rallying cry to bring everyone together. And then really acknowledging the stewardship efforts in Alaska and in the Yukon that everyone's been working on. There's a lot of great work. Elizabeth mentioned a number of those things. And it's kind of mind-blowing how much is going on out there, and I don't think we acknowledge each other and those parties, those governments and parties that are doing that. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to hand it over to Serena, who's going to talk about the Ed Exchange.
Hi, good afternoon. For those of you that know me, I'll do a brief introduction. My name is Serena Fitka. I'm Executive Director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. I grew up in St. Mary's on the lower Yukon River. One of the programs that we do manage is the Educational Exchange, and it's been around since 2002, and we've had over 90 participants, both in Canada and Alaska. So the Educational Exchange is a program where we invite one another to each other's area and learn about one another and really build those relationships between the Canadians and Alaskans. So this year we are hosting Canadians, and the proposed dates that we are looking at is July 12th through the 21st, and we are going to be visiting about 4 communities. We have 2 different areas on the river that we're looking at. One of the cluster is flying out to Ruby and going to Galena, Nalata-Kaikook, and Kaltag. The other cluster that we're looking at visiting is flying out to Grayling, then going down to Anvik, Holy Cross, and Russian Mission. We're kind of leaning towards the second cluster just because it goes from Indian country into Yupik country, and so there's some differences in those regions. So, we'll be making that decision very soon. If any of you are interested in going on this trip, you can contact Monica or myself. There's the criteria. We're hoping to get the application out the end of next week, or the 14th, I believe, and hopefully have applications due at the end of the month. I think that's about it. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Serena. And maybe we'll just, Cheyenne, do you want to just provide a brief overview of the campaign, and then we can open the floor for any questions? Or, and sorry, I just, Monica, do you want to put your hand up or stand up maybe? So Monica's with the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and Serena's with the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, so speak to them if you're interested. One just quick thing, because I do know we have had youth participating online and in the gallery, is we are really hoping that youth, perhaps a student or someone, young professional, or just that's interested in fisheries or in that field, we'd really like to support that. So.
All right, well, a little loud. Hi everybody, I'm Cheyenne Bradley. I'm a Canadian member on the Yukon River Panel, but I'm also a vice chair on the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. So I'll just give a pretty brief overview on the campaign that we have. As you can see, our model, Dennis. We created these sweaters. We literally got them last Friday. We were on a rush trying to get them here for the Yukon River Panel, but basically, after the postseason meeting in December, there was a clear message that came out. Even the little parts that I can listen to, because unfortunately I was in Ottawa, people kept saying, you know, we got to put salmon first. So that really came out a lot of the meetings then. So we started along with that campaign, but Yukon government had the same campaign going on of putting people first with the opioid crisis. So we didn't really want to compete with a pretty important topic on that. So then, you know, we came back, and then we came with Born to Run. And so we wanted to launch this before this meeting because we kind of want both sides of the border to hopefully champion this campaign. I mean, we're already doing a lot for the salmon, and it's just, you know, we want to just create a public image and, you know, something catchy, and that's why the Born to Run kind of, you know, Bruce Springsteen, which is actually kind of funny because he's on tour right now. Yeah. I'm just trying to look at your notes that you have in our emails, but yeah, so it's catchy, notion of freedom, and it resonates with rural Yukon and Alaska as a playoff of the Bruce Springsteen song. And then on the back, you can see we put most of the communities along the river, but I actually was thinking yesterday, especially when Ron Chambers said, you know, there's a lot of communities on there that don't exist anymore because of the loss of salmon, so that really touched me yesterday, but I think that's it. But this is just, the last thing I'll say, this is the start of our campaign, so I know everybody's pretty anxious. I've had a lot of people come up to me being like, how can I get a sweater? So hopefully we'll be able to do more orders and other merchandise and swag and that for this campaign.
Thanks, Shan. And for those of you that were here at the opening, Grand Chief Peter Johnson, he's, you know, the guy with all the tattoos and all that, really cool looking dude. He's got a radio show called Rock the Talk, and he's going to interview Cheyenne on the Born to Run campaign, and you know there's going to be some Bruce Springsteen playing because he always plays classic rock, so that's going to be great.
You too.
I want to just point to Andy, just give him thumbs up or anything you want to add.
No, I guess maybe just the emphasis in the educational exchange on shortening the length of trips and the fact that we're trying to bring people together for longer periods of time, so at each village will be spending 2 days and hopefully having host families in those villages, 2 host families in each village to try and have an even deeper connection with the group. So it's not just a tour passing through. Hopefully we'll have enough time with our participants from Canada, actually having some time to get to know and build some connection with the people there. But I think you did a great job of letting everybody know what's going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. So questions or comments from panel members? I think just on behalf of the panel, certainly appreciate the work of the communications committee. You know that you do spend considerable time outside of regular panel meetings to work on products and develop these initiatives on the panel's behalf, and certainly looking forward to seeing the return to a more traditional education exchange in 2023. So after a number of years of we'll call it hybrid exchanges or virtual exchanges. So thank you very much for that. Our next agenda item, we will be transitioning to reporting out on the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund. And so we'll start off with an overview of project status from 2022, and I'll invite the Pacific Salmon Commission. Oh, we do have Sascha Bendt online. I wasn't sure if you were able to join us, Sascha, but I'll pass the floor over to Sascha for the subsequent presentations. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I have managed to drag myself out of bed for my presentation, so I appreciate that. So we'll give you a updates on the 2022 R&E fund projects. So in 2022, there were 19 projects that were supported. 7 of these have been completed as of the 27th of March. There may be a few more that have completed in the week since this report was run. 1 was unable to proceed in 2022 and has been cancelled, and then the remainder ongoing. So these are the 13 active projects, both from 2021 and 2022. There are a few anticipated end dates coming up, and however, most are due to complete this summer. Since the panel last met in December, 7 projects, as I mentioned, have completed, and there has been no additional cancellations of projects. And then since the panel met at the post-season meeting in December, 2 projects did submit some change requests. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. However, just a note on CRE 16621, as it does appear twice. The first request was an additional extension to the end date of the project, just ending at the end of March. And then the second was a finance reallocation above 10%, which both decisions were routed through to the co-chairs and received approval. And then the second project, CRE 16022, requested a 1-month extension for financial reporting, which the PSC approved. So nothing too out of the ordinary to report with current project status.
Thank you very much. Any questions from panel members regarding 2022 project status? Not seeing any. We'll now proceed with confirmation of funding for 2023 as well as funding decisions. So Sascha, please feel free to proceed.
And I do have this one on screen. So here you'll see the financial position of the RNA funds as of February 28th, 2023. The opening balance on April 1st, 2022 was around 620,000 Canadian dollars, with the 1.2 million US dollars contribution received May 15th. Grants paid out from April 1st through to February 28th, 2023 totaled approximately 788,000 Canadian dollars, and there was approximately $104,000 in administrative costs. The fund balance on February 28th, 2023 was approximately 1.3 million Canadian dollars. So moving into the estimated financial position for the end of March 2023, there is currently approximately 407,000 Canadian dollars to be paid out for project grants, and then 21,000 in administration estimated. There are some refunds expected from projects that were underspent, and that leaves an estimated balance of $972,000 at March 31st. Taking the current exchange rate, this converts to approximately 729,000 US dollars. And then adding the 1.2 million contribution for 2023 and subtracting any anticipated administration costs, plus the projects that the Communications Committee just talked about. This is roughly leaving 1.75 million US dollars available for projects for 2023.
Any questions from panel members with regards to the financial summary for 2023? I'm not seeing any. I think we can transition to reporting on the 2023 Restoration Enhancement Fund project cycle submissions and ultimately funding decisions. Go ahead, please.
So for 2023 projects, the call for proposals was posted on the Yukon River Panel website on June 2nd, and the 2022 applicants were also notified. A reminder was posted on the website 1 week prior to the deadline of October 1st. There was a new guidance document adopted by the panel on trial basis for stewardship proposals for 2023 projects. And as with other guidance documents, the intent of this document was to assist proponents in the development of stewardship proposals and to assist the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee reviewers in the evaluation of stewardship proposals and concepts. There were no changes to the 5 key near-term priorities for 2022, all falling under restoration, stewardship, and conservation. So for 2023, the panel received 18 proposals for consideration. 11 of those were for conservation, 3 for restoration, 3 for stewardship, and 1 for communications, for a total request at a current exchange rate of approximately $1.03 million US. Project summaries and the invitation for public comment on 2023 project proposals was posted on the Yukon River Panel website at the end of October, and the public comment period was open until March 17th, 2023, and we did not receive any public comments on any of the project summaries. And then finally, at the December 2022 post-season meeting, the panel did identify some additional questions to advance to proponents, to 7 proponents, and they all provided their response by the March 1st deadline, which PSC did collate and sent to the co-chairs for their individual section and the bilateral review. And that wraps up that review of the 2023 call.
And so on the panel's consideration of the submissions, as well as advice from the Joint Technical Committee and Communications Committee, as well as any comments received, the panel has made its selections for 2023 projects. And do you have the list of projects?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. In summary, I believe 18 projects have been selected for funding. And do you happen to have the total value of projects selected for funding, Sascha?
That would be the full ask, which was around $1.03 million US. I don't have the exact figure in front of me here.
Okay. Any questions from panel members? Not seeing any. The 2023 Restoration and Enhancement Fund project proposals selected for funding by the panel. The list will be identified in the panel's press release, and project proponents will be notified directly by the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat within the next 2 weeks or so. Correct, Sascha?
That's correct. We'll aim to notify proponents next week.
Great, thank you. Any final questions on the rest? Oh, actually, we should transition now to the 2024 call for project proposals. And could you provide us with a brief summary of the panel's decision in respect to the upcoming call, Sascha?
Yes, so on the screen here, I have the draft call for project proposals for 2024. There is no significant changes to the document compared to the 2023 call for proposals. The anticipated amount available for projects is approximately $1.8 million US, just due to a significant carryover amount for this year of around $700,000. The near-term priorities remain the same as restoration, stewardship, and conservation. And then the guidance documents, there were no major changes there. Just to note that the stewardship guidance document will remain as is in its second year there, and happy to take any comments from proponents if they would like to see any changes to that going forward. But the plan is to leave that guidance document as is, just to see if that lends a hand to proponents. The deadline that the panel has agreed on this year is a bit of an extension in previous years of November 1st, 2023, giving proponents a little bit more time to develop their proposals for submission. The submission process, there's also a new opportunity to submit applications directly on the website. And once the call for proposals is added on the website, there will be a submission form, as well as being able to submit submissions through email. So proponents will have that choice.
Thank you very much, Sascha. And once finalized, we expect that the call for project proposals will be posted shortly, but by that we mean by the end of April, correct?
April or May.
Okay. April it is. Mr. Co-Chair, any questions from your perspective?
No specific questions, just to affirm that both the project selections for the 2023 season, as well as the minor edits and updates, including the extension for the deadline of 2024 proposals, is agreed to, and look forward to receiving proposals for the next cycle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And thank you, Sascha. And so we will move on. We had one item that was carried forward from earlier in our sessions. We had asked for the opportunity for the Traditional Knowledge Committee to provide an update to the panel on its establishment, its activities, and formalizing the committee's terms of reference. But do we have an update from the Traditional Knowledge Committee for the benefit of the panel, please?
Sure. I just wanted to say thanks to Eric and Rhonda for bringing it up yesterday, and it totally makes sense that we should speak to it because it was referenced a few times in our discussion. So for the benefit of the folks in the room that don't have the background on the TK committee, a few years ago it was brought to the panel to implement a TK committee, a committee that's in parity with the Joint Technical Committee, and that was passed. Since then, folks from both sides of the border have gotten together and have worked on a terms of reference and started discussions on a recommendation for an escapement goal. And so the last few months we've been working diligently to get a terms of reference finalized, and we met prior to the preseason Yukon River Panel meeting here. And so we as part of our update to the panel, we put that forward so folks could see it. And we also, well, the committee selected a couple of co-chairs, one for the US, which is Charlie Wright, and one for Canada, which is Brandy Mays. And so maybe I'll just throw it over to Brandy to maybe give a few comments and maybe introduce the Canadian side of the membership.
Found my pencil. Thank you, Kathy. So yes, I'm honored to take on this role, and I'd like to introduce I don't think everybody's here, but we have 6 representatives representing most parts of the Canadian side of the Yukon River. So from Trondheim, we have Carly Knight. Old Crow, we have Stanley Najutli. For the Porcupine, for the Tikini, and well, mostly the Tikinis, Yukon River, is Melina Hogan from Champagne-Naziac. We got Roger Alford from Pelly, or Selkirk First Nation, and then myself at the Headwaters, and Jillian for the Teslin Clinton Council, and representing Teslin River. Yeah, and we did come to a terms of reference that's going to be a living document as we go. As we know, this is a really new committee, and we'll have to figure things out as we're going along, but we feel pretty confident in our terms of reference, and we've been tasked with recommendations for the escapement goal, and so far we've just discussed parts of that, and basically took away some homework questions that we can, when we come back together, we can discuss those homework questions and how we would evaluate an escapement goal and come up with some recommendations for the river panel. Any questions?
My name is Caroline Brown, and this is not on yet, is it?
It's coming.
Coming. There we are. I help to facilitate the U.S. section on the TK committee. Our chair, we have a little bit of a juggle from my last presentation to the panel. Charlie Wright and Serena discussed it, and Charlie willed. He decided to take on the chair. However, he has a competing meeting today, so I will be providing information on the U.S. members. So starting in the Yukon Flats, we have James Kelly, and moving downriver, we have James Kelly and Rhonda Pitka, followed by Virgil Umfenauer, Brooke Woods, Serena Fitka, and Sven Pocken, and then finally John Linderman. And again, I will help facilitate and support the chair in any way that I can. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
And do we have Charlie Wright online? He's not able to connect in right now.
He is not online. I believe he has a competing meeting right now.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any questions from panel members? We'll start with U.S. member Eric Weingarth. Please go ahead.
Yeah, to both Brandy and Charlie Wright, thank you for stepping up and starting this process. Again, I think it was probably long overdue, but your input from both sides is valued, and it gives us as panel members a way to ask questions or help in future discussions. And I would ask from both co-chairs for the panel that to make sure that this document is posted on the Yukon River Panel website should anybody have questions. And again, I know this is a start, and things may change over time as needed. Once again, thank you for making this possible.
Thank you, Eric. And perhaps in addition to that suggestion, for the benefit of the public and the panel, so we will be creating a formal space on our meeting schedules for reporting out of the Traditional Knowledge Committee, so it will become a normal part of the panel's meeting sessions and business. Additional questions from panel members, comments on this topic? Not seeing any, so we'll proceed with Yukon River Panel correspondence. So, Mr. Co-Chair, I'd just like to provide a summary on this topic. The Yukon River Panel has received, since its last meeting, 2 letters of correspondence. The first received on the 13th of February from the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta Subsistence Regional Advisory Council. The council writes to the panel to express some interest in information around development activities in the upper Yukon River watershed in Canada, and the Yukon River Panel co-chairs will be working together to provide a response to the council to this correspondence. The second letter of correspondence was received on the 14th of March. It was from the Yukon First Nations Salmon Stewardship Alliance. The topic of the second piece of correspondence pertained to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game 2023 Chinook Salmon Ichthyophonus project, and outlining a number of perspectives and concerns from Yukon First Nation governments to bring to the Yukon River Panel's attention in respect of the project. I believe the vast majority of the topics that were identified within that correspondence were also discussed through the panel's questions and dialogue around the presentation that was provided to the panel on this topic yesterday. Mr. Co-Chair or other panel members, any questions with regards to the 2 letters of formal correspondence received by the Yukon River Panel?
Don't see any additional questions or comments. Thank you for that summary, Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. On to other business. I think from an administrative perspective and looking forward, the Yukon River Panel will be scheduling its 2023 post-season meeting for January 2024. Currently, we will be targeting the week of January 22nd, and the meetings will be hosted by Canada at that time. So a reminder, and I guess proactive notice to members of the public who look forward to participating and viewing panel meetings. We will be holding public sessions of the Yukon River Panel's 2023 postseason meeting the week of January 22nd, 2024. And again, the meeting will be hosted in Canada. Meeting location most likely Whitehorse. Mr. Co-Chair, any questions regarding the forward planning agenda for the Yukon River Panel?
No specific questions. I did want to note that we'll still maybe need to have a little bit more discussion on the specific dates of the meeting to ensure that for U.S. section member travel that we can have dates that they have flight schedules available that'll work for the full panel and section meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And the Yukon River Panel will be confirming the specific schedule and dates on the Yukon River Panel's website as early as possible, but again, proactively planning for that third week in January period. As far as any other items for business before we proceed to public comments and testimony, and I apologize to those individuals who have registered for public comment and testimony. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we do appreciate your patience in that regard. We will adjust our schedule to allow time for all individuals who have registered to provide testimony to do so. But before we do, Mr. Co-Chair, any additional items that you'd like to raise with regards to decisions, recommendations, comments, questions prior to proceeding with public testimony followed by closing remarks?
No, Mr. Chair. I think we can proceed with public testimony as soon as possible. And again, reiterate Mr. Co-Chair's comments of appreciate the patience of our folks waiting to provide public testimony.
Great. Thank you. So with that, I'll look to Mr. Victor Keong. Could you please let us know? We've got a number of individuals who are registered and scheduled to provide testimony, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. There will be 9 individuals providing testimony this afternoon. We're starting off with Don Taves, who will be testifying in person. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I want to acknowledge that we're in the traditional territory of Quanadan and Tanquatchin First Nations. And yeah, usually the oldest guy goes last, not first. But in fact, I did compare ages with Virgil yesterday, and he's 1 year older than I am, but I won't tell you what our ages are. Yeah, and thanks to the panel co-chairs and the panel, and I think it's been another excellent meeting, and I really appreciate this opportunity to say a few words. I retired about 5 years ago from the salmon process, but I still have salmon on my mind all the time for some reason. And I woke up at 5 this morning and I was thinking salmon, and I couldn't go back to sleep. I was still thinking salmon and what I wanted to say and what I needed to say, in this testimony. And of course, you've probably heard, I've provided testimony, I think, at every meeting, or pretty well every meeting, so I'll probably say the same things every time. But I found, throughout my long career in fisheries, that it really helped. You have to keep on saying the same over again. And eventually people will start saying the same things you are, and taking credit for whatever is said, and which is, of course, what you exactly want. So what I would like to do today, and yeah, I will repeat some of the same things. I'll talk a little bit about the quality of escapement, and I've talked about that for 20 years, as Andy and Virgil and others know. And and I'll talk a little bit about the need for medium to long-term planning. I really feel I talk about that at every meeting, and I have for the last certainly 15 years, that we needed to not just manage and discuss things on an annual basis, but we needed to really look medium term, 5 to 10 years down the road. And I think we're talking more like 20 years down the road now, in terms of where do we want to go and where are we likely to be. But I want to talk a little bit about where we've come from. I've been in this process since 1989, and we're not sure who else was here in 1989 during the negotiations. And, there's quite a few, Ragnar and Virgil and Stan and Carl and Andy came a little bit later, and Roger, but it's been a long time. It's been a long road. The negotiations were, I guess they were, they were a little bit adversarial at times, and as negotiations tend to be. And but then when you finally have an agreement and you move on, you have to shift into a different gear and get. I sometimes say the negotiators shouldn't be part of implementation. They should be set aside because they've developed there's too much history there to actually work effectively in implementation. But be that as it may, I've been with the process for a long time. And so I just want to say a few words about where we've come from and some questions that I think we need to ask ourselves now, and maybe some potential ideas for ways forward during these very exceptional times. It's hard to believe that, for about 30 years or 30 plus years, we were just cruising along when it came to Chinook salmon. We would harvest 150,000 Chinook commercially at the mouth of the river, and then in later years we would harvest another 15 or 20,000 commercially in Dawson, and that represented about 60 or 70% of the run, basically. We harvested that every year. We did that year after year after year. And those were really good times. And, the price was right. I think the fresh Chinook were getting a premium price at the mouth. I forget exactly what the price was, but I think it was around $3 a pound. Japanese buyers would come and buy all the fish fresh. And those were really good times. And that was a lot of money at that time. And then we've always had, even not just during negotiations, but we've always had a bit of, when you have a 3,000 kilometer river, you do have some tensions from the lower river right to the upriver. And then that's not unique for the Yukon River system. All the rivers, that have communities that fish at the mouth, fish the same stock at the mouth and then all the way up and then to the very end of the river. There's always some finger pointing, some fingers going downstream and some fingers going upstream in terms of, what is happening and who's responsible for what problems. So there's always, there's always been a little bit of tension. It's not just international tension between Canada and the U.S. It's upriver and lower river fishermen, for all kinds of reasons. And I'm not being critical at all. I understand where we've come from, but and especially as things, got a little bit tighter. And like in those early 30 years, we had productivity of 3, 4, and even 5 fish per spawner coming back. And like I say, those are the good times. In the negotiations, and I've said this before as well, in the negotiations, all we talked about was allocation and management, allocation of the commercial fisheries portion. We never ever talked about, we never even dreamed we would have to limit the subsistence harvest and the First Nation harvest in Canada. We never talked about it. It just never came up. In fact, in our negotiations, the U.S. said, well, we'll always give you your First Nation harvest. We'll guarantee that. but we would like to have priority on the commercial harvest. And, of course, we reached an agreement, and, then people back in Canada would look at us and say, what did you guys agree to? You gave the U.S. 75% of our Canadian origin fish. And so it was controversial. And in fact, it's interesting that there's a clause in the agreement, and we talked yesterday about, there's some comments, Carl made some comments about the effectiveness of the R&E fund. And during the negotiations, we said, well, it's a compensation fund. And the U.S. says, no, we're not willing to use that word. It's an R&E fund. And, and some questions are raised, but, well, how effective has the R&E fund been? And the expectations are quite high. And in fact, there's a provision, I think, in the agreement that says if through restoration and enhancement, we reach the surplus harvest of Canadian origin fish is above 110,000 fish, I forget the exact figure, that it'll be shared 50-50. So we had high expectations that the fund was actually going to produce a lot of results. And we know what happened a bit later. In 1997, something changed. And it was a significant decline in productivity. So instead of 2, 3, 4, and 5 fish per spawner, we were hovering around the 1 fish per spawner, and maybe slightly over, but not over 2. And it's been that way ever since until 2019, when we had another shift in the productivity regime. And since that time, I think we're probably, I'm not sure what the exact figure is, but we're probably under 1 fish per spawner. So we've had 2 major shifts in productivity. And when we look at what is causing all this and what are the solutions, you really have to go back to, the fact that the productivity, we've had major change in productivity regimes. And that's why we don't have the Chinook salmon coming back, because something is affecting their productivity. And we all have lots of ideas as to what it is, and some pretty good data now showing, it's marine productivity, and it's global warming and increased water temperatures in the river during migration, during spawning and migration, that are basically, the fish are running out of gas. They can't get to where they want to go. If it's a 3,000 kilometer trip, that's a long trip for them to make. And, but having said all that, we still commercially fished until I think 2006, 2007, there were some commercial fisheries. But we still didn't really even talk about limiting the subsistence harvest and the First Nation harvest. But having said that, Tlingit First Nation, about 20 years ago, and they were the first to experience the reduction in size of fish and reduction in numbers of fish. And that's what you expect in a 3,000 kilometer run, is that it's the end of the run. They experience it first. And so 20 years ago, they actually made the decision to basically really limit their subsistence and cut out their subsistence harvest. And to their credit, I think they've been to every panel meeting we've had in 20 years, providing testimony. So I really want to, I'm absolutely amazed. And they're here again for these meetings. We have elders and Richard and Carl and Sandy and Madeline, and they're here again, representing their issues and concerns of Yukon River salmon. So they have been true conservationists, and other First Nations have followed suit as well. They have been true conservationists. But the topic of limiting subsistence harvest didn't come up until 2008. The questions were asked, well, it looks like we will have to cut back on harvest. What are the plans for reduction of subsistence harvest? And I remember we were in a meeting in St. Mary's, and the U.S. actually walked in with a proposal. This was at the spring meeting, walked in a proposal, says, you know, we need, I think it was $70,000 or $80,000 from the NRNE fund to have consultation meetings with communities that if we have to limit the subsistence harvest, how do we do it? How do we start approaching it? And that was really the first discussion we had in limiting subsistence harvest. And then things didn't go all that well. In 2009, there were some attempts to limit the harvest. And users were quite concerned about it. And then the run came in much stronger than what we expected, and we had like an escapement, a border escapement of about 65,000 fish. And there was a lot of concern about all the fish that were left on the table that could have been harvested. You know, instead subsistence harvesters were limited to a small degree, not very long, but it's a small degree. So for the next couple of years, nothing happened really in terms of limiting subsistence harvest, and the runs weren't that great. And then, of course, 2013 came along, and we looked like this would be a pretty bad year. And so some restrictions were put in place. And then the rest is history. 2014, 2015, all fisheries were closed on the Yukon River. So we went from an initial experiment to limit subsistence harvest to a complete closure in about 5 years. And again, you know, the runs increased and came back, and we actually had some, I think, some pretty well record escapements in some years. And anyway, that's all I want to say on this. It's things have improved so much in terms of the panel, in terms of management, and many thanks to, you know, to the managers we've had in the last 10 years that are really were very proactive and really creative in terms of how we managed, you know, the run. And I recognize that in the lower river and throughout the U.S., management is very complicated. Not only do we have a mixed stock fishery, we have a mixed species fishery. And it's not easy to do. It's really very difficult to try to manage the lower river when we don't know how strong the runs are going to be. So you kind of have to project what the run size will be. It's a very difficult job, and we've had excellent managers. You know, starting with Stephanie Quinn Davidson, and then Holly came along, and I don't know Dina personally, but she's really performed well at some of the meetings, some of the teleconferences. I was actually been amazed, you know, and so we've had very strong management, and we've had strong management in Canada as well. So, but the situation in Canada is very different. But having said all that, we are where we are with Chinook salmon, and they're really, I think we all agree, there's really it's not a case of winners and losers along the river. We're either all winners or we're all losers. So if the Chinook aren't doing well, and it looked like and I don't want to cause any angst, but I think we're pretty close to functional extinction right now. Not extinction, but functional extinction in terms of providing harvest, in terms of contributing to the ecosystem, carrying nutrients upriver. We're at pretty low levels, and it doesn't look that great in the future. I guess, and this is kind of my opinion, but I think really we're in for this for the long haul, and we have to start asking some questions, some really important questions. Because I don't think, at least functional extinction, we'll always have a few Chinook, but it won't mean anything. They won't be harvested, and they won't be providing their contribution to the ecosystem the way they have for thousands and thousands of years. And so we need to ask some questions, I think, in terms of where we want to go. And I have to say that the testimonies yesterday, I can feel the pain that people are feeling in terms of the impact to culture and to subsistence use and community economies. It's huge, you know. But the reality is, I'm not sure what the answers are. You know, other than stopping fishing, I'm not sure what we can do. And we've talked about the hatchery potential for, you know, production hatcheries. But even there, I do have some concerns about hatcheries in the sense that our hatchery fish, for example, the ones that we have in Whitehorse, we've stocked in Whitehorse for about 40 years. They are not doing any better now than what the wild fish are, and they were in the past. We would spawn about 10% of the females, and they would account for 50% of the returns. And now that's not the case anymore. The hatchery fish are not doing well, you know, because of they've been affected by the declines in productivity and by global warming and increased temperatures. So they won't do any better than the wild fish. Right now, they're not doing any better. So I think I think we have to look at it very closely as what would the bang for the buck be. But anyway, I want to get to some important questions I think we have to ask here. And and what's some of the solution, you know, where we want to go. So I think one of the important questions, and there were some references to the Southern Lakes caribou 30 years ago. They were going extinct in the Southern Lakes here, and 6 First Nations got together, and they basically asked the question, is it more important to have caribou on the landscape than be able to harvest caribou in the foreseeable future? And the answer they gave was yes, we need caribou back on the landscape, and they were in danger of going extinct. You know, the herds were down to like a few hundred caribou. And the 6 First Nations got together and says, yeah, we want caribou on the landscape. That's our first priority. And 30 years later, you know, we were down to about 300 caribou. We're now up to about 3,000 caribou in a semi-urban environment. And where I live at Marsh Lake, I see caribou every day in this time of year. And that wasn't the case 15, 20 years ago. I didn't even see a caribou track. And they're everywhere now. And for those of you who know woodland caribou, recovery of woodland caribou is a miracle. It doesn't happen anywhere in North America. They're all going one way. But the Southern Lakes herd they've come back up. And that's where the saying from Patrick came from, is never give up. It's not impossible. It's difficult, but not impossible. So I think that's the same question we have to ask for Chinook. Do we want Chinook in the landscape in the long term, even if little or no harvest? So if it means we can't harvest for 20 years, is it worthwhile to try to save the Chinook and have them on the landscape and continue them to function at some level? And I don't have the answer to that, but I think that's a question we have to ask. And then the second really important question, and that was addressed through, you know, to some of the speakers in Elizabeth's presentation, is how do we ensure the long-term survival of First Nation and subsistence cultures in the Yukon communities if we have no harvest over 20 years? You know, and the reason I asked that question, I think you know, the First Nation and the subsistence salmon culture, both Canada and the U.S., is absolutely critical. We have to maintain that. And if we lose that, if we lose a generation, then we will lose the resource. And we addressed that with the Southern Lakes caribou. We got a very strong education. They weren't harvesting caribou, but we had elders in the classroom. We had caribou in the classroom, and we've renewed that program now. It's become a standing thing. So the kids know about the history of caribou in the Southern Lakes. And I think we need to we have to maintain the salmon culture and find a way to do it. Maintain some of these fishing camps, these family fishing camps, where you have 3 generations. Don't harvest for a decade or two. And I think it's critical. Otherwise, we will lose the resource. We will lose the public interest and support. And the third question I have is, we know that Chinook are survivors. And we know that fish adapt genetically to changing conditions, including warmer water. But we don't know how long that's going to take. You know, there's some lab studies, and I can dig out the papers for the lab studies that have been done that showed it took 4 generations to make genetic change in the population. And that what they were doing is harvesting the biggest fish and the smallest fish. And in 4 generations, but these are very short-lived fish. They only had a lifespan of about a year. But in 4 generations, you got genetic change. And applying that same formula to Chinook, we would probably need about 20 years, 4 generations of 20 years for adaptation to occur. But we have to make sure we have enough salmon and we give them the time for that to happen. And I always say the 12,000 Chinook that came past Eagle this year, those fish were survivors. They were tough, really tough cookies. They had low energy and they were under stress because of the heat. They needed more energy to make the migration. And they survived, and many of them got into the spawning grounds. Those are special fish. And the ones that come off the spawning grounds will have that characteristic as well to some degree. But it takes a few generations. They will adapt, but we need to know how fast and how long will it take for Chinook to adapt to warmer water temperature, certainly in the river. And we're not going to solve the climate change crisis in 20 or 30 years. But I think I'm an optimist. I'm a glass half full kind of person. I think the world will actually address climate change to some degree. It's happening right now, and I think it will happen. So our challenge is, how do we keep the Chinook we have left? How do we keep them going? And so they can adapt, and so they'll still be there 20 years from now. And then the third question I think we need to ask, and I'm looking at what are things that we can do something about. You know, we have very limited options. If we don't stop fishing, what are some of the things that we can actually do something about? You know, aside from reducing mortality to basically zero. You know, we tried as much as possible, and this is bycatch. This is incidental catch of Chinook when we're fishing for other species. Any source of mortality. It's mortality associated with research and monitoring. You know, even a couple of hundred Chinook is important when we're in this process where we are now. And I remember the presentations we've had about how Alaska managed, and which made a lot of sense. They basically says once 90% of the Chinook are past this place, then we can start fishing with gill nets and larger mesh gill nets, because we're only dealing with the 10%, you know, but that 10% now is important. The 90%, we're not just dealing with the 90%, we're also dealing with the 10%. That's really, we can't afford to have any mortality. We need to really, and how do we do that? So that's a question I have. And in terms of solutions, possible ways forward, I've kind of outlined some thoughts on a plan A and a plan B. And you know, sometimes we use this saying, let's hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And I have switched this around. I said, let's plan for the worst and hope for the best. And it's kind of, you know, because I think the former way of saying that is putting the cart before the horse. You know, we really need to assume that we're going the worst case scenario, and we need to plan for our worst case scenario. And if things turn out better than that, then that will be plan B. And you know, and that comes with challenges too, because when things start improving, there's a huge amount of pressure to actually, you know, if we meet our escapement objectives, the huge pressure on to resume harvesting and fishing again. So we got to establish some rules around that as well. But in terms of plan A, we need to develop a long-term plan, 20 to 25 years or 4 generations. Okay, this is how we're going to manage for the next 20 years, assuming that things will not turn out well. we need to assess and minimize all known resources, all known and potential sources of incidental marine and freshwater mortality in marine and freshwater environments. So we're talking bycatch in freshwater and marine fisheries. We're talking monitoring and research. So we really need to look at how can we minimize mortality. And then we need to look at the stocking of 5 billion fish in the Pacific every year. And I know Virgil's brought this up for years, for decades. You know, this is a concern. There's all these hatchery fish in the ocean, and how is it affecting? So we need to look at how is this stocking potentially affecting Yukon River Chinook. It may not be affecting them, but I think we really need to take a close look at it. You know, and it's, I recognize you have 5 countries doing the stocking or 6 countries doing the stocking. It's a complicated situation, but nothing is so complicated you can't do something about it and start a conversation going. And so I think that's one of the things we have to do. And, you know, I've already talked about the effectiveness. We need to assess whether hatcheries will be effective, if they're an effective option or not. And I think there's, you know, there's arguments on both sides. And of course, we need to support the survival of the salmon culture. So I would suggest, and we're allocating some of our R&E fund now, you know, to fish camps and fish, you know, and cultural processes. But I think we need to do more of that. And, you know, we have the first fish in Dawson and some other camps, but I think we really need to make that a priority because we need to keep the cultures. The culture needs to survive if the fish are going to survive. And how do we do that when there's little or no fishing? And maybe we allocate small harvests to some of these camps and communities. You know, maybe we're talking 10 fish or 5 fish or 20 fish. I'm not sure what the number is, but just so that this teaching can continue and the cultural camps can continue. And then plan B, if things turn out better than what we expect, how do we have to establish criteria that are understood by the users as to when would we start fishing, not the first time in 10 years from now when we all of a sudden meet our escapement objective. You don't, you know, you really need to meet your escapement objective for a period of time, maybe 2 years out of 3, or maybe for 6. You know, maybe for 6 year classes. I'm not sure what it is, but we need to establish criteria that will get us started back to do some harvesting if things start improving a little bit. And so those are basically that's all I want to say at this point. But we need a plan A assume that the worst is going to happen, but also have a plan B. That if the Chinook start coming back, that you know, how to deal with this pressure of a resuming harvest. You know, a 1 year meeting escapement for 1 year or 2 years isn't enough. You know, we have to set some criteria and make sure those criteria, that's part of the plan. That's part of our long-term plan as to when and how would harvesting be resumed if we are more successful than what I think we are, what we might be. And so this isn't about doom and gloom. I think we have lots of things going for, including the panel and the process, you know, but I think we really need to do some longer term. We need to do some longer term planning right now because we're at a crisis. And yeah, that's all I want to say. And I thank you again for the opportunity for saying some of the same things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Don. Any comments or questions from panel members? We'll start with U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Don, I just wanted to thank you for, as always, being a straight shooter. I've always really appreciated not only your years of experience, but your way of articulating common sense. And I think these are times for common sense. And these are, I think what I've always heard from you is an explanation of where we've come from, where we may be headed, but always solutions to try. And I really value that. It's one thing to cry about spilt milk, but it's another thing to cry about spilt milk and then pick up a paper towel, clean it up, and move on to the next thing. So your years of experience in so many different fields and of course your personal experiences here on the Yukon River, I think have been invaluable over the years. And I think you speak with a great deal of wisdom, a great deal of common sense, and I've learned a lot from you and really appreciate you coming here today to talk to us with some solutions. Thank you.
And thanks, Andy. I'm not part of the panel, but I really, really appreciate these individuals on the panel. I mean, we have a great group here, and there's a cooperative atmosphere, and again, that's not come by accident. We've done a lot of things right, including the ed exchange and getting people from the lower river to come visit the Yukon, go to Templin, and having people from the upper river go down to the lower river, and seeing the human face of the people in the communities and see what they do and how they operate. It's not an accident, but it's really, really helped improve communication and understanding and cooperation, and just absolutely continue. That ed exchange has had so much value over the years, and it's done exactly what we hoped it would do. And it's just one more thing. Coming to the meeting this morning, I listened to the CBC Morning News, and the news headline was, Yukon River salmon biologists predict an improved run in 2023. And so it just demonstrated one of the concerns I have. You know, there's a little bit of improvement, but you go from -5 to 0, it's considered an improvement. And so we need to put perspective to things, you know, and it's an improvement, but things still look pretty dismal. So anyway, thanks everyone. And I don't know if there's any other questions, but.
Thank you, Don. Any additional questions or comments from panel members? We'd like to express our thanks to you, Don, and I have to say, paying very close attention to each one of your public testimonies, you always include some new nuggets of information for us. So it's not always the same thing, and I appreciate that, Don. Thank you.
No, it's quite,
Thank you, Don. Victor?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Next up is Mike Kramer, who will testify via Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the panel. Appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I lived my whole life in Alaska, mostly grew up along the Chena River, one of the major king tributaries of the Yukon. I fished at traditional camps in the middle of Yukon, and I've fished for kings in Yukon and Sascha, other tributary streams throughout my life. I've served on the Fairbanks Advisory Committee, Fish and Game Advisory Committee for 26 years. Much of that with Virgil, who always has been attending these meetings as far as I can remember. And I've always followed the Yukon fishery, but up until the past, several years, we've never had anything near the crisis that we currently face. And so it's caused me to study the Yukon much more than I ever have in my history of being involved in fisheries management around the state. And in particular, what got my attention at this year's meeting was the advocacy for a hatchery augmentation. I understand it's being promoted by the state of Alaska, but also up in Yukon, there's talk of more projects in addition to the fish ladder that's currently in existence. I think that Alaska's made a lot of mistakes with its hatchery program when it started back in the mid-70s. We should have learned a lot of lessons. Instead, we just keep compounding the problems that we've created with our mass-produced hatchery fish. There's dozens, if not hundreds, of documented studies showing the harm that hatchery enhancement does to wild stocks. Some of the speakers today have touched on a few of those. My primary concern is the degradation of the wild fish genetics that always happens when you introduce these hatchery raised fish into a wild system. Even though the brood stock was taken, from wild fish in a wild stream, within one generation, I've read studies that show that 700 different genes are affected by being raised in a captive hatchery environment. And remember, kings have to be reared for a year or two in a freshwater raceway or a pen, before they're released, unlike pinks and chums that are generally raised in a coastal estuary and released the same spring that they hatch. But these kings are, if they're produced, for instance, in the Ruth Burnett Sportfish Hatchery in Fairbanks, which I've heard talk of, that we can convert that hatchery into an anadromous hatchery and harvest some king salmon. And I've heard we can make, 500,000 smolts in the Ruth Burnett Hatchery, release them in various streams around the interior of Alaska. And that's going to somehow provide a subsistence fishing opportunity for folks on the middle Yukon or lower Yukon. I'm totally against that for many reasons. And the primary one being the genetic modifications that occur and the genetic dilution that occurs in the wild stock. The last speaker talked about Yukon kings have survived for thousands of years by making the adaptations that they need, and that the 12,000 fish that made it through into the Yukon last year were survivors, the survival of the fittest. And the Yukon kings have always been the fittest Chinook, in my opinion, anywhere in the world. They have to swim 2,000 miles. They have the best fat content and the drive to make that swim without eating. If I know the Yukon has been collecting fish out of the fish ladder for decades. I've read, and Virgil was talking earlier, he didn't know what the numbers were. I looked at those numbers. I think it was in the, so I'm in the 2019 Yukon River Panel, or I can't remember the report, but I saw the graph showing, the returns of hatchery fish versus wild fish. And for about a 20-year period, that is displayed in a graph, out of 115 to 150,000 fish that are smolts that are released from that Yukon fish ladder and the hatchery, about 500, just a rough eyeballing of the graph showing the percent of hatchery fish and percent of natural fish, about 500 fish a year. Prior to 2019, it was down to 270 fish in 2021, and I don't know how many hatchery fish returned in 2022, but it's a very small amount. It's less than 1% of the smolts that are released. And hatcheries traditionally always start out with good returns. The fish are 1 or 2 generations removed from the wild. They haven't out-competed wild fish for food or for habitat in the rearing streams yet. And they do quite well the first couple of generations. They have large returns typically, which bolsters the cry to let's make more fish, let's make more hatcheries. But inevitably, you look at the history of hatcheries that have been around for more than 20 years, and their production and return levels always go down. And we see that with the Yukon hatchery. And I don't know enough about it to make judgments one way or the other, but I would submit that the problems that hatchery released fish are perhaps causing to the wild component up there outweigh the contribution of 400 or 500 more fish a year to the spawning streams in the Yukon. The genetics change, and also we produce stronger, fatter fish that are able to survive and outcompete the fish in the natal streams, as well as in the near shore areas where we know Chinook spend their first year of marine life, which I understand is the most critical period. That's where most of them die off. If they don't have good food to eat in that first year when they get flushed out into the Bering Sea, they die. And what's causing them to die? They starve to death. Numerous studies show that with 5.2 billion hatchery chums and pinks fishing or feeding in the Bering Sea and North Pacific, that in those odd numbered years when the pinks are at their peak, there's hardly any food left for the other salmon. Stomach content studies of chums out in the middle Bering Sea, and show that they start eating jellyfish. The fat-rich copepods are all but wiped out by the hatchery swarms of fish in there. And these fish are barely hanging on the wild stocks, and they can't compete because the hatchery reared fish, again, have had a year of feeding at the hatchery. They get fed a high quality diet. They're released at just the right time of year to enhance survival. And we expect a wild fish to compete with that, and they can't. And that's not even touching on the issue of straying. If we, I know the fish are fin clipped there in the Yukon. And I don't know what we'd do if we created an Alaska hatchery enhancement program, but these fin clipped fish are spawning with wild fish on the spawning grounds up there. And what does that cause? Well, we've learned from the Alaska Hatchery Research Project that even just one generation of introgression of hatchery genes and of the pink salmon causes a more than 50% decline in reproductive fitness in the wild stocks. Can we afford to risk the harms that we know have been created through other hatchery programs in a short-term effort to try to, produce more fish in the Yukon, even if it could sustain or even create a limited subsistence fishery? We know those fish are going to get picked off in other areas too. They're going to get picked up in the bycatch. They're going to get picked up in Area M. And like in previous speaker discussed, the problem with hatchery augmentation is there's push. If there's a lot of fish somewhere, there's a push to harvest those fish. And we always harvest disproportionately the weaker stocks in these mixed stock fisheries, particularly when we're targeting the enhanced fish. We can't help it. And that should be a lesson learned as well. BC has had a long experience with hatcheries, British Columbia. And all the literature I read, other than a few government proponents of the program, most studies and many scientists agree now that, it hasn't done any long-term good for the stocks that they've been trying to restore. It's diluted the genetic pool of the wild stocks. And they often they create overfishing of the smaller stream stocks that are intermingled with these hatchery fish that enable somebody to declare a fishery open. And I think it's also resulted in the loss of some sustainable certifications for BC fish because of the documented harm to wild fish from the hatchery propagation. And BC only releases 260 million fish a year. Alaska releases 1.6 billion a year, mostly pinks and chums. And so, my experience and my, reading of the research shows that hatcheries may provide a short-term boost, provide some fishing opportunity in the short term, but the long-term costs are just too great to subject Yukon Chinook to those problems. So I would encourage the panel to, certainly explore all options to restore this fishery, but, take a very serious and skeptical look at any enhancement efforts done on either side of the border. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for that. Any comments or questions from panel members? Go ahead, US member Virgil Uppenhauer.
Mike, I'm glad to see you on there, and I know you've been doing an awful lot of research on the ramifications of the hatcheries and what happens with these hatcheries, and trying to find all these various studies to be really knowledgeable about it. I appreciate it. Thanks, and I'll see you when I get back.
Thanks, Virgil, and for your many years of service on this panel. I've learned a lot from you about the Yukon fish, and year after year, you're sitting through weeks and weeks of meetings like this, and really appreciate your contributions to it. And I'm just sorry I didn't get more involved in the Yukon issues years sooner.
Question and comment from Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Thanks for your presentation. I think this really highlights the need to have time and well-researched, impartial discussion around hatcheries. I mean, I think I absolutely respect what you're saying, and I'm certainly not a hatchery advocate, but I feel like we are using the hatchery term as a homogeneous kind of, like all hatcheries are the same. And I feel like there are various definitions. There's conservation hatcheries, there's stewardship hatcheries, there's restoration projects. Elizabeth, spoke to in-stream incubation as part of the hatchery discussion. And then there's large scale hatchery enhancement. And I mean, 1.6 billion from Alaska. Yeah, that probably meets that criteria. So I just feel like, absolutely not a criticism. I really appreciate your research. And I'm certainly not advocating for hatcheries. I just feel like we do need to have a bit of an open mind to have the conversation, because I think we're at that point of desperation now, and we have to consider all options. And I think this should be approached by the panel with caution, and we should have lots of time lots of research, lots of dialogue, closed, open sessions, and everything in between, because I feel like this water can get chummed really quick. And I feel like, you know, I think there's a lot of different, it's incredibly polarizing right out of the gates. And we tend to be perhaps maybe the more knowledgeable. When we get to the community level, it gets even more complicated. So I want to approach this with caution, and it's not a rebuttal or a question anything you've said. I really appreciate your thoroughness. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly address the in-stream incubator concept. I'm not, you know, very familiar with that. You know, if any of these hatchery programs, you know, can be said to do the least damage to wild stocks, it would be these, you know, small scale, you know, by hand, you know, helping a few more smolt survive, but in an in-stream environment where these fish are not fed for a year or two artificially, they're not, you know, swimming around in circles in a raceway and developing these maladaptive genes as much as these large scale, you know, commercial hatcheries that mostly propagate. But another speaker earlier warned about often when these hatchery programs get started, they never shut down. They just get bigger and bigger. The bureaucracy develops around them, and a few, you know, a few scientists dig in on either side, and these things just perpetuate. And so one of the speakers suggested earlier that we need to have a clearly defined goal if we go this hatchery route. Once we meet that goal, these hatcheries need to be stopped or ended. You know, they shouldn't just be these self-perpetuating things that go on and on and on and get bigger and bigger with more and more experiments. But even the in-stream incubation, you know, one that's a logistical, be a very logistically challenging, but you're still creating fish that were not naturally selected. If say you get a, you know, 3% smolt survival rate of a wild spawn fish on a natural red, and you bump that up to 40 or 50% because you protect them from rainbow trout or dolly varden, and you put them in the best spot in the river, and do all these things to enhance their survival, you're allowing fish to survive, go out to the ocean, compete, and then come back and spawn that wouldn't survive in the wild. And that's the genetic problem, is it's not, you know, they're not selecting themselves for the biggest and the strongest. We're creating inferior fish that eventually some of them will make it up and spawn with these, you know, fish that have adapted for thousands of years, and only the fittest survive to pass on the genes necessary to adapt to changing conditions, which now, of course, is climate change. And to me, the biggest problem is we got too many mouths in the sea with a non-productive sea because of the hot water. Their metabolism is higher, so they need more food, and they have less food, in part because they're competing with 5.2 billion hatchery fish for the same type of quality food. We don't need to add even a couple 100,000 more to that mix.
Thank you very much. And for the panel's benefit, the Yukon River Panel will be receiving a presentation on the Whitehorse Rapids hydro facility, as well as the associated mitigation hatchery, to hopefully clear up some misunderstanding around the function of that facility and its purpose, but also to share information regarding the 25-year relicensing initiative associated with the hydroelectric facility. So that will be a presentation provided at the Yukon River Panel's 2023 postseason meeting.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Keong, next.
Yes, next up we have Brooke Wright, who will testify via Zoom.
Co-Chair Gotch, permission to share a slideshow. It's only 6 slides and my confidence interval is at 80 that I will be under 6 minutes. Yes? No.
I'm afraid not, Brooke. If we're going to allow slides and presentations from any testifiers, we have to allow it for everyone. So I think we need to be fair to all testifiers and participants, but please do provide as much verbal information as you possibly can. Thank you.
So my name is Brooke Woods. I am from Rampart, Alaska. I am a fishery science student at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, a mother, and I work for Woodwell Climate Research Center. Today I will be providing my personal testimony that is not related to the Yukon River Panel. Just a moment, I have to let my dog out, so sorry. So I want to be transparent, open and honest about our Yukon River salmon stock declines. I know we all care about our Yukon River communities and salmon, no matter their origin. I want to start out by saying I do not support hatchery production with Chinook declines on the of the Yukon River. The suggested location of the hatchery would create inequity on our river, and a large portion of Upper Yukon and Canada would not benefit. We have not exhausted all effective management efforts outside the river. I wanted to share about Area M. So the Board of Fish is the state's regulatory authority that passes regulations to conserve and develop Alaska fisheries resources and charged with making allocative and regulatory decisions. And like the Area M presenter stated, the commissioner of the state has the ability to implement an emergency order to close a fishery. We are currently seeing the lowest salmon runs on record. During our last chum crash, I mentioned this earlier, we had measures and protections put in place. Just to name a few, a chum cap based on forecast, and this was a strict chum cap is my understanding, a reduction of fishing time. And with these measurements, our chum did rebound. So currently the Area M status quo remains the same, which is 352 hours of fishing opportunity in the June fishery. At the most recent Board of Fish meeting, there was a proposal 140, which asked for a reduction of fishing time to 60%, which would have been 144 fishing hours. Support for this proposal was overwhelming. We had over 294 people sign up for testimony, and it actually extended the meeting by 2 days. Now, a majority of the testifiers did support a reduction of fishing time in Area M because of the concern of AYK stocks. The outcome of that proposal and the decision at Board of Fish was a 12% reduction, which allows for 310 hours of fishing in the June fishery in Area M. And I just want to acknowledge that on the Yukon River, we have zero harvest and or are severely restricted. We are not making escapement goals, and there are no further conservation actions that AYK subsistence fishers can uphold, but there is management actions in marine environments in state and federal fisheries. Tribes can no longer bear the burden of conservation alone. I do want to extend a grateful acknowledgement to Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang. In his opening remarks yesterday, he talked about the implementation of a chum cap at North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. I understand the complexity of the pollock industry, and this is $1 million fishery, but my heart is with the people and the salmon along the rivers and in Canada. We are at a pivotal point with the implementation of a chum cap. The North Pacific Management Council is actually meeting now, so April 4th through the 11th in Anchorage, and we should all be showing up to testify in person, online, and over the phone. As you can see from the report, bycatch of salmon stocks impacts us all, and the council needs to hear from First Nation members and governments. And to find North Pacific Fishery Management Council, it's www.nwpmc.ca. npfmc.org. I do want to share that shutting down tribes from salmon subsistence fishing opportunity, food security, the opportunity to pass down traditional knowledge is not working. Conservation measures need to be shared. And this goes for both domestic, federal, and state fisheries on the Alaskan side. I'm going to end by saying I had the opportunity to be a part of a research project, and the project title is Changes in Sharing and Participation are Important Predictors of the Health of Traditional Harvest Practices in Indigenous Communities in Alaska. And one of the significant findings was disruption of Indigenous ways of life in traditional harvest practices have been associated with the rise of suicide and mental health disparities in Alaska Native populations. Efforts to reduce risk and promote well-being in young people and communities often indicate that active traditional harvest practices are a primary prevention strategy. I want to thank you for the time to testify, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions, comments from panel members regarding the testimony that we received?
Sir.
Yes, so Canadian panel member Robert Perry, go ahead.
Brooke, maybe this is an unfair question to you. Can you explain why they didn't go with the recommendations of the people in regards to the Area M fishery? We've heard a presentation today that fishery is low impact for Yukon River stock. So I was just wondering if that was one of the considerations.
It's my understanding that a large portion of the chum harvest is not a local chum, and that they are bound for other river systems. In my slideshow, I do present Area M interception of coastal Western Alaska chum salmon. So in 2021, 210,000 chum bound for Western Alaska were intercepted in this fishery. Because the presentation was only focused on Canadian origin salmon, the information will be interpreted differently, and it's different from what I understand and what many AYK tribal members and tribal consortiums were trying to advocate for at Board of Fish. And the Board of Fish, because it's an allocative issue, they had to make the decision on Area M. And Alaska state law directs the Board of Game and Board of Fish to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence use first before providing any other uses of any harvestable surplus of a fish or a game population. So I'm not sure why that decision was made. We do have one subsistence representative on the Board of Fish out of, I believe it's 7, but the state of Alaska can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Additional questions or comments regarding the testimony received? U.S. panel member Virgil Oppenhauer, please go ahead.
Brooke, I want to thank you for testifying, and it's super frustrating. And you and I both were at that area meeting for the whole thing, and so I fully feel your frustration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing your testimony, Brooke. Mr. Keong, next.
Yes. Next up, we have Delise Hudd, who will testify in person. Apologies if I pronounced your name wrong.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dallas. I'm a member of the Teslin Tlingit Council. This is only my second meeting I've ever been to. I was raised at Johnson's Crossing on the Teslin River. So salmon fishing was a big part of my life growing up. Unfortunately, my grandchildren have never ever experienced salmon fishing, which is unfortunate. My oldest granddaughter is 21 years old. My grandmother, the late Kate Henry, and her husband Joe Henry raised their family about 20 miles down the Teslin River at Henry's Island. So that was always a big part of our lives. And it's really unfortunate that we're not able to salmon fish anymore. I was looking at some old pictures, and I found a picture of my mom, my daughter, and my youngest son. And we lost my mom almost 30 years ago. And there's a picture of them with about 9 salmon laying on the grass in front of them. And my youngest son's going to be 39 years old this year. And, you know, it's really heartbreaking that we had to give up that part of our lives. My grandchildren enjoy fishing, like as we go grayling fishing. You know, my oldest granddaughter comes with us running nets for whitefish, but they've never experienced salmon. And the last time I ever fished for salmon, I had never fished for salmon since my mom's been gone. I ran a culture camp across the lake in Teslin in 2000. I had to write a letter to get special permission to set a net for one night, so some of our younger people could see what it was like to catch salmon out of the lake. And we had a huge feast we got 5 salmon overnight. And we had a big feast. We invited community members to come across the lake. And we had 80 people at that camp for dinner one night. And everything was cooked by campfire. You know, we always look forward to harvesting salmon in the fall with my grandmother. Across the river at Johnson's Crossing, my grandmother's sister, my great auntie Mary, had her fish camp set up there. We got to visit back and forth about 1.5 miles down the river. Richard Dewhurst, Sandy Smarch's grandmother, had her fish camp set up there. We used to go down there and visit, you know, it wasn't just about salmon fishing and catching salmon. It's about bringing your families together to help each other and to harvest food for the winter. You know, I took care of my uncle for about a year because he was aged, and he was telling me stories about salmon fishing on the Teslin River down at Henry's Island, and that is on the map, Henry's Island. And it was in 1944 when my grandmother and grandfather decided they needed to move the family closer to Teslin, and that's when they found where they wanted to live at Johnson's Crossing. But my uncle told me in the fall, because all the families would be together at Henry's Island and they would get 100 salmon every fall. But that was not just for one family, it was for several families, right? And it's really sad that you know, I'm hoping someday that I have great grandchildren that would be able to experience that. And, you know, when Carl mentioned yesterday about all the years of this panel talking about how we can help our salmon runs, save our salmon runs, you know, had we stopped this 15, 20 years ago, or even since all the talks have started, our salmon stocks would be at backup. You know, so I think we all need to be in this together. Maybe we have to completely shut down salmon fishing, you know, the commercial salmon fishing, like Carl said, right up to the Bering Sea. You know, 23 years since I last caught a salmon or tasted salmon out of the Teslin Lake or Teslin River is a long time. You know, and I know our elders really miss that. Last year we got permission, Madeline, sorry, she had to leave, but we gave permission for her to set a net overnight only. I went and helped her run that net. The next morning, we wanted to do a salmon ceremony to welcome salmon to come back into our traditional territory so we could harvest salmon again. I went and ran the net with her at 6:30 the next morning, and there was not one salmon in there. And we think it may be they hadn't arrived yet, so they were late arriving. I don't know, you know, but I would really like to see salmon come back. My oldest grandson is going to be 19 years old in June, and he loves fishing. I can't imagine the feeling he would have to be able to catch a salmon up by rod and reef. You know, just little things that make me think about our families, how we grew up at Johnson's Crossing, the joy we had of all my cousins getting together. You know, we weren't allowed to go in the water when salmon were running. So it was a real privilege for us to get to go out and wash all the salmon, not realizing that we were working. We were happy we got to go in the water. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions, comments from panel members? Seeing any? Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony and to share your story with us. Next, Mr. Keon.
Yes, we have Richard Dewhurst who will testify in person.
Good afternoon. You know, like I was thinking about this yesterday, you know, before anybody come into this country, First Nations people fished for thousands of years. And they are people like right from Templin Lake, right to the ocean. They are people who know the salmon. You know, you could be a biologist or whatever, but the people who handle those fish all their lives, I think are the ones who are going to bring them back the most. And I've been coming to these meetings for quite a few years. And I noticed even in Alaska, when we were over there, there's not many Alaskan natives from the river at the meetings. I think their voice got to be heard too. You know, there's people here from Templin, Mayo, Carmack, Dawson, all along the river, in the Yukon side, but no Alaskan. I think they got to be here. Somehow we got to bring them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Questions from panel members or comments regarding the testimony? Thank you, Richard.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the comment, Richard. And it is a challenge, I think, given the remoteness of so many of the communities in Alaska for many Alaskan stakeholders to be able to come to panel meetings, either when they're held here in Canada or in Alaska. One thing we are doing is rotating Alaskan-based panel meetings between the Anchorage and Fairbanks location. Anchorage can be, surprisingly enough, simpler to get to for many of the lower Yukon Alaskan fishermen and communities. And then, of course, within Fairbanks, many of the middle and upper river communities would have easier access there. So we are trying to at least provide more opportunity, even though it's always going to be difficult for Alaskan stakeholders to make it into either of those locations for panel meetings. But I do appreciate your comments, and it's well heard.
Thank you.
Question from U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
I don't really want to ask a question. I just want to thank him for coming. And I want to let you know, you heard Brooke a few minutes ago, the young lady that spoke. And she mentioned there were 294 people spoke at that meeting she was at in February on Area M. We had more than 200 Alaska Native people from Western Alaska speak at that meeting. And like John just said, it's extremely difficult to get in from a lot of our villages and are very expensive. And so hopefully more people will be at our meetings, especially if we have one in Fairbanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment from Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Thanks, Richard. When you got me thinking about ways we could encourage more voices from Alaska, from the villages and whatnot. And we do have the Restoration Enhancement Fund, and we do have a stewardship portfolio and a communications portfolio. So maybe there is a way that certain organizations in Alaska could support delegations coming, or even meetings outside of this process that perhaps the panel could fund. So I think financial shouldn't be the option or shouldn't be the barrier for those participants. So I just want to encourage more stewardship and communication proposals from Alaska that support Canadian origin Chinook. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And next testimony, Victor.
Yes, we have JP Pinard who will testify in person.
Good day. My name is Dr. JP Pinard, and I'm very happy to be here. My wife, Sally Wright, and I, we've been in Yukon since, since 88, and myself since 92. And we call Yukon home. And I'm an expert in wind energy. My expertise, I've studied the wind right across the 3 territories. I've also my wife and I have gone to Alaska many times. And, Alaskans are leaders in terms of developing wind. And now I have a confession to make. I love store-bought canned salmon. It's my favorite food. I grew up in Val-d'Or, where we were far away from the ocean, and it's just my favorite thing to eat. I also want to be able to eat salmon for the rest of my life, as long as I'm here. And I'm concerned as well about the health of your salmon stock. Well, we all share. I have some good news I'd like to offer is that my expertise in wind, we've studied wind, and we believe that wind will help the salmon in the long run. My wife used to be on the board of Yukon Energy, and I used to work for Yukon Energy as a wind expert. And we didn't know, neither of us knew the impact that the Whitehorse Rapids, the dam, caused on the salmon until we read the book about Kwandon First Nation. And yeah, that was a real eye-opener for us. And I also want to offer some good news to you that we don't have to live on fossil fuels forever. Our studies show that here, especially here in Yukon Grid and many communities in Alaska, that's from what we've learned from our experts in Alaska, is that wind energy will solve a lot of our problems, especially in remote communities where it's windy, and especially here in Yukon Grid. And at some point there was Yukon Energy was trying to find new hydro projects, and they were proposing this to Yukon. And of course, I think as far as we know, that's not happening. There's not going to be any new hydro for a while. That's going to affect the Yukon River watershed. So that's good news. But what we do think, though, is that one day you'll all be driving electric vehicles. That's where everybody's heading, and you'll all be heating your homes. And our studies are clear that wind energy will help, and it will have a positive impact on especially the hydro systems that we have here. Because wind is winter energy, it's more available during the winter than it is during the summer. So that means you wouldn't have to draw down the water levels in the southern lakes or at Asiac or at Mayo, because there's a lot of wind during the winter that will meet our growing demand on the Yukon Grid. We're all aware that what fossil fuel does, it acidifies our oceans, and it's warming the waters as well. So we know that's not a good thing for our salmon population. Pardon me, we just found out that we could do a testimony today, so you have to forgive me if I'm not well prepared for this. Yeah. So, this is something for you to think about. I think we don't need to build any more hydro. I think the wind will help us. And is there anything else that I missed? Sure. If you don't mind, I'd like my wife to say a few words. Thank you.
Hi. My husband is very humble. Just want to say that right now. I was on the board of Yukon Energy, and I understand now that you're going to have a presentation from them about the Whitehorse Rapids relicensing. I believe we can take the dam down. And you will see when they show you the design of that hydro system, it's Miles Canyon that keeps back the water. That is, Schwaka Lake is a dead zone for fish. It's very low in oxygen because it doesn't have the Whitehorse Rapids to aerate it anymore. That happened in the 50s. I'm not 58 when they dammed the river. It could be 56. It was 2 years. They never had a ladder. And like JP said in the Quanlan Dunn's book that they just published, it talks about the disaster that occurred when they dammed the river. There's many benefits to that rapids being re-exposed, the Whitehorse Rapids, which are this town's namesake. All that Southern Lakes water gets aerated, would get aerated. That's a massive amount of headwaters we have in the Southern Lakes that before the dam, there was 2 kilometers of massive whitewater. When that whitewater was there, it cools the water. It will make the river freeze again. It will raise the oxygenation of the water. It will open up the headwaters so the salmon can go back to where they belong in the Southern Lakes. And now that I hear that king salmon need a couple of years in those headwaters before they're ready to go down, I can totally see why the stock has collapsed. They've been denied that since 1956. And then I heard there was just recently a study by Yukon Energy about the fish ladder and how the fish don't like it. Now, this is just 5 years ago, this study was made. I was on the board of that utility. I had no idea. And that was in the 90s. I thought that fish ladder was the best thing ever. And I was on the board. So I just want you guys to know, like JP said, we have good news too, is that there's a lot of wind energy that we can harness. And it will help us release those rapids again. Because you could just put enormous penstocks down the middle of that and have a true run of the river, because it's considered a run of the river if you've never heard, and you'll find out more from them. I just want to, this is so important. Our Alaskan friends are also our answer. That's how we learned about wind energy and how you can use it for heat and store it in your home as heat. And villages out on the Kuskokwim, Yukon Delta, Kongiganak is the one I know the most, and they have wind farms. They own them themselves. And I know the Gwich'in, they can have wind farms. Kawani, a wind farm, will help us all, and we can harness what the crater gives us every day and actually makes the wind chill, and you can turn it into heat. And so it's a big idea, and I hope it manages to bring the salmon back, because it sounds like hatchery fish are not good news and that if we can release the headwaters so it can actually nurse our salmon back again. There was an excellent film I saw a few years ago called Damnation, and I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the fish came back. They blew up the dam, and the fish do come back. And so I really want to encourage you guys to push Yukon Energy to re-examine that hydro dam. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments from panel members? Not hearing any. Thank you very much for your attendance and your participation here this afternoon. Next, Mr. Keown.
Certainly. Next, we have Bathsheba Demuth, who will testify in person.
I just want to take this moment to introduce Bathsheba Demuth, Dr. Bathsheba Demuth. She, I don't know what year it was. She was 18 years old when she came to Old Crow to help me run sled dogs, and all the way from Iowa. And she was going to stay for 6 months. She ended up staying for 2 years. And in that time, she's like done a lot of writing, and got accepted into Brown University after the 2 years. But within that 2 years, we done a lot. We ran sled dogs. She assisted me as a student to I would say as a standby, but nevertheless, watch me harvest salmon, and also help with caribou and deliver that to some of the elders in the community. So, and ran sled dogs by herself, and I trained her up where she can actually go camping and do all that on her own. So she's got a lot of experience, and I wouldn't push, other than the fact that she has a doctorate degree and 2 other degrees and has a history in the North. She will explain that to you. So I just want to do that introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. And I'm here today basically because Stanley asked me to, and I imagine many of you know him and have known him for many years. So you know if he asks, you come. In my case, I came from Rhode Island, where I'm a professor at Brown University, which is really only one of the credentials that I hope to share with you today. I'm a professor of environmental studies, but I also come to this topic as somebody who has scars all over my hands from learning how to cut salmon not very well at the beginning, thus the scars. The research that I do is to teach about the relationship between people and ecology in the past. So in some ways, my job is to write stories about how people live with ecosystems that help us not forget things that we have known and maybe not top of mind, and perhaps to remember things that are in the deeper past. And I'm currently researching the ecological history of the Yukon River, which is what's started to bring me to these panel meetings to learn from you all about the importance of the fish and the ways in which the fish are managed in the present, since it's a fairly unique process the world over in terms of thinking about wildlife and our relationship to it across international borders. And I'm also here because of the fish that I learned to cut back in Old Crow, because as I was thinking about what I wanted to research and what research seemed meaningful, it was so clear to me that there is no Yukon without salmon, and there's no history without salmon, because without salmon, there are no people to tell that history at all. So I have found it incredibly alarming to come back to the Yukon River and its tributaries, realizing that some of those experiences I had with Stanley 20 years ago are themselves becoming history. The things that I learned how to do are not things that I can hand on to the next generation, or at least can't guarantee it. And I remember those late summer afternoons on the river and visiting fish camps all up and down the Porcupine, where everyone was cutting fish and everyone was telling me how badly I did it, thankfully, because I got better over time, and watching people pull the fish out of the net and learning the ways in which those camps are the place in which information and values and knowledge runs between people and between generations. And in the winter, it was the dogs that fed, or it was the salmon that fed the dogs, that let everybody who had a dog team in the village move out over the land. So I think in many ways, much of what I know about this part of the world comes from the fish. And I've heard over and over at this meeting and at the meeting in Anchorage last year that the salmon are really everything, that they're culture and their life and the future. And I think they're also knowledge too. And one of the things that salmon have taught me as I've learned about the river is their power to connect. They connect the river from land to down to the sea. They connect people along the river. They connect generations in those fish camps. And so this summer when Stanley and I were traveling parts of the river, as I was doing research for this book, I heard people talk over and over about that intergenerational connection. But something I've found in the archives is that I think these salmon also connect the Yukon River watershed to people who live very far away. Last year, I was working in an archive in Washington, DC, and I found these 5 huge folders in the Fish and Wildlife section that just were labeled Yukon River. And inside of them were pages and pages of petitions sent in 1918 and 1919 that were responding to salmon shortages along the Yukon River that were caused by the arrival of a commercial canning operation that had essentially set up a net across an entire choke point in the lower Yukon. And these signatures and letters came from Native communities all along the river, including from ancestors of many people who are in the room here today, from Fitkas and Kadzos and Pitkas and many other families. And frequently came with a letter written by the chief or a leader within the community, expressing the degree to which the salmon were essential, that they were the kind of lifeblood of these communities. And I had spent enough time by the time I started reading these files to in some ways not be surprised at how quickly and how forcefully Native leaders along the river over 100 years ago were voicing the importance of the fish. But then one box over from these petitions coming from the Yukon was a story that I hadn't expected. And it was letter after letter that were written to the Secretary of Commerce, who at the time was Herbert Hoover, from people in Iowa and Illinois and Pennsylvania and Georgia and California that were asking for protection of the salmon. And it appeared that with some help from Hudson Stuck, who is a character who's probably familiar to many of you, there was a massive letter writing campaign all across the lower 48, asking the Department of Commerce, which at the time was had the kind of management of the river, to close the commercial salmon fishery for the protection of the people. And we're saying over and over that Yukon salmon should be for Yukon communities. In some ways, it was sort of an early environmental justice protest, a moment where people from the Yukon River itself and people from very, very far away met in the inboxes of congressmen and the Secretary of Commerce. And by 1921, that particular commercial cannery had closed down. And I'm giving this example mostly to say that I think that people very far beyond this room and far beyond the Yukon watershed care about the Yukon when they know about it. It's actually not a particularly well-known issue in the lower 48. It's surprisingly has run under the radar compared to some other environmental crises around the world. But it's also one that many of us who live far away from here are connected to and responsible for. Some of the problems that are facing Yukon salmon come directly from the consumer demands of people in the United States, particularly for Pollock, if bycatch is one of the issues on your mind, and certainly for the climate crisis, where the drivers are very much coming from outside the Yukon watershed. And that means that people outside of this room are responsible and have a role for caring. And I think there's also some precedent, at least in those old files, for people having done so. So it's been a real honor to spend time with you in this room today and then back in Anchorage late last year. And it's been an honor to learn something about this river and its fish. And I hope to see some of you along the river this summer when Stanley and I are planning on traveling more of it. Thank you. I can
Thank you for your testimony and for coming such a long way to participate in these meeting sessions. Any comments or questions from panel members? U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer, go ahead.
Did you read, while you were at it, did you read the transcript of the hearings held by the White Commission in 1920 when Hudson Stuck went back to Washington, D.C. and testified?
Yes, yeah, his testimony is very powerful in that section. He got a lot of congressmen really cranky with him too.
And also the other thing that was a result of that was that Dr. Gilbert, the head of the zoology department at Stanford University, toured the entire Yukon River from Dawson to the mouth. And then he did tagging studies in Area M, and 22 was the first one, I think. And 25% of those fish were recovered in the Yukon River. And he's the guy that discovered that salmon went more than 50 miles from their natal stream.
I would say one of the scary things about looking at these files is that nothing really seems new. There's a lot of similarities that come up.
Thank you. Canadian panel member Elizabeth MacDonald, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for sharing, and I appreciate your insights of having lived along the river, particularly with this guy. He's hard to work with. So I appreciate that and what you would have learned from him. But I also want to really say thanks for bringing the history as well, because we have history along here, but living memory takes us so far, and it is really good to hear what you're finding in the archives. And I know Andy has shared as well. And that's excellent because it helps put what we're doing here today in perspective and seeing how far we've come, because sometimes things were quite controversial. And I feel like we're in a better place now. And I think it's good to acknowledge those changes. And like you say, look to the past to see what worked as well, because that is a good indicator of our future. So I really like having those insights and appreciate you speaking.
Thank you. I should say, if there are anything for any of the panel members that would be helpful to know, please let me know. I sift through massive quantities of information, and I'm happy to forward anything that would be of use.
Canadian panel member Stan Ajitli, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Bathsheba also wrote a book called Floating Coast, and I think you should have a read of that.
He's my best promoter.
Thank you. Okay, so Victor, do we have additional individuals registered for testimony, please?
Yes, we have two more. Next up is Serena Fitka, who will testify in person.
Hello, Serena, and welcome.
Hi, thank you. First, I'd like to thank the First Nation people for allowing us to be here and meet. My Yupik name is Juchicho. I come from St. Mary's on the Lower Yukon River. And I will be testifying not for the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, but on my behalf. And I'd just like to acknowledge that all the testifiers, I really enjoy listening to all of the knowledge and just all the information that's provided to the Yukon River Panel, different views, history. It's great to listen to the testimony, and I think it's very important. I am a product of colonization. My parents were sent off to boarding school. My dad at the age of 5. And my mom was beaten for speaking her language. I do not know my language. I barely participate in my traditional dance and song. But one thing that I know is to harvest my food, which is ingrained in every one of us. As Indigenous people, We have suffered, but what remains constant is our ability to harvest our animals and our fish. And that is very powerful. Although my parents do not partake in many of our traditional ways, I have branched out and had many great elders in my community that have taught me things like the late Andrew Pauken, Moses Pauken, my grandparents, Fred and Domitilla Alstrom, David and Cecilia Sibri, who have all passed on. So I feel like there's a gap. Our upcoming elders have experienced so much trauma in their lives that it has trickled down to my generation. But we are resilient, just like our fish, just like the animals. And I want to relay some of the things that, some of the things that I heard in testimony today that just seem so common sense. Our elders used to make decisions that came from the heart because they said the mind makes everything so confusing. I sit here these last few days and all I hear are numbers, thoughts, ways that are clouding up your mind. And I believe that the traditional knowledge community that's been formed is going to bring some clarity to that. Because like I said, our elders used to make decisions with their heart. What is going on today? What do you feel in your heart to do the right thing? Change is hard. And some of the decisions that we have to make today are hard. We have to adapt. We have to keep going and be resilient in trying to make the best decisions for our children. I think about my children. My oldest is 14. She hasn't been able to touch a fish in 3 years. My twin daughters that are 11 never got to touch a fish yet. I've only lived in the decline of our salmon. I'm 44. So what does that tell us? Where do we need to be and where do we need to go from here? Let's think about all of the things that we, the people, have contributed to the decline in the salmon. Let's acknowledge that. Let's harness that. Yes, we have made mistakes. That is the first step. Now let's plan for the future, knowing that we've made some mistakes in the past and we'll learn from them and hopefully guide us to a better outcome. So I want to thank you again, Bayana.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Serena. Appreciate the words of wisdom that you share with us. Do we have any questions or comments from panel members regarding the testimony that we've received? Go to Canadian panel member Pauline Frost. Go ahead, please.
Masicho, I want to just say that I personally really appreciate your testimony. It kind of hits home when you speak about colonialism and you talk about residential schools, the impact, the intergenerational trauma and effect that comes with that. And what we're experiencing now on the Yukon River is not something new. It's been there for generations and generations. And as young people, we carry forward a message of our ancestors. And I sit here as a chief of my community, I don't take that lightly. And I also know that we have a job to do, and that job is to ensure that our children are all given an opportunity to experience wholeness of life and everything that the ecosystem provides for us, so that we essentially can go into the future standing strong and proud as the Njiju people from one end of the river to the other, because our very existence depend on the ecosystem and that which it provides us. And that's our purpose here, and that's my purpose here. So I want to just say thank you, because I know you carry the voice of your father. He's a good man, and he spent a lot of years fighting and participating at these meetings. And I see you standing there because you bring that voice, so it's not lost, because you bring his voice, and you have to let him know that, you know, when we see this happen, we see generations come forward and bringing voice of generations past and our ancestors. It just gives us hope for a better future for our children. So I think that just kind of resonated for me, and it kind of brings me back to the elder that spoke yesterday, Mary Jane Jim, in her language. She talked about, you know, Dai, which is long ago, and what she was taught. So it's very much, I guess, a full circle. And that brings us to you know, almost to the conclusion of our Yukon River panel. So I want to just say thank you for acknowledging and bringing light to that, you know, never, I guess, to be ashamed of where you come from and who you are, and standing proud for that, because you bring voice and you bring reason to the tables or these rooms. Masi.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions from panel members? Thank you, Serena. Oh, U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Serena. And I also want to recognize you for the really awesome job you're doing for Yurtfa too. It is a tough job, listening to everybody up and down the river. You hear good stories, you hear bad stories, but you've always put it in a positive light and always been fair to all users. And I think you're doing a good job. Keep it up. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Keong, do we have our final testimony for these sessions?
That's right. The final testimony will be provided by Mark McNally, who will provide it on the phone.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Mr. McMillan, go ahead, please.
Okay, our phones aren't much out here. So, okay, good evening, panel, co-chairs. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mark McNeely. I'm the Nelson Lagoon Advisory Committee Chairman at Nelson Lagoon, Alaska. I've been a resident of Nelson Lagoon, Alaska for well over 40 years. I've fished in Area M, including Nelson Lagoon most of the time, or most of this time. Nelson Lagoon is one of only 2 villages on the northwestern Alaska Peninsula in Area M with salmon returns. I am compelled to tell my story in the hopes that some real action can be taken to save Alaska and Canada salmon. Nelson Lagoon is one of the few rivers on the northwest Alaska Peninsula that has a healthy Chinook return according to ADF&G. If you believe that achieving a meager 3,800 adult Chinook salmon return in 2022 compared to an easily accomplished 10,000 or more returning adult Chinook some years ago. This translates for Nelson Lagoon. We went from boatloads of kings to hardly catching much kings at all today. There's enough science out there that proves Chinook salmon are being intercepted at the same time of other salmon stocks. During February 2023 Board of Fish, I have found that the Alaska Board of Fish does not care about stock diversity adequate windows between harvest or sustainable yields to ensure the survival of salmon returning to their terminal rivers. All of these necessities are thrown out the window when deciding on Area M proposals that reduce interception. Lack of harvest opportunity is what is most important to the ADF&G and Board of Fish. Profit over preservation is what drives ADF&G support for proposals. Proposal 120 and 140 would definitely correct the current issues, but they require too much lack of harvest opportunity. In order for these to completely ignore so much true testimony given at the Board of Fish, they have to forget about the fact that these proposals would have allowed for survival of these failing river systems. Forget about the fact that Chinook salmon are being caught at the same time as all other salmon. Forget about the Canadian people and treaties. Forget about the peoples whose rivers are failing. Proposals 120 and 140 were written for the need of implementation of windows throughout Area M. Windows are crucial for stock diversity, adequate downtime between harvests, and sustainable yields. Stock diversity within exploited species can contribute to their long-term sustainability and should be incorporated more explicitly into management and conservation schemes. Area M is literally a nonstop interception harvest of non-local salmon, never allowing adequate time for any salmon to escape the harvest areas. Opposition for these two proposals were in my position that if anything sufficient was done to curtail the Area M interception, it would prove that to the world that what we have been telling the Board of Fish for the past 40 years is true. Area M is undeniably intercepting these failing river systems fish. Opposition to these two proposals hide behind scientific studies put out long after systems have been failing. Any study today will show a decrease in fish returning for these failing systems compared to yesteryear. Opposition to these two proposals hide behind the fact that the numbers of salmon intercepted certain rivers fish are a slight fraction of the amount of total fish caught in Area M and Pollock fisheries. What they fail to point out is that Area M is over 90% interception of all fish stocks bound for anywhere other than Area M. They fail to point out that these fractions add up to an alarming amount of fish needed to keep the affected river system sustainable. For AYK chums in particular, 210,000 AYK chums were harvested in Area M in 2021. An additional 51,500 were harvested in the Pollock industry. This is 261,500 salmon that could have returned to these failing systems. Since 2020, chum salmon have crashed catastrophically in the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, resulting in the failure to provide for escapement and subsistence needs, the two highest priorities under law. With harvest at zero or severely restricted and escapement goals not being met, there is no further conservation actions that AYK subsistence fishers can take. Every effort must be taken to conserve salmon. We don't have enough returning salmon to even make escapement goals on our rivers. Every fish counts. ADF&G has documented the interception of AYK origin chum salmon. The conservation burden is currently being unfairly borne entirely by AYK and Canadian stakeholders. In every other fishery in Alaska except Area M, the policy and practice for ADF&G is to close commercial fishing on a stock when escapement or subsistence needs are not being met. Current Area M management is prioritizing commercial fishing over escapement and subsistence in violation of state statutes, including sustainable salmon policy, policy for management of mixed stocks, statutes prioritizing subsistence use of fish and game above other uses, Article 8 of the Alaska Constitution requiring fish to be managed under the sustainable yield principle, providing chum salmon to meet essential escapement goals and subsistent needs in the AYK region is not an allocation. These are the highest priorities of the ADF&G under the Alaska Constitution and statute. Closer to home, within Area M, Nelson Lagoon and Chignik are now suffering the same fate as AYK. Area M has a problem with lack of sustainability, arguably in the largest sockeye system in Area M. Area M user groups and ADF&G fight this lack of sustainability by drawing attention to unproven claims of bad lakes, lowering of escapement goals, high water temps, floods, sports fishing, Pollock, Bycatch, and anything else that they can think of to not address the failure in management and support of Windows solution. Hatchery fish put an additional burden on wild salmon food sources. It is proven that smaller fish sizes are the result of hatchery implementation. Competition for a limited amount of salmon food in the ocean. Why are we not addressing the fact that interception is our cause of wild demise? ADF&G Commissioner has mentioned hatcheries as our only option to get Chignik back included in his opening to the public session of YRP. He is pushing it now and not consulting tribes, but the comprehensive salmon plan speaks against it, and the treaty is only for wild salmon stocks. How irresponsible is Manitoba going to get? We don't need hatcheries to fix our problem. It's staring you in the face. It's interception. It is even more important that what little fish are returning be allowed to return, not to catch them all and wonder what went wrong. Don't allow them to keep making excuses of why our fish are not returning. Put an end to this genocide. Put an end to the painfully obvious interception of all our salmon. Put fish first. Without salmon returns, there will be no subsistence. There will be no commercial. There will be no fish to fight over. Fish first. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. McNeely. Do we have any questions or comments from panel members regarding the testimony that we've received? U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for your testimony. We share a lot of things in common, including I wrote proposal 140 you spoke about. But anyway, thanks for testifying.
Additional panel member comments or questions? U.S. panel member Andy Bassage, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I also wanted to echo, I really appreciate you taking the time. I know you're a long, long ways away from where we are. And I know it's, a lot of people aren't aware of just how much effort is going into trying to address the area of Area M, both in your area, which is much closer to Area M, and way up here in Whitehorse in the Yukon Territory, literally thousands of miles away. And I really appreciate you taking the time to work within a coalition of people to identify and try and correct an egregious fisheries that's affecting subsistence fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I will check in with Mr. Victor Kyung. Any additional individuals registered for testimony this afternoon?
I believe that was the last testimony.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. Co-Chair, we've gone significantly over time, but worthwhile of obviously providing the opportunity and receiving the valuable testimony that was provided to us this afternoon. So on behalf of the panel, we appreciate everyone's patience as well as the time of the individuals that provided testimony to the panel. As far as closing remarks, perhaps we'll leave it fairly brief. I'd like to thank all of our panel members for your participation, advisors, technical staff, but then very importantly, members of the public who joined us. for these meeting sessions over the past 2 days, both in person as well as online. We look forward to hosting the next Yukon River Panel meeting in Canada in January 2024. Before we close out our sessions, we will be holding a closing prayer, but Mr. Co-Chair, any final words you'd like to share before we go to the closing prayer?
I'll try and keep it brief, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate and thank all the panel members, all the members of the public, First Nations representatives for technical input. And I feel like even though in the face of some very negative and concerning status of Yukon River salmon ones right now, that I'm always encouraged by the continuation of getting together to discuss these issues, trying to find solutions, not just within the panel, but coming from all interested and concerned individuals about Yukon River salmon. And I look forward to continuing to have those discussions to try and achieve some progress and successes that we can all share in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And any closing remarks from panel members that you'd like to share before we go to our closing prayer? U.S. panel member Eric Weingarth, go ahead, please.
Real quickly, we're surrounded by amazing people all throughout this room. Amazing stories, amazing careers, amazing culture, staff. I've learned a lot. I've learned over the years a lot from all of you, and I appreciate. And yep, I'll go back home and share stories again of what we've seen and heard. And again, thank you, and thank you, managers on both sides of the border. I know you guys take a lot of heat and flack. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, but I appreciate you sticking out for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. U.S. panel member Rhonda Pick, go ahead, please.
I'd like to thank everyone for their hospitality here. I recently lost my grandmother at the end of February, and I didn't realize quite how hard it was until I saw Madeline, and I wanted to thank her for coming. She's got better attendance than some of my advisors do. You know, she saw me and she hugged me, and I was like, oh, wow, I really miss my grandma. She's part of the reason that I do a lot of the work that I do, and is a big push for me to continue on. She lived in fish camp until she was about 81 years old. That's where she wanted to live her life. And I really, really appreciate the fact that, you know, I see a lot of the elders on this side too, and they're a whole lot more radical than the youth are. I think that's pretty encouraging. I really, yeah, I can't wait to be an elder also and really start just blasting everybody. It's going to be a lot of fun. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Rhonda. And with that, perhaps I'd invite Elder Smith to perhaps lead us in a closing prayer. Thank you very much, Elder Smith, for your patience.
Before I do the closing prayer, I'd like to share some. I come from a family of 9 sisters and 1 brother. 3 of my sisters crossed over. My father, Chief Johnny Smith, passed away 2010, and my mother, at the age of 95, passed away through them, salmon has been really important in our lives. When my late daughter, when she was just a little baby, she was teething, and my mom and dad had a fish camp at Marsh Lake. And we went home, and I froze some whitefish eggs. And when my daughter was just a little girl, I gave it to her, and she was teething, so she was sucking on that fish eggs, and I pulled it away, and she threw a tantrum, and I gave it back to her. And as she grows up, she became the one that was providing salmon to our family. She would go to Carmack's when she's invited to harvest salmon and bring it back to my mom and dad. She also really loved grayling, and she also brought that back to my mom. When we look at the salmon, we use every part of it. We don't throw away the heads, we don't throw away the eggs, we don't throw away the belly meat. We even keep the carcass, because when people are sick, my mom would boil it up and get it delivered to them, to elders and family members. When we talk about how the world was created, there's the traditional teachings that come from the crow stories, the raven stories. One of the beautiful teachings that I learned from the salmon was that at the, let me say this word. The coral fin. The pectoral fin, once I learned that when you eat that, the salmon has little ears in there. And what our people would do is that they will make little earrings out of them. But when you look at the salmon ears, there's a perfect circle there. And we would make earrings out of them and hang it over our newborn babies. And they become one of the most, how you say it, listen, they can hear things that we can't. And I share that every time I do a lot of my culture camps, pass those teachings on. Some of the teachings we have is that we don't talk about or brag or boast about, well, I'm going to go set my fish net and I'm going to catch 1,000 salmon. That's showing disrespect. We don't claim, we can't say we have it unless it's in our fish net. The salmon will hear us. I remember one time when we were at Marsh Lake, when we set net for trout and whitefish. And I remember, I thought, how come my dad and my mom was looking at me? So when I went there and I said, oh, we set the net, we came back home and I said, oh, we need this big frying pan for the guts. We need lard. We need this flipper. We need flour and baking powder so we can make bannock, but and I said, we need cardboard to cut the fish on. And my mom and dad look at me and I think, next day we went to run our net, there was not one fish in there. That's how I learned. So dad and mom said, did you learn something today? I said, yes. And I said, I apologize. The next day we ran our net, we got so much fish, we ended up delivering it around the community. So a lot of our traditional teachings, our traditional culture, our traditional laws that we as First Nations people go by. Our traditional laws aren't written. It's something that we have to remember. When we have elders in our community, they can read the land. They could read the animals. They can read the rivers. There's certain time of the year, like even when the fireweed comes out, the teaching there is that the moose are ready to be hunted. We heard the today that the elders make decisions from their heart. We need to listen to them. Our laws aren't written. Like I said, we have to remember it. When we hear the saying that the elders make decisions from their heart, next we're going to have to worry about our water. So I'm going to do my prayer now. Creator of all creations, we give thanks for the traditional stories of how the crow built the world. We give thanks for the traditional teachings of how the crow was picking salmon berries. The crow took so much salmon berries that while it was flying away, a lot of the salmon berries started dropping into the lakes and rivers. The salmon berries that were in the water start growing eyes, mouth, gills, fin, tail. They become salmon. Creator of all creations, we give thanks for the many elders in the Yukon First Nations that know the past, that know and pass on the teachings of how Crow built the world. Traditional stories that teaches us how to take care of all animals, salmon, and to treat all animals with respect by taking only what we need. Creator, I want to give thanks to all the people that travel far from home to be here with us today and to return home safe to their loved ones. Creator of all creation, elders that are the true teachers, their knowledge, their stories, their wisdom. We give thanks for our elders that are still with us today. And we give thanks for the elders and our ancestors whose blood still flows through each and every one of our veins. We give thanks for the youth, for one day they will be the ones that will carry on the work that we leave behind. And we give thanks, Creator, for this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Smith, for your closing prayer. And with that, we'll be closing our public sessions for the 2023 Yukon River Panel preseason meeting. Mr. Co-Chair will break for 15 minutes and then resume for panel member closed session, please. So conclusion of public sessions. Thank you very much. And 15-minute break for panel members and then resumption in closed session. Thank you.